being.
Thank you very much.
You know I like it. Keep doing it. I don't wanna interrupt. Tell me, can you keep it up?
Ecco.
Am I gonna bump you up to the top of my list?
That's why I'm the best, huh?
Every time we get together, I want you to stay low.
We will play until 2 a.m., guys.
Every time we get together, all my feelings get deeper. Every time we get together.
Savage takes the win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles!
Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion.
This is why people love the EPT.
Hello once again, welcome to Paris and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. It's final table time in the French capital, the final of one of the biggest EPT main events of all time in partnership with the Club Barrier. 5 players remain, playing down to a winner today, cards up all the way. Join us on Twitch, join us on YouTube, use the live chat, use the hashtag PokerStarsTV on Twitter, and of course check out the stuff we've got going on our Facebook and Instagram pages. I am James Hartigan, alongside me, Joe Stapleton.
Bonjour, my babies.
And Griffin Benja.
Hello, everyone. Final table Sunday. Let's do this.
Absolutely, we are excited for the final day of this 6-day tournament where the winner is going to receive 1.17 million euros and the prestigious EPT main event trophy. Yesterday we played down from 15 to 5. Let's see how we got there. Let's recap day 5. The penultimate day was a roller coaster of emotions, and coolers started early. Sven Stock running kings into Belea's aces. Brian Delaney rivered a full house to leave Konstantin held with 2 big blinds. But Konstantin held on and was able to get his stack back. The eliminations continued, and another cooler saw Nicholas Ostedt, aka Lena 900, exiting 12. We quickly got to 1 table, and then we witnessed an impressive fold from Johann Schultz. Sadly, all for nothing. He bust a few hands later. Delaney wished he'd shown that discipline when a brutal river gave Peter Jorkner the chip lead. And ICM considerations went right out the window as we lost Denzel Speckman. And Konstantin held, resulting in some serious laddering for the short stack, Henri Casper. So these are the final 5 players coming into the final day. Casper playing just 11 big blinds, everyone else super deep. So this FT does have the potential to go the distance. 64 bigs for Fabrice Bigot, 69 for Brian Delaney, a 71 big blind stack for Peter Jorkner. It is Razvan Belea who has the chip lead, 15.6 mil, more than 100 bigs, looking to become the first ever Romanian EPT champion.
Year of Romania.
Blinds 100,000, 150,000 with a 150k big blind ante, kicking off level 31. And this is what they're playing for. Everyone now guaranteed more than 300k, more than 400k for 4th, more than $500,000 for 3rd, nearly 800k for the runner-up, and the winner will receive 1,170,000 euros and the prestigious EPT trophy. So yes, one more 90-minute level to play before the next break, and we are ready to get cards in the air. We are ready to get this final table started. Let's do this.
Let's light this candle.
You excited?
I'm very excited, yes. We've seen a lot from these players over the last few days. Some really impressive play, especially from Brian Delaney. He's someone I'm really excited to see play on this final table. Really seems to have been locked in the last few days, made some great bluffs, almost made an incredible fold with that 2-pair with the 9-10 yesterday. But everyone's really made a great impression, so this is going to be a lot of fun.
Very lowly 100K chip.
It's very rare that I get the chance to see and talk to the players before the start of the final table. Had the opportunity to do that today. Such a nice bunch of people. And genuinely fired up to be here. Know it's all gravy from here on out with these payouts. But of course, the hopes, the dreams of becoming an EPT champion are alive in all of them as we see Razvan Belea, the chip leader, open from the cutoff with Queen 8 of spades. And Fabrice Bigot, the last remaining French player, pick up ace-4 on the button.
So, Griffin, we did see some things yesterday that were, we'll call them risky ICM plays. In order to not make those plays today, what should someone be doing with a hand like ace-4 or ace-9 or even ace-10?
Well, I don't think they're going to run into the same problems they were yesterday, which was, you know, playing these 20, 30 big blind stacks, you know, being this big with the 65 bigs and stuff like that. You kind of have to just respect the reality of the situation and let Razvan go wild a little bit.
Let's hear from start of day chip leader.
It's a great life, to be honest, to be with my wife here. I can't expect for more, you know, and my wife is the biggest supporter of mine. She supports me with everything. She's even doing message in the breaks, and yeah, it's an amazing time that I live now. And yeah, I live in the dream, you know, having all balanced with my wife, with my old friends from Romania. It's amazing for me. I'm feeling pretty comfortable. It's my biggest life score until now. I just want to win it, to make it even more bigger and harder to achieve another one. But I'm very competitive, so I'm going for it.
Razvan Belea, professional poker player, poker coach, with the whole of his country supporting him today. We spoke to all the players before the start of the final table, so we'll hear from them over the course of this level. As we see Belea open under the gun with Jack-7 of spades. And look at this, right? Brian Delaney with kings in the small blind.
This is a hand it's okay to get involved with.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Delaney re-raising from the small blind. A 3-bet to 1.375 million.
Oh, boy.
And ace-queen for Peter Jorgner in the big blind. Peter Jorgner, by the way, just living his best life. Has been an entrepreneur all of his life, and then sold his financial tech business, moved to Marbella in Spain to enjoy early retirement, and then decided to give poker a try. And since EPT Barcelona last year, has basically just been traveling Europe playing poker.
Crack the sim.
I mean, yeah, he said he's living his best life. He's living anyone's best life.
I think it goes without saying that the worst way to play these 10.5 million chips would be to, you know, do something like shove. Certainly a mega tight fold with this situation. I think it can be warranted, you know, playing a guessing game of just calling. I mean, it's such a strong 5-handed hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like, do you really want to find yourself with this, you know, 3.5 million chips in the middle, going to the flop? So it's obviously tight, but ICM is in play here. You know, you just wait for Casper to bust, and you're gaining 100,000 euros.
Yeah, if you want to take the coward's way
I have
out.
more things on you than I have on my fridge.
Brian Delaney playing his first ever EPT main
It's
event.
150. Oh,
Relatively
Kinda
new
bummed.
to the live
on the
world,
lines, huh?
but is a professional online
mind
player.
playing things.
Of course you don't.
Bdel123 on Stars. Specializes in PLO cash games, lives in Playa del Carmen, where he shares a place with high-stakes MTT crusher Fish on Heater.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wow.
And if you check out Brian Delaney's Hendon Mob profile, you'll notice he has 1 cash, which came from a Hyper Turbo here in Paris last week. His second cash will be a 6-figure score at least, if not a 7-figure score in an EPT main.
Pretty cool. Bedell, be good.
Jorgner in the small blind, King, Queen of Strawberries.
Raise 350,000.
And Razvan Belea in the big blind with King 4.
Little Sneaky Pete, little Giovanni, little Rabiz. I was thinking I might call it
Jorgner going with a really small sizing, and I think that's going to create a crack in the door for Belea to put in a raise and really put on that chip leader pressure. Jorgner's hand is definitely too strong to fold, but these are the kind of spots that, you know, Belea is going to take advantage of. You know, if Jorgner had something like ace-8 off, what do you do here facing this massive 3-bet? I mean, Jorgner just did fold ace-queen off to the exact same size. So, you know, I have to think he would maybe defend this because the situation is obviously quite different. It's not a raise and a 3-bet in front of you, but just a raise blind on blind.
Okay, wow.
Cool.
Jorgner does make the call. He will be out of position. He does not have the betting lead, but he does have the significantly better hand. It is a domination situation.
Yeah, and this has to sort of be part of the plan, right? If you're going to be raised
You're
folding
gonna
king
open
queen
it,
suited,
yeah.
you just need to limp. You know, you can't raise fold this hand. You have to raise call. So, but not your board.
Ace 6-3 with 2 diamonds. Neither player connects. King Queen high still the best hand, and Jorgner playing in flow checks to Belea.
And I don't think Belea loves this flop so much, partly because, you know, you block something like King Queen that might raise and call a 3-bet. So you're going to expect Jorgner to have a decent amount of aces here, hands like ace jack off, you know, ace 10. You still have to continue your story, but that's why, you know, you just bet small because you just hope your opponent has something like this.
$625,000, the C-bet. Jorgner looking back at his hand and folds. And Razvan Belea extends his chip lead, moves up over the 17 million mark. One of 2 online qualifiers at this final table. Belea won his seat in the EPT Paris main event via a 530 qualifier. Fabrice Bigot qualified for 250 euros.
But no, it's not real because you asked for it.
Yeah.
And that cheering you heard came from Andrea Belea, Razvan's wife.
Really representing a whole nation, Romania wanting that golden trophy.
It was 2015, an event also played in France, EPT Deauville, where Danny Parlefers was the runner-up to Ognian Dimov. That's the closest Romania has come to an EPT title.
And that was damn close.
3 bucks. 5 bucks.
Blind on blind again. Belea with 5-3 off in the small.
Don't expect many free passes from the chip leader.
Cool.
Completes. So we've seen a fair amount of Dinesh Alt, Nasty Minder, on the rail for this event.
Check.
Brought Lena 900 a coffee yesterday. Alt very much on Team Bigot. 10-8-5, 10-8-3 rather. So a pair of threes for Belea. I guess this counts as domination rotation. It's tenuous, but we'll go with it.
I mean, if Dinesh Alt's anything like me, he's very much Team Bigot until Bigot goes out, and then he'd be very much Team Delaney, and then he'd be very much, you know, and so on and so forth until the winner.
Like the way you became an LA Rams fan when they won the NFC Championship.
Look, it was a very difficult 6 weeks not knowing if they were going to win the Super Bowl or not.
My sister's,
Oh,
two of my sisters and my sister's girlfriend.
they just
They came
Did
here
I catch
from
a
London.
niner
This
in there?
morning, yeah.
Straight draw. 5, 6, 8, 9.
Ollie Ocho says, Belea must love to see Omri Casper sticking around so he can abuse the other 3 players. Is that a fair assessment, Griffin? Can Belea wield that chip advantage to punish Delaney, Bigot, and Jorgner?
Yes, this is crunch time for Belea. This is, you know, that rare opportunity where a chip lead has even more power than it just does by virtue of having the chip lead. We saw how cautiously Jorgner played both that ace-queen and the king-queen.
10 on the river, pairs the board. Belea still good. By the way, Joe, Mort's pointing out the Rams had a rough season this year. I'm guessing you didn't go to or even watched on TV a single Rams game this year.
I didn't know there had been a season. I was really busy this winter.
That's 150,000.
Belea with the 30% bet here, targeting those ace and king high hands that would rightfully have, you know, checked back some pre-flop and then all the way to this river. I think you do get a bite every once in a while from hands like that. So I do like this bet. Bigot, of course, at this stage probably would have, you know, certainly bet a 10, probably a 9, maybe even an 8 on the flop. So you're not really worried. And another one for Belea.
There we go.
It's good to
Pretty cool to see that kind of joy coming from the rail.
if you cheer for me too, it's
115 big blinds
more than I.
for Razvan Belea.
This 100, by the way. This, the small blind's 100.
By the way,
No problem.
we are only 20 minutes into the broadcast, and the audience is already going to get its first warning of the day.
should be easy to count.
I am aware that there is a Romanian player at the final table. I'm aware that the dealer is Romanian. Any attempts to say that there is anything beyond those 2 factual elements
Oh, is that coming out?
will be frowned upon.
Jeez.
Raise 325,000. Eight pass. 1 pass.
Jorgner opening here with King Jack of clubs.
Casper, Berg, Casper. Those chips did move forward.
Forward motion.
Put the brakes on.
Pass.
Oh, and finally a pot. Get some momentum. Year of Jordania.
I think every year is Jorgner's year.
Yeah.
Every year for the last 50. And yes, that man is 50 years old.
Black driver constant. 6? Okay, thank you, thank you.
Giga Chad.
13.25.
Thank you.
And 6 of the final table.
Six pass.
Under the gun folds. King 3 off for Belea.
8 pass.
Bigot has Jack-10 on the button. Of course, Fabrice came very close to making the final table of EPT Prague at the end of last year, was the 11th place finisher. Since then, he won the WPT Prime at the Club Circus in Paris 3 weeks ago. Again, a poker coach, very well known in the French community. Actually lives in London now and plays on stars as Sir Falcon.
Sir Falcon.
Casper with Queen 10 in the small blind. So he's down to 8 bigs now, Griffin.
Yeah, not a lot of room here.
Look, I'm going to ask a question I know the answer to, but I want you to answer for the audience, okay? So I definitely know the answer.
Okay, what's the question?
If Casper ripped it here, Bigot would...
Is it 8 big blinds total?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he might call.
Oh, I totally knew that. I totally knew the answer to that, but I just figured the audience.
But it's weird, like, because if it's 6 or 7, it's definitely too few. And then 9 or 10 when you have 60, 70 bigs. Anyways, let's move on. Let me think about
The
it.
funniest thing is I remember like
Let's
5 years
highlight
ago,
the fact
used
that
to
it's the
watch
last day
this
of mini
episode.
EPT Paris. This low buy-in tournament series has been
Awesome. I want to
running
be part of this.
during our live streams, and today is the mini main event starting at 6:15 this evening, which will award an EPT Monte Carlo package to the winner. Of course, there are games before and after. First tournament is at 3:15. Third one is at 8:15. But the mini main tonight at 6:15 will have a Monte Carlo package added. All the others have EPT satellite tickets added to the prize pool.
They're all in. 5 plus.
All right, Casper all in with the sourdough suited.
Here we go.
King 5 in the big blind is, for this many bigs, it's a call, right? King 5 suited.
1.2.
25.
25.
This is button to big blind.
Yeah.
8 big blinds. It's damn close, but I think it's a fold, actually.
Not happy?
Also, you have to just consider
I'm always happy if I get it.
Casper's been pretty snug. Right.
If you can last
He's not shoving Queen 5 suited.
Now playing a 10 big blind stack, and we spoke to Emery before the start of play today.
EPT Paris has been big. It's really big. I didn't expect probably that it's going to be that big. It has been tough and tougher with every day, that's for sure. But still, I have survived, so I'm good. Actually, there are not too many Estonians this time. Like normally, there are a lot more. So I don't have much of like supporting team here. But we were supposed to go to the weekend trip or like a short trip with my family today. So instead of going to Barcelona, they just rebooked and they're now here.
I can't believe he said it's tough. I haven't seen a guy make more money from doing less than since U.S. Congress.
So here's a hashtag fun fact, right? Henry Casper owns a PR company in Tallinn and actually worked with PokerStars for many years.
They're all in.
Was responsible for bringing the EPT to Estonia for a couple of years.
Oh, that's great.
Very much considers himself to be an amateur player and specializes in PLO cash games.
My big blind.
He's
My big blind, you go all in.
all in
My
with
lucky
ace-7 suited.
Can I do?
Drunk on power Belea over here. On my big blind?
Now.
Yeah, right. It's the best thing in the world for him to keep Casper, and he should fold aces.
Yeah. Today, the guy from the other day
That was funny.
would have just sitting out with those blinds.
I mean, you win the last flip, so.
Yeah, of course. Russian guy was like
Do you think we'll have to rename Wazil's theorem to
Romanian.
Uh-huh.
That
the
was,
Casper
that was
philosophy?
basically the thing.
James, help him out here. I don't get the joke.
3 bucks.
Waisiel's theorem is the original name of ICM.
Oh.
Raise 325,000. 6 bucks.
Opening raise from Brian Delaney. 325,000 with ace-5, and Belea has the snowmans.
Nom.
I got it.
Давай.
Cool.
Oh, yeah. 3-way, pretty fair fight. Nice little spread. Pocket 8s, ace-5 off, king-9 suited. Not going to see a lot of 3-way flops moving forward, so let's enjoy this one, he said, before Bigot made it 1.7 million. Attaboy, just
He's
call.
not going to ruin it, Griffin. He calls, and we are going to go 3-way to the flop. And that flop is 8-4-4. Belea flops a boat.
Daddy-o, showtime.
Bombalea.
So,
Check.
action check to Delaney. Is he going to c-bet into 2 opponents with ace-high?
I think there's a decent chance. I mean, the board is so dry. This is a good opportunity to win the hand against, you know, look, if Bigot has the 9-10 of, you know, 9-10 of clubs, and Belea has the king-queen off, king-jack off, not only are you technically ahead, but you're pushing out all of this equity that can either get there on the turn or pick up a draw and start betting. Ace-high is this nice inflection of being the best hand enough on this board where you're kind of protecting versus, you know, the times that you are behind, at least you have the lead and you can, you know, kind of make something happen. Let's just say Belea has the pocket 5s and calls here, and then the turn's an ace.
Meanwhile, Casper's family has arrived. A detour from their holiday to Barcelona.
That's cool.
10.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Oh, no. See, you're probably asking yourself, what's happening here? Well, Bigot is the one that is most likely to have a 4 in his range in this spot, you know, completing from the big blind. You know, we see, of course, that Belea just happens to have pocket 8s, but that's not always going to be the case here. Sometimes Belea is just going to have, you know, ace-9 of hearts. And facing this spot, Delaney's going to fold the ace-5. Belea's going to, I mean, Belea could have, you know, king-jack of spades would be calling this flop and folding to this raise. So this is a very intentional move by Bigot, not just some random play.
But the frustrating thing for Belea, Griffin, is that Belea wants him to have a 4.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh!
What is happening?
What is happening?
Because of everything I just said, Delaney does not believe Bigot, rightfully so. Sorry, Delaney doesn't believe Bigot. Oh gosh, this is crazy.
So hold on a second.
Okay.
Hold on a second. The continuation bet from Delaney.
Yes.
Flattered by Belea.
Yes.
Bigot then raises to 1.2 million. And now Delaney is 3-bet to more than 2.5 million. And Belea's sitting there with a flopped full house.
I mean, do you start to think that maybe you're up against quads when you see this action?
No. No, Belea is going to be well aware of the madness that's going on here. It's going to think that one of them probably has a 4 some of the time here.
Right.
And how do you play this, right? Like,
I don't know. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's a great problem to have. 3 bets and you have 98% of the equity.
Let's do some removal for a second, okay? I know it's difficult to do because all of us are staring at that full house from Belea, but if Belea does have the kind of hands I said, you know, the ace-9 of spades or the, you know, the king-queen of hearts, and is then out of this hand, Delaney's made this incredible move of 3-betting the flop,
right?
And is going to look like a boss for what, you know, he's done to Bigot. So it's just so insane that we're all sharing this secret with the players.
I do want to remind everyone that Belea does have a full house.
Yes, yes.
And he has just shoved on his two opponents who will try and make this look good and look a little bit believable and then fold.
They're very surprised to see that. like, wait a minute, what?
At this point, like, I guess he doesn't have ace-9 of spades.
No. And Bigot, I think, also maybe just wants to give the impression that maybe I had a 4.
Whoops.
I mean, this is I agree with Griffin most of the time. This play totally makes sense. Unfortunately, it doesn't make sense during the year of Romania.
I mean, I guess, right? What are you gonna do? Cool. That looks super nice also.
Yeah, just to answer some of the people being like, this is a terrible shove, why didn't you just call? Well, it'd be so obvious at that point to be the overcaller in this spot.
I mean,
Huge pot for the chip leader who moves over the 20 million mark. Now has better than a 2-to-1 advantage over the player in second place. Nearly 145 big blinds for Razvan Belea.
And even though it's a bad result, I really don't mind that play from Delaney. Great instincts, seeing that, you know, Bigot had that move in him.
You had a 4-2?
sorry?
Had a 4-2?
No.
Yeah.
Good
You had a
one.
4.
Good one.
Huh?
Good one.
No, because I folded. You had a 4. Ace 4 suited.
Well,
You're flying.
What the fuck am I doing in this hand? I don't have a phone.
What can I do? Call?
No.
My call is too obvious.
Yeah, I mean,
I love the fact they're just blatantly lying to each other, and the truth is going to emerge in like less than half an
It's
hour.
a 28-minute lie, yeah.
Was Delaney lying? I thought Belea only lied.
They both claim to have a 4. Delaney said I didn't have a good 4.
Oh, okay, nice. That's funny.
And that's when Bigot's like,
That is
what
funny.
am I doing in this hand? If you both go, you guys
Well,
have got the
that's the
fours."
thing is I heard Bigot tell the truth.
Yeah.
So
And Belea back in action, opening on the button with King Jack.
I had trips.
He had a 3. I saw it.
And that Queen 10 there, Queen 10 fold in the small blind from Bigot is a good illustration of how tight you need to be with how short Casper is. You know, Queen 10 obviously quite ahead of the average opening range of Belea, who I think is going to be raising probably maybe 100% on the button. So maybe you think, oh, I should be mixing in some plays with Queen 10. Well, let's maybe wait until Henri Casper has been eliminated.
Yeah, and it's worth highlighting that we do have some serious chip stack discrepancy right now. 22 million for Razvan Belea.
You can't really sync me on this one.
Peter Jorgner
Otherwise
is the
it's
second
really
biggest stack with 9
extra
million.
million or
Bigot
two, I guess?
Yeah,
and Delaney
probably.
around 7.5 million, and then Casper playing
I
10
told you
big
that-
blinds right now.
sorry?
Turn as well.
Yeah, I have a 4.
6 pass.
No, actually, maybe not.
I had a 4. No, actually, maybe not.
Realizing
These
that
guys.
the truth is out there and will emerge very, very soon.
Can I be the first to say this is great?
Yeah, it is great.
Everything about this I was afraid that today wouldn't live up to yesterday because it was so entertaining and so fun, and this is already goddamn great.
Well, there's always an opposite opinion to that. We've got Sloventi on YouTube saying, very bad game.
You're banned.
Oh, Sloventi.
You have like 1.4, 1.6. Okay. Thank you.
0.6.
Thank you.
He's not even in the hand, dude.
How much you got now?
How is that relevant? It's very relevant.
5, 6, 7, 6, about 7, 6.9.
My money's on the king 10 suited.
Check.
Can you imagine how absolutely bazoinked Henry Casper must have been during that hand?
Yeah.
Well, it's just another day at the office. It happened yesterday.
Just full attention.
Bet 500,000.
Oh, apologies, guys. Looks like we do have a slight problem with the graphics machine. Joe,
You may go back there and hit it.
we're gonna need you to crank it.
All right.
Tell you what, this is a pretty stiff wager. $500,000 after making it 300 pre. I guess your intention with such a large bet would be to, you know, fold out some 9x type hands by making it so big. If you make it really small, you give the price.
Look at Griffin over here, skywalkering it. James and I are nothing without the targeting system.
Well, I can tell you that the continuation bet from Belea on the flop was 500,000, called by Delaney. Delaney has checked the turn, and Belea checks back. We've got a pot of 1.9 million, and the 9 of spades on the river pairs the board.
I wonder what the best line is here with the ICM considerations and the fact that your opponent has kind of waved the white flag. Maybe a check, yeah. I think a check's nice here.
I have a king,
but
so
yeah, that's going to be good.
you said a king.
Just a straight.
So that's going to see Delaney get a few chips.
Poor Belea. Did you see how dejected he looked after losing that pot?
Yeah, it's like I'm meant to win every single one. I've got...
What the hell is this? What happened to the full houses and the 3 bets in front of me?
I'm down to 22 million now.
You have a what?
Sick.
James, if we don't get the graphics back, should we give out the email address, nuts@pokerstars.tv?
The graphics will be back. I have been advised that Graphical Hue needs to reboot the machine. It happens from time to time. Sorry about this, guys. Computers can go wrong, as
like
Alan Partridge famously said.
7.8.
But once the server's back up and running, there will be graphics on screen.
We should just use ChatGPT to tell us what the hands are.
So this is hand 12 of the final table. That's exactly what we're doing, Naskicker. We're going to switch it off and on again. Guaranteed to solve any IT problem. Guaranteed, not guaranteed.
We had a small glitch in the Matrix overnight, actually. So I got a friend in LA that was a photographer during like the 90s and early 2000s, and he's friends with all these famous people. And he's been posting his own personal photos of hanging out with them. And last night he posted a photo with him with Eric Dane, who's the guy that plays McDreamy that this dude looks like.
Yeah, you can't just say Eric Dane and then expect us to know who we're talking about. Like, quick, you know.
You guys don't know who plays McDreamy?
A limp from the small from Delaney, an ISO raise from McDreamy himself.
Are you even a resident of Shondaland?
Wait, dude, you have it wrong. He's not McDreamy.
McSteamy.
McSteamy,
Sorry, I
yeah,
said
dude.
McSteamy
Come on,
yesterday.
man.
Sorry, I said McSteamy yesterday. It's easy mistake
Well,
to
now
make.
that's why you confused me, because you confused me with the
Sorry, you're right.
Mulroney guy or
apologize.
whatever his name is.
Mahoney from Police Academy.
No, what's his name? Is it Dermot something? What's McDreamy? Come on,
McDreamy
chat.
is...
I want to say Dermot Mulroney, but
It's
I know
not Dermot Mulroney.
No, it's not. It's like
Patrick.
the guy with the hair. Oh, Patrick.
Dempsey?
Dempsey.
Dempsey.
Patrick
Hey,
Dempsey.
yo.
That's a Riddler gaming
The
guy.
guy from Enchanted. So action folded here to Delaney on the button.
Is that the anatomy show? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Is this that anatomy show? Yeah, dude.
And
Grey's Anatomy.
we have got a button race here. Delaney making it 325,000, and we could see another post-flop battle between Delaney and Belea.
I'm guessing it's not going to be a battle.
Queen 8-8 on the flop. Sadly, don't know the whole cards of either player. The system's nearly back online, guys.
Check.
Both players checking the flop. Jack of clubs on the turn. Board gets straight here and puts a flush draw out there.
Check.
You know, Griffin, this is what it was like in the olden days. I know we had old cards at final tables.
Not always. First 5 years I did this job was cards down all the way.
Check.
That's why they called you cards down hard again.
Thank you for trying. Straighty flushy paired board.
Check.
And Peter Jorgner getting up from the table. Jorgner does have his poker coach with him here in Paris, Peter Kvisthammer. So Delaney was the pre-flop aggressor, but it went check on the flop and the turn. This is a delayed c-bet, and looks like it's going to work.
Ah, yeah, you need to do it.
Yeah, looks like Jorgner was checking in with Kvisthammer. Hold on to your butts. We're back online.
My credibility was taking a nosedive there. I was like, I don't know what to say. I don't see the cards anymore.
The good news is that I got the graphics machine going again. The bad news is I found Hugh's arm.
Queen Jack under the gun for the short stack. Henry Casper, who still has 10 big blinds.
Oh, tight.
Tight. Okay,
Tight,
so
tight.
now I think King 5 suited is a fold.
Yeah, that's the thing. I actually was happy. I'm happy you brought that up again because I wanted to revisit that, the sort of range breakdown there. It's a lot different if a reg shoves into you for 8 blinds, blind on blind with King 5 suited. Like you are snapping that off, you know, because he's gonna have the Queen 7s and the King deuces and the Jack 8s. But just with his particular range, from what we've seen, is gonna lean tighter. And you don't want to double him up to 18 big blinds. King 5 is a little, he's going to be shoving all the better kings. And like maybe the Queen Jack and Queen 10, and then everything else is beating you. Oh, Belea.
Say it, don't sing it, Griffin. We seriously can't afford any more strikes.
So does that mean we have 2 now? Because it's 3 strikes you're out. How does it work?
I mean, you've got us in trouble at least twice.
But go with that Queen Deuce suited.
10.
Kind of want to see a flop. It's like the chip leader and like, yeah, let's do it. You know what? I'm here to entertain.
524, right?
Yep.
It's not a completely unreasonable size either. 3.5x.
Ace 7-4. Jacks are still ahead. I don't know how happy Belea's going to be to see that ace out there.
350 pass.
Don't shoot.
So Belea still playing around 21.5 million, more than 140 big blinds. The second biggest stack is Peter Jorgner with 9.1 million, which equates to 61 bigs. A huge advantage for the Romanian qualifier right now. And Casper continues to nurse that short stack and try to ladder up.
And if Casper had shoved the queen-jack off under the gun, like we were suggesting he could have maybe thought about doing, would have went into those jacks.
It's true.
And a queen would have been folded. Casper has just been ninjaing his way to this final 5.
Slay Casper. Jorgner, ace-king in the cutoff.
Raise 325,000.
Virtue and ideals give hope and perfect pecs.
Opens to 325,000. Queen Jack for Belea on the button.
Now this is fun because I think Belea, almost as a rule, needs to make this 1,000,000 chips. And Peter Jorgner has the kind of hand that, you know, ooh, nice, okay. Mixing in flat. I like it.
One pass.
Fabrice Bigot has folded the small blind. Casper in the big blind with ace-8. Squeeze spot, question mark?
It's not the greatest.
You can't fold either, though, right?
I mean, I think you need to shove or fold, really. Like, you don't have any, you have little to no fold equity. The range is, so is going to decide to call. I mean, it is only
Eights
one
have
more
been
big
really
blind.
hot today. I'm just going to say that.
That's actually really important.
So we are going 3-way to the flop.
Ocho. Num num.
Ooh, baby.
It is domination rotation in Casper's favor. He has paired his 8.
Front
Gut
shove.
shot for Belea.
Does not
Front shove.
stop and go, yeah.
Bet 600,000.
Whoa. Belea's going to continue here, and that makes the best hand for Casper a weird spot. With 2 overs, drawing to the nuts.
Oh, yeah, this just feels terrible now. You have the best hand, and it does not feel like it.
I mean, this is a very strong bet from Jorgner, and then you're expecting Belea to often have hands like this, which have excellent equity against a hand like ace-8. So even though we can see that Casper has the best hand, and maybe we would have front shoved on the flop, based on this action, which is very unexpected, especially from Jorgner, I don't know if we can put it in.
All 3 players' partners on the rail.
He does pass.
Thank you.
As we see Casper make that fold.
Delano, you are correct. If he goes all in, he has no fold equity. Correct, yes. It's more about thinking if you have the best hand.
Yeah, I mean, it's just getting a showdown. I hope that the partners on the rail can stay friends no matter what happens here.
Check. Check.
Free river. 7. It is always coming 7. Poor Casper.
This is actually a great river card for Belea to bluff at because it fills Jack 10 and it fills all the spade combos. So it's not like you need to pretend you have like a 6 or something, which doesn't make a great deal of sense. It's like all you have to do is pretend you have the one of the 3 straight combos, which would be 10 Jack, Queen Jack, and Queen 10, which you can credibly do, or any of the spade combos. So I think Belea is going to come out firing here, but maybe on
1.2.
yeah, and he just goes half pot.
1,200,000.
And I don't really think that Jorgna can call here. Belea just happens to have one of the few bluffs that he's going to have in this spot. If this was a 7 of diamonds, it would be easier to call because then, King Jack of spades and, Queen 10 of spades would be bluffing. But it is the 7 of spades, and it fills all of those spade combos. The ace 4 of spades and the Queen Jack of spades. But good on Jorgna for at least considering it. The Queen Jacks and the Queen 10s are out there. There's a lot of combos of that hand. Does Jorgna have the Giga Chad call?
No hero call.
Almost.
So, Belea gets it through and is back over 22 million, up to nearly 23 million, more than 150 big blinds.
Weird card to show.
By my calculations, Joe, he has near enough a
Like I'm not
3-to-1 chip
bluffing, yeah,
advantage over the second biggest stack now.
Weird card to show.
Yeah.
He's got damn near as many chips as everyone else combined.
Nice end.
Well, let's hear from Peter Jorgna. We spoke to him before
I'm
we
here
started
with
playing.
my 2 coaches, Mikael Bartov and Peter Kvisthammer, and my girlfriend, Shore Marjay. Mikael and Peter, that I told you about, they got tired of me playing cards instead of playing poker, and they said that if you're going to get good at this, you have to, train properly and, learn poker instead of playing cards. And we set out on a journey, said, okay, we're going to do 1 year, starting with EPT Barcelona, Prague, Paris, and WSOP, to try to see if they could train me properly to put me on a final table in a big tournament. I don't think any one of us thought that it was actually going to happen within a year, but 10 months later, and here we are. And I owe this 100% to Mikael Bartov and Peter Kvisthammer. I would never made it through day one if I played cards or poker the way I played 1 year ago. So this is all thanks to them too, and I'm just super grateful to be here, and I've learned a lot these 6 days playing with some super poker players that are way beyond where I am, but I'm super happy.
The guy who retired at 50 is surprised it took less than a year to make a final table playing poker.
So that is Peter Kvisthammer, the tall guy with the beard and the blue shirt, who is standing next to Peter's partner, Shore Marjay. As we come to hand 17. We bring Nick Walsh into the conversation. Hello, Nick.
Hello. Thank you so much for having me, guys. Very excited to be here last day. Final 5, let's go.
Griffin will be back for the start of the next level as we see chip leader Razvan Belea open under the gun with ace-5. King 7 suited for Bigot in the cutoff.
Remember Bigot being quite deliberate yesterday and is gonna go toe-to-toe with Belea and re-raise.
So the 3-bet from Bigot is $1 million straight. Ace-7 suited for Jorgner in the big blind.
I mean, that's one benefit to 3-betting there. You're gonna clear out some slightly better hands behind you.
Yeah, indeed, a hand that even dominated him here.
And Belea has folded as well. Bigot hovering around the 50 big blind mark. In fact, Delaney, Jorgner, Bigot, 4 big blinds separate them. They're all bunched together. And then you have Casper still nursing that 9 big blind stack.
Is it watching? Is it watching?
Well, we go first to act here with Jack-5, folds. Casper has Ace-6 suited.
All right, Casper, here we go, pal.
Looks like he's gonna play this.
Obviously,
Yeah, I know.
like 3-betting, there's
Yeah, I know. When he jammed I was thinking, like,
There it is.
Announces he's all in, is presented with the red triangle of death, just has to get through the blinds now with Delaney folding the button. Jorgner in the small blind has Ace-King.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. Guys finding so many nice spots late game in this EPT main event.
This might finally be it for Casper.
The reshove from Jorgner. Oh God, imagine if Belea wakes up with aces here.
So true.
Or kings.
Jack-7 off, that's going in the mark.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck, boys.
Good luck, Casper. A domination situation, he
Very
is
light
at
flush.
risk and
I have
behind.
a very light flush draw.
A very live flush draw.
Good luck, guys. Good luck.
Do we want a sweat or no sweat?
Yeah, I'm also okay with no sweat. Let's do 3 clubs. Let's do 3 clubs. No sweat.
Yeah, I told you it was less enjoyable. Huh? No 6. No 6.
Unless Casper gets lucky, we are finally down to 4. A king-high flop, this is going to be very hard to come back from. He is down to less than 1% equity.
King high, no clubs, GG.
And he is drawing dead on the turn. He did some awesome laddering yesterday, but it is finally time to say goodbye to Omri Casper from Estonia, cashing out in 5th place for 317,050 euros.
Very cool run.
The short stack is gone, and that means the shortest stack
Good luck, good luck, good luck.
at this 4-handed final table is 50 big blinds.
Wow, Henry Casper, 5th place. Guys, seriously, what a masterclass in Ultimo ladder skills late game. And that just goes to show you, sometimes patience does pay off. In the game of Texas Hold'em, patience is a very important skill to have.
True.
So Jorgner now has 64 bigs, Delaney 56, Bigot 50. And this is where we thought we'd be, super deep, with 4 players remaining.
We saw a lot of action in the last days. Yesterday, obviously, we were concerned we might not make it to 6. We almost made it to 4, didn't we, at the end of yesterday?
I have like 8.3, 8.4.
And now here we are, extremely deep stacked. I think this is where we see a big slowdown, although these guys are not afraid to get involved in some big pots, as we've seen from this final table here in Paris so far.
22.
So anyone who's interested in the plan for today.
Yeah, I am.
So we're keeping the levels at 90 minutes at the moment. As you may be aware, when we get to 3 players, we normally reduce the levels to 45 minutes, and that will still be the case. I would say there is another caveat in place, which is specific to this location and the regulations and restrictions we're working under. If we get to the end of the next level, which is level 32, and we're still 4-handed, we are going to have to reduce to 60-minute levels.
I'll allow it.
That seems reasonable.
Obviously, with the elimination of Casper, we've got a ladder up. We've got I think the more important factor, though, is the removal of one of the ICM handcuffs.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he was obviously on the ropes there for a while. Although we did see the guy still making the moves, right? With this spot we saw a moment ago where he flops the boat with 8s, and we saw Delani and Bigo still going at it. Obviously managing those stacks very well, though, realizing it's not going to cost them too much of their tournament life to try and make some of those moves, even if they're not working. And so we have a small blind, big blind scenario.
You limp and they say side boards, huh?
Bet on the flop, we'll take it.
You can have some aces, right?
For sure.
So just explain the dynamic here, Nick. If looking at it
I'll
from
fight another day with 6-5.
Jorgner, Delaney, and
I said I
Bigo's
will fight another day
perspective,
with 6-5.
their stacks are practically even. So you're not really waiting
You
for
feel
the other
camera
guy to
anyway.
bust,
Yeah.
right? There's nothing that should be stopping you from
Maybe I
playing
lied,
hands.
maybe I have
Yeah,
to
the
lie.
important dynamic here, guys, and just to give you some context, it goes Belea, 150K, Jorgna, 64, Delaney, 54, and then Bigo, 49. So we have one guy who's literally double the rest of the other stacks, in fact, a little bit more than even the second largest. I think really the dynamic we want to see here is Belea start to really lean into those guys and start to apply the pressure, because they're going to have to duke it out and figure out exactly who is going to, start accumulating chips, whether that be in big pots or small pots, a series of, non-showdown encounters, etc. And the one that starts to pull away will create the dynamic that we've just seen, where there's going to be a shorty. And really, I think this is where having, studied the game very well and plugged a lot of those leaks is going to be really beneficial, because if you can just edge people out now, the dynamic changes greatly, and other players start to do a lot of the hard work for you. They start to punish the short stacks on your behalf, which is fantastic if you're looking for a ladder.
So we've only got 30 minutes on this level, so the blinds are going to go up shortly. But right now, the average stack is 80 big blinds. Would you like to know the last time we had an 80 big blind average at a final table?
Yes.
PCA 2014.
Wow.
Are you saying wow because it's a long time ago, or because you know what that event was?
No, a long time ago, because it was a long time ago.
Tell them the rest.
That final table finished at like 6 a.m.
Okay.
Anyway.
Possible here, and that's why, look, that's why we have to make some adjustments if we need to.
Anyway, guys, interesting hand here developing. Jorgna opened from under the gun here with King 5 suited. Big blind defended. And we see a check and a bet, as you might expect. 900K was the pot. 250K, so a little bit more than 1/4 pot here.
I'm sure we've got a few people watching who were with us for that final table, who remember Mike McDonald trying to wolf down a sandwich because he was so hungry at 4 in the morning.
That final table was one of the worst weeks of my life.
I mean, look, guys, that sigh was not because I am not here for the action and absolutely loving the coverage. That sigh is because you're talking to somebody who plays spin and goes, for God's sakes. This, anything more than 15 minutes of my attention span is shot.
Yeah. Now, I mean, obviously there have been some adjustments over the years. We didn't have the shot clock then. There was no big blind ante in play. Plus, there was no level duration adjustment. And this is all stuff that I think should benefit us.
Is Delaney thinking about leading the turn?
I don't think he's just thinking about it.
He's doing it.
Oh, Nelly. Okay, well, I mean, James, you were asking for, a discrepancy to open up between the the 3 shortest stacks, quote-unquote shortest here, not being that short. This is an opportunity. There's no chance Jorgna is getting away from the straighty flushy draw and the opportunity to still bluff river from position. Oh, it's such a big bet, though. It's like full pot turn. This is so unconventional from Duthie. I mean, actually, I take it back. It's such a chunky bet. I don't know, but
How much was it again?
he's got such a nice draw, though.
It is exactly the size you would have to make it to get this hand to consider
That's
it a fold.
exactly right. I didn't spot how big it was, guys. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there, Joe. It really is a chunky bet. I mean, from what we've seen from Jorgna so far, though, I think he is willing to get mixed in these pots, and I think we probably will see another call from him. But like you said, this is the size you might make it to actually convince him to fold such a strong draw.
Oh, boy.
All right, here we go. Can you imagine if Jorgna just pushed the turn? He's just like, nah, I'm all in, thanks.
I mean, I think us mere mortals would consider raising flop. But it was Jorgna who bet, Duthie who raised. Oh, this is such a sick feeling when you call here and you just brick.
All right, let's see if that Swedish magic is still in the air. Luck of the Swedes. Wow.
That is not a brick.
Barry Greenstein.
Gin.
Of the diamond variety. And Jorgna now has a lock on this. Does Duthie realize that he has to shut down now?
Absolute gin. He does shut down.
So the effective stack here, a little bit more than half of the existing pots.
Nick, is there any way, look, I can see all the cards, right? So I'm not really saying this from any genuine place. But let's say that Duthie, can he rep a full house after the action that's taken place?
No, I think the only way to rep a full house is to shove the river that would always get you paid, right? Especially with SPR being less than 1, right?
Right.
Like a check raise in this river wouldn't make sense because you're like,
No,
oh,
I don't mean now. I mean
if
if he had just shoved, yeah, instead of checking.
Oh, on the river, yeah.
Do you ever get a flush to fold?
Oh, I don't know. I think given the action, your opponent's going to have plenty of ace jack, ace queen, queens, jacks, aces.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Oh, another little dance.
Loving the dance. By the way, I don't know whether you've noticed.
It's showtime.
Peter Jorgna has more than one Rolex Yachtmaster 2 because yesterday he was wearing a solid gold Yachtmaster. Today we have a two-tone. It's the Yachtmaster 2 in oyster steel and rose gold.
Wow. Good shout. Do you think
I hadn't noticed.
Take a look at the chip counts really quick, guys. Belea still our chip leader with 150 bigs. After James's mention of how evenly stacked the other 3 players were, Jorgna now up to 87, and Brian Duthie now our shortest stack down to 30 bigs. So actually a pretty big shift in power dynamic just in that one pot alone.
Clearly, Mr. Jorgna has a decent collection if he can have 2 different color Rolex Yachtmaster 2s. And of course, on day 4, a few people misidentified his watch as a Richard Mille, but Nick will back me up. I correctly identified that it was an Hublot.
Yeah, nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
A Hublot?
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything. I leave that commentary to Nico Leonard.
It's a Hublot, not a Hublot. All right, so we're on to the next hand. This is hand number 21 of our final day of coverage here in Paris. Pico opens with the old 9-6 suiting Jorgner's got a nice hand in the big blind to defend, though. We are playing very short-handed. Remember, guys, these ranges are going to get much wider the shorter-handed we become.
Ace 5-4 with 2 diamonds. Is Jorgner going to make a diamond flush again?
Are there diamonds in the Yachtmaster?
No.
I don't think so, unless you put them there yourself.
Oh, no. Don't even go there.
I'm glad somebody got the Stormzy reference. Thank you, Amiba. I appreciate you. Does Jorgner ever not have a combination draw with a king-high flush draw?
Pretty consistent the last few hands, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, if he keeps going this way, we're going to see Jorgner really pull out here. 2 checks. Pico loves to check in position. He loves the delayed c-bet. Really plays these pots in interesting ways, and it just works for him. He's so good. And that is a pair now for Jorgner to go with his FD and SD.
Got it locked up either way. Not even sure what a scare card would be.
Ismadal in YouTube chat says, Jorgner, King of Diamonds. Absolutely, look at him.
Oh, that's a good title for him.
Yeah, I think that could be a cool working title moving forward. Peter Jorgner, the King of Diamonds.
So action goes check, check, and now he rivers trips, and I really hope Bigot does not try and make some elaborate, ill-advised, ill-timed bluff on this river.
I'm with you, but I feel like the line would not make any sense. And therefore, Bigot will not do it.
Well, Jorgner's won a couple of big pots that have separated him from the rest of the pack. He's narrowed the gap with Belea. Jorgner now playing close to 14 million chips, more than 90 big blinds. Bigot has dropped below the 50 big blind mark. Delaney's hovering around 30 bigs, and the blinds will be going up in 22 minutes.
Somebody singing the Pink Panther.
Well, we are in the home country of Inspector Clouseau.
Oh, guys, I love the short-handed play. So much fun. Really got to get in the mix with a wide range. It just really starts to put, you know, inexperienced players in the blender, although everybody here playing very solid, so still a lot of fun to watch. Delaney's going to play his button. Queen 9 seems like a perfectly reasonable open from the button.
Belea is going to defend. Biggest stack versus shortest stack.
Jack 7-3 on the flop.
Delaney, I was going to ask to change with. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Delaney manages to take that one down with a bet on the flop. And I feel like we could be in for a long road of these sorts of hands.
Yeah.
People playing pretty wide. Delaney opening ace-5. Jordan folds. Pocket sixes for Belea. And just calls out of the small blind. And we go with ace-8. Getting a very decent price.
I love these multi-way pots, but there's always the possibility you might just try and steal some chips pre.
$9.50.
And that's what he's going to do. The squeeze from
Squeeze
Bigot.
play. Yeah, absolutely. 950, just shy of 1 milli. I love it, a squeeze. Also, great spot to pick here, too, because Delaney's only got 32 bigs behind. He has to decide whether or not he's going to commit it or fold, basically.
Yeah.
It's, you know, like a fifth of his stack, something like that, a little bit less. I think flatting is out of the question. He might use the ace-5 as a 4-bet bluff, though. It's not sourdough suited, though. That's the problem. Ace-5 suited might be the jam there. Ace-5 off, he might opt just for the fold. We do have some big pay jumps here, of course, so he's going to play it safe. I mean, when you're playing somebody as good as Bigot, honestly, it's not that outrageous because he will fold better aces as well as, you know, complete bluffs, some king combos, and, you know, ace-8, ace-9, maybe a hand even as strong as ace-10 he might put in the men, maybe even ace-jack, honestly. In any case, we're going to the flop.
Not sixes, though.
All right.
King, queen, jack. That's what we used to call back in the day a razor's board.
A razor's board.
I think now you call it a range advantage.
Is a razor's board like a razor's crest?
If it's spelled R-A-I-S-E-R, then yes.
In this case, obviously, a decent board for Bigot to just put in a continue if he wants. He's going to get tons of folds from these exact kinds of combos. If Belea has sixes, he'll probably still have, you know, a lot of smaller pocket pairs. Which obviously, with that stack, he can afford to call and try and flop sets and stack people. A lot of the value with those small pocket pairs is, of course, making sets on flops. 2.375 in a big 3-bet pot. He can go really small here, and he'll get mountains of folds. I think, like, you know, a quarter would be acceptable.
Small, yeah.
Yep, something like 500K sounds great to me.
Less than a quarter.
You know, it's funny, every time we're in the box, every time I'm in the booth with Sam, and I always go, he could go real small here, something like a quarter. Sam's response is almost always, even smaller. You know, and that's exactly what you need to keep in mind, that you do have a big scope. You don't always need to be attached to the bet buttons that you might be using online that's already, you know, you've already set up. Remind yourself that in some cases you can go even smaller and have the same effect.
Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Belea.
What was the line? He check raised to 2.5?
Bombs it.
Let's go.
And gets ace-8 to fold. Granted, sixes were the best hand, but still.
That you said, I called.
Yikes.
I said it's okay, I fold.
I mean, that was fairly savage,
like
Joe
5.7,
Stapleton.
right?
Fairly savage, sir. Well played to Belea.
The year of Romania is
okay. I have 4.9.
rushing it right now.
I don't have 4
And in
points.
just a few hands, we've seen what was one big stack and a bunch of stacks all sitting around the same stack depth. Fabrice Bigot down to 36 bigs. Brian Delaney down to 30. Jorgna and Belea just putting him in the gutter right now. Still plenty of playable stacks, though, as we go into hand number 24. Really flexing there. The check raise with the 6 is so inspired, honestly. Didn't have to put in that many chips either, Joe. That's what I love about that. The continue was teeny. The raise on flop was also very teeny. Still enough to get it done, and that's a huge pot going to Belea.
Massive.
Yeah.
And that leaves Fabrice Bigot below Jorgna by a considerable margin. Fabrice in the 30-some-odd big blind range.
Here we are on the button now. Fabrice Bigot, 36 big blinds, king, queen. Obviously, hand he's going to be playing here for show. Probably something like 300K. There it is, 300 to go. Oh, wow, Delaney here now. Actually covered by Fabrice here. So effective stack is about 29 big blinds. Brian Delaney having about that amount. Does he ever use the queen 10 suited as a 3-bet or an all-in? There it is. There is the all-in.
Oh, boy.
Yep, queen 10 suited very frequently being played aggressively from these stack depths in the small blind facing a button open.
Jorgna out.
There's a very good chance he might convince Bigot to fold a hand stronger than queen 10. King queen currently dominating. I think if this was strictly chippy V, Joe, this is a raise call with king queen.
Yeah.
If we're looking at ICM, though, honestly, this gets really, really murky. And you got to know that your opponent is strong enough to be shoving hands like queen 10 suited in the first place. Some players would just always have a strong hand here, and you're just always going to not really be in great shape. The thing is, he can still be shoving pretty much any pocket pair. He
Does
can, as a short stack, he can still have deuces, 2 jacks, and you're all flipping with that.
Does it matter that Bigot isn't covered, or is it so close that it doesn't matter? You might as well be out anyway.
I think the fact that you'll still remain in the tournament does have some value, but because it's such a big chunk and it's going to cripple you, it's still effectively for, you know, 80% of your tournament life or whatever.
And this feels like a less difficult fold offsuit than it would be if it were suited.
Yeah, very, very good move there. Getting a much stronger hand to fold. The power of the 3-bet jam.
Looks like Delaney's got a rail too.
Against you, I'm calling.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What was it?
Delaney and Bigot more or less dead even now at 34 big blinds.
I showed or shoved. If you showed. No, I didn't show.
Things are getting a little more serious down there.
I can take some.
No, they will chip up. No worries. At the break, I think it's chip up. No?
Extra folds around to Jorgna. Jack 6 suited in the small blind.
Friendly pot.
And Belea is going to check his option after Jorgna limps in. And Belea hits his live 4 domination rotation. 1 heart out there for Jorgna. Someone on YouTube asked why the started pot are always 400K. That's because of the blinds and antes. So the small blind's 100,000, the big blind's 150,000. That makes 250,000, and the big blind ante is 150,000. Add it all together, that's 400,000 to start the hand. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, well said. Was this check back call on the flop? Wow. Okay. Jorgna not afraid to get freaky with the jack high. Belea's got showdown. Probably a little bit confused that Jorgna wouldn't have just gone ahead and bet the 10 right on the flop if he had it. Not impossible for him to have a trap, of course, but still the best hand on the river. I think probably when it goes check, bet, call, he might be concerned that Jorgna has a better 4 than him. Obviously, he's got kicker problems with the 6 of clubs in Belea's hand. Does Jorgna turn his hand into a bluff, having floated, though? Checks, quick check, and the 4 will take it. The way that Jorgna announces jack high there, Joe, makes me think that he was literally check calling to try and get to showdown with jack high.
Yeah.
Which I think blind v blind isn't the craziest thing I've ever seen, but usually I think that's more of a queen high game. That's more of a queen high, king high, ace high situation where you want to check call there.
I mean, seems like Jorgna's had a pretty good life. Maybe he expects jack high to be good there sometimes, you know?
Manifesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you've defied the odds everywhere else, why not have jack high be good there?
Big fan of Jorgna. Like, love to see more of him in future EPTs. Okay, kings for Delaney. He's under the gun, which of course, guys, is still the cutoff. Just remember that. It says UTG, but we are in the cutoff directly to the right of the dealer button.
Here we go. Sick cooler alert. Delaney, the effective stack between these two, but still some action to go after the 3-bet from Jorgna to $1 million.
Yeah, we might see the chips go in the middle here, guys. Delaney's only got about 32 big blinds behind, so about 34 to start the hand. Honestly, getting away from 10s here is very, very dicey. It's just whether or not Delaney wants to play this slow or if he wants to play it fast. There's no chance he's getting away from kings here pre-flop, of course. So Delaney's total stack was about 5 million. Jorgna's raised to $1 million. So I think a flat is completely reasonable here to try and get max value. You're not going to struggle to get the chips in on later streets if there's already 2 million in the middle and you've got 5 behind. Very, very easy with a few less than pot size bets to get it in.
That is committing.
So if he does have a 4-bet, I expect it to be like 2.5, 2.5, something like that.
1,750,000.
Even smaller. 1,750,000. Very, very small 4 bets.
Almost the very definition of a clickback.
Yep, almost exactly that. We knew it was going to be small. He went real small.
So if you're Jorgna, how do you win here? How do you win this pot? Do you fold? Is that the win?
I think in order to win this pot, you have to hit a 10, Joe.
Do you call or do you just ship it?
If it was me, given this field, I'm probably going to get the chips in the middle. But honestly, I really don't know what the optimal play is here, given the ICM implications. Jordan,
This feels like you're crushed with 10s.
He's all in.
There's the all in.
Yep. I think I'm getting this all in too. I kind of feel for Jorgna. It's an unlucky setup here. It doesn't look happy.
This is an important one to hold. We have kings. Yeah.
Huge spot for Delaney.
Kings plus 10s.
Let's go 10, no?
Pretty important one.
For Delaney against like 10s.
Just the house.
Strong beard game in the on the rail here.
We're just hoping for 10.
Hi guys.
Oh my god, I'm running like...
Delaney is covered, but a big, big favorite to survive and double up. Flop is ace, jack, 4, 2 hearts.
He just needs a 10.
T'inquiète, toutes les pockets et tout, c'est pas mal, je pense.
Just no 10.
Delaney anti-sweating the 10 with all of his
I'm
might.
cute, but he's cuter now. Yep.
Another
That's a
ace
good
on the
turn.
turn.
Needs a 10 and a 10 only.
That's right, no extra
Steve,
outs.
how much your heart beating, Steve? How fast your heart beating? You relax? That's gonna be a nice free of spades.
River card is a king. Trip kings for Delaney. Full house in the end.
Well, that changes the dynamic substantially, especially when everyone was saying, we're set for a Belea. Jorgna heads up, and now it's Delaney who moves over the 10 million mark. Delaney who moves into second place on the leaderboard. Jorgna drops down to 53 big blinds. A very comfortable deep stack, nothing to panic about. And should highlight, Belea with like nearly 25 million still has better than a 2-to-1 advantage over Delaney. Not much separates Delaney and Jorgna, but Fabrice Bigot is hovering around the 30 big blind mark.
Yeah, no longer has any company down in the 30 big blind range.
Yeah. Decent amount of separation between all 4 players now.
That's a big all-in.
And of course, when one can see all the whole cards, Nick, it's very easy to assert you should never jam with 10s there. In
I can imagine.
not knowing your opponent's whole cards, how do you feel about the shove with 10s?
I mean, listen, you're playing four-handed poker, and the ranges are very wide, and these guys are very capable of making bluffs pre-flop and post. If I was in Jorgna's spot, I think I'm getting those 10s in as well. It's just such a strong combination. You have him covered for his tournament life. You know, come on. Let's be real. Let's be real. I think he's probably done the right thing there, but would love to analyze some of this stuff after it's all over.
Well, we are coming towards the end of this level. This could be the last hand of the session. Just 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. As Bigot completes in the small, Delaney with the option in the big. King 4 of diamonds. Checks.
I didn't see 200.
And we have a queen 5-4 flop. So bottom pair for Delaney, top 2 for Bigot.
Bigot hits this board so hard. Queen of clubs for the backdoor extra flush draw equity.
There you go, another little tiny bet.
think technically Delaney's supposed to call at least once here.
Yeah, he's gonna get bottom pair to come along, probably.
You got a really strong bottom pair here, and it's just, I don't know, if you're folding here, you're just gonna get blasted off way too many pots. Your opponent can basically limp c-bet any flop and just insta profit, so you need to be calling. Ace of spades, no change on the turn.
It's bad enough you'd be folding all the hands that you've missed and are ahead, let alone one where you've connected.
You're right, exactly. It's hard to make a pair in Texas Hold'em.
Please give the game its full name, Nick. It is No Limit Texas Hold'em.
Sorry, guys. You'd think after all these years of commentary, I would have figured that out by now.
Because you hold them cards.
Yeah, the hold cards.
50.
Second bow.
Gets me every time.
250 into 750.
It does get me every time, too.
2 barrels.
And Delaney calling again with just a 4.
I think perhaps you're being a bit ouch on Delaney.
He won't be pushed around.
Well, we now have a straighty flushy board. Confirm this will be the last hand of the level. We have ticked into the break.
Check.
As it goes check, check, and we go wins the last hand of the session. Chips up to just over 35 bigs. Although saying that, the blinds will now be raised. And Bigo actually has fewer than 30 bigs because the next blind level is 100,000, 200,000 with a 200K big blind ante. And worth highlighting that the next level will be 90 minutes. And then when we get to the end of that level, if we're at 3 players, 45 minutes. If we're still at 4, 60 minutes. So we are going to start adjusting blind levels later on this afternoon. But for now, the next blind level, level 32, will still be a full hour and a half. Before that, we take a break and we check on the stacks of our 4 finalists. Belea well ahead with 123 big blinds, 50 bigs for Delaney, just shy of 40 for Jorgner, 27 bigs for Bigo, and more action on the other side of this break. It's the Paris leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Final table day in the French capital. More action just 17 minutes away.
Trond has checked.
Trond might be my favorite name. It's like a name like they'd have in a video game. Designed by people who don't know what first names are.
Like a Street Fighter character or something?
Trond McNary.
Well, Trond's hand is still best. Looks like he's going for raise on the flop. That's Macera's chips.
Yeah,
that is a 3-bet.
And I don't think that there was much editing there in post. I do think that Macera's response there was almost instant.
And I definitely think this is the strategic era of, well, if he had a 5, why would he ever raise the flop, right? Whereas these days, if you have a 5, okay, 6 is laying down, but Ace-8 gets it through. And this could be one of those from Trond where it's like going to raise, see where he's at, right? 5-5-7. Hand needs to be protected against those high cards. He's going to raise to see where he's at. Then Macera's moves all in and he thinks he's behind. But actually, another situation, as we've seen quite a lot in these early EPTs, where he's laying down the best hand to get to the reblock.
If you have a 5 on left, if you have a 5, he take you to the candy shop. Make you lick the lollipop.
Oh my God.
Oh, I do enjoy having Mark Teltra on a feature table.
It's offensive, but only because of diabetes.
Take you to the candy shop. Make you lick the lollipop.
Action on over to Davide Katai, who honestly doesn't look all that different.
Timeless.
Timeless. That's a nice way of putting it.
Who calls?
He's going to limp in with 8-6 of diamonds. King, queen of diamonds for Trond.
Tron calls 5,000 more from the small blind. Option
Who
for
just
Patrick.
calls from the small blind. Given some of the aggression we've seen from him, a little bit surprised not to see the repop, as they say.
Trond trapping. No repop, no pop to begin with. 5 tray.
Clubs.
1 diamond.
Well, Katai will actually be pretty happy with this flop once he limps.
Players check the flop.
I would very much expect him to have bet on this flop with the backdoor equity at just 8 high. You can't really take 8 high to showdown, right, Joe? You need to fold out some better hands here, really.
Well, we do have a legitimate diamond draw for 2 players after the repeat 5.
Tron, that's 25,000.
Now Tron's getting aggressive. He does have the best hand.
Bruel with just the jack 4, 1 player bet, 1 still to act. He folds. And back to Katai, who does pick up that flush draw. Of course, we can see that it is a dominated flush draw. His hand is never going to be ahead. He just lays it down.
Wow.
Here's the thing, right? If you can limp in 8-6, I think once you flop reasonable like backdoor wraparound equity, you know, he can go either way with a straight. He can go, you know, he has potentially 2 overcards as well and diamonds. I think he should probably be stabbing the board. And certainly if you turn a flush draw, you might have to do something other than fold. Otherwise, your limp pre-flop becomes a little redundant, right? Like, what's your game plan?
I hope you noticed, Joe, that we're now at your favorite blind level, 5,000, 10,000, especially in an era where we didn't have graphics to do the big blind dividing.
I did notice. I just wasn't going to say anything so I could impress everybody with just knowing how many big blinds everyone had.
I think you're right.
I mean, we're still not seeing stack sizes, so it makes it a little bit tougher.
The action is folded to Tron.
Trond. Sprague, you used to watch Nathan For You, right?
Nathan Free?
Nathan For You?
Tron raises.
No. Oh, no. But I'm aware of it. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I've seen a bit of it. Bits of it.
He looks like a... Again, that was on Nathan For You. Doesn't matter. Moving on.
Folds a small blind.
And this looks like it's going to be Eidsvig versus Junglin. Tron is open with Queen Jack. Adam with Ace 10.
You know, I've heard for years about this Junglin man. I had no idea this was him. This is the guy that had the big bet with Durr?
Yeah, I believe so.
Adam re-raises to 110,000.
Didn't he do some pseudo porn video recently?
Yeah. Yeah, I never watched it because I don't really, not into that kind of thing. But
No, I didn't stay clear of that filth, but.
There he is, the mysterious Junglin man.
Absolute state of Chris Moneymaker over the shoulder. Absolute. It's horrible. Why do they make us look at it?
But do you imagine what the conversations were like in the marketing department at Stars? We need a really good shot of Chris Moneymaker for the banners on our live events. This is the best we have. Is there anything you can do in Photoshop? Anything you can do? We can kind of give it a slight red tint.
This is the same like media selection that leads to Lex Valdez looking like he's in the Backstreet Boys. That picture of him in the white shirt and the white background with his head in his hands. That's what gives us these legendary images.
The only thing better than that image is how much Lex hates it.
Oh, despises it. Well, this is a 4-bet from Queen Jack going one-on-one with the Junglin man. And here we go again, another instance of that big sizing pre-flop, right? So I think he invested 100K or upwards of 100K, has 200K back. So it's just a huge committal on any of these like light decisions, which puts you in an awkward spot. Nowadays, you'd 3-bet smaller, you get 4-bet, you got an easy fold, you're probably dominated. Here we can see that he's not, but most of the time he would be. I think if you're going to 3-bet this hand, it's with the intention of folding to a jam. But now that he's invested 100K, decision becomes closer. Because what if your opponent's jamming nines? What if your opponent's jamming eights, or like rebluffing queen jack?
It becomes a full 3 units of HTC closer.
I have no idea what he's going to do.
I don't think he does either.
But I think that's the thing. I don't think he knows what is correct to do, given the price that that he's getting. And if these cards are different, we could see this as an absolute disaster, right? How easy is it a 4-bet to be up against ace queen, ace king, aces, kings, queens, and dominated? But he's calling it off. He's getting away with it. He's in ahead.
So Jungler Man is all in and at risk. He is ahead with ace 10 against queen jack.
Great call, but Adam is still only about a 60-40 favorite, maybe a little less.
Thanks, Greg.
Clubs, 8 of spades, ace of clubs.
Greg, very excited by that flop.
Spades, that doesn't change anything. Tron still needs a 10 to make a straight. Otherwise, Adam is going to double up and win a huge pot.
Thank you, Greg Raymer.
6 of clubs on the river.
That's the double up for Jungler Man.
600,000 chips in it, over 600,000.
Complimented by Mark Telcher for making an excellent call. So a reminder at this stage, 2 tables remain. Playing down to the final table of 8, who will compete for a first prize of 1.17 million euros.
I think there was a hair on his cards right then.
You. Mika Parsonen opening here with pocket eights. Raises to 35,000. So that's 3.5x the big blind.
Yeah, certainly a little bigger than we would expect these days. And that's why you see so many of these light 3-bets getting into awkward situations. But, maybe that's just the style. I mean, obviously it is the style of this era of, like, there's a lot of pre-flop aggression. And then given the sizes, you kind of have to call off. So maybe, given the way everybody else is playing, maybe it's okay to 3-bet get in ace-10, right? Maybe that's, just the nature of the way the game's playing. Maybe there's so much 3-betting and 4-betting and 5-betting that these days, whilst people would consider ICM as well with ladders and things, but with the sizes and the aggression, maybe 3-bet calling ace-10 becomes fine.
Our flop is 5 of clubs, ace of spades, jack of diamonds. Mika checks. Adam checks. Turn card is the 7 of clubs. Mika checks.
So the hand checked twice now by Parsonen. I think if I'm Adam Jungler, I'm starting to think that my opponent is unlikely to have an ace. And it might be time to start bluffing. It sucks, even though he has the nut no pair. If you give a hand a name, it makes it sound better than it is. But he can still fold out a hand like this, 8s, 6s, 5, like a 5. If his opponent raises something like 5-6 suited. So I don't think he has quite enough showdown value to want to check behind. I like the fact that he started to bluff. Let's say that Parsonen does get here with pocket 3s that raise and don't like the board. He's going to get a pretty swift fold, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and I think the large raise size pre-flop is kind of indicative of the type of hands that Parsonen has. I don't think you're making it
Mika
that big
55,000. We're going to see the river card.
Your ace kings and ace queens. I think you're going to do it with maybe your bad aces. You're going to do it with pocket pairs.
Hearts on the river.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think it would be, hands that aren't really keen to see a flop. Something like 8s, right? Exactly. Something that's trying just to win pre-flop. And I think if you're going to bet the turn as a bluff, you kind of have to follow through on the river. Your opponent is going to get here with 8s. They are going to get here with a jack. Something like jack 10 suited is feeling pretty uncomfortable at this point. The only thing working against you is whether Parsonen thinks that Jungler would bet all of his aces on the flop. If he doesn't credit him with being able to check back an ace on the flop, then what does he have here? Right? He's probably just checking back a 7 on the turn, trying to show it down, so he can't really represent trips. If he doesn't check back any aces on the flop, he doesn't really have an ace ever.
What about hands like king jack and queen jack?
I definitely think those are possible. We saw Jungler check back twice with queens before in value bet thin, so he could have been value betting a jack, which you know, it's even more reason for the ace not to be too happy. But Casper makes a really big call here, a really, really big call here.
Tell you what, we're seeing some really good play in these late stages of this event.
480,000 chips in it. 480,000.
Parlofis with Queen 8 here. He calls.
Ah, limps in, okay.
Dimov has 8-10 of hearts.
Yeah, just go ahead and touch the chips again with that hand.
He checks his option. A 9-7 deuce flop, so Dimov's up and down. Parlofis ahead for now with Queen high. He bets 200k.
He seems kind of frustrated.
Quick call from Dimov. A 6 on the turn. That's the straight for Dimov.
Remember before when I was saying Danny Parlofis is running good? Well, now he's running really, really bad.
Action goes check, check. Oh no, a 5 on the river. Parlofis now with the dummy end of the straight.
He is running worse than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
I'll take your word for it.
Bad. Really, really bad.
Wow. Look at this. Dimov makes a huge overbet. There was 680,000 in the middle. He's bet 1.2 million.
I mean, Dimov has literally the only hand that Parlofis is losing to. I do not see him folding here. If he folds here, actually, I will take my shirt off and run around the building.
Most of the time, they're going to be chopping.
How good can you run? Around the building with my shirt off? Better than the family from Honey Boo Boo.
He's folded!
All right, well, James, if you can verify.
The shirt is coming off in honor of Danny Parlofis, who just made an incredible fold. Loudon is all in. He shoved over the top of Vasily Fursau's virtual all in.
Loudon in for just under 25 bigs.
Steve O'Dwyer's got 9s.
All in.
Wow. He reshoves.
Wow. You got queens?
Fursau is committed. He has to call.
Only getting about 73 to 1.
Cool.
O'Dwyer's got them both covered. 2 players at risk here.
Oh, don't show ace something.
Sizable side pot.
I'm sorry, but I'm rooting for Steve.
Steve is also rooting for Steve. He's got excellent equity 3 ways. And this could be a double elimination to get us down to the final 8.
How can you have a 9s going?
Johnny Loudon somehow eked past the teens, but again, he's got a real shot at missing this final table.
Johnny needs to hit an ace or a queen. Fursau needs to hit an ace and a 5.
Wow.
But there's a 9 on the flop, and that pretty much seals the fate of Johnny Loudon and Vasily Fursau.
It's over, Johnny. It's over. Mercier off to share the good news.
We're done, guys.
Really? Final table.
Done.
You did not?
No, not me. O'Dwyer.
There's 2 people gone though, really?
I mean, unless they catch runners.
Every time.
Loudon's so sick of bubbling final tables.
Oh.
Dude, that is a runner. The aces can make a straight now.
A 3 on the river, and it is a chop!
No way.
Jinx.
What happened? All right, never mind.
Do we have 9 or 10?
It was 9s against ace queen, ace 5. It came 9-5 deuce, and then 3-4.
So the ace, both aces split?
Chop, yeah.
Oh,
So
cool.
Still 10 left.
Oh, wow, awesome.
Sorry, I spoke too soon.
You certainly did. Oh my God, bro.
Yo, is that real? What the hell?
207.
Take control of the...
I get 204 and he got 203.
You guys are witnessing the sickest hand in EPT history, probably. You know, I have a mathematical brain. When I see 99%, I assume it's gonna win.
Not that mathematical, Jason. O'Dwyer was only 98%.
I didn't expect that one.
Welcome Welcome back to Paris and the 2023 season of the European Poker Tour. It's the first ever EPT Paris main event in partnership with the Club Barrier, and we are at the final table with 4 players remaining. Starting field here in the French capital, 1,606. Now we're down to 4. Fabrice Bigot is the shortest stack right now, just shy of 30 bigs. Peter Jorgner from Sweden has nearly 40 bigs. Brian Delaney, 50 big blinds exactly. And chip leader Razvan Belea well ahead of the rest of the field with a 123 big blind stack, 24.6 million. Blinds going to 100,000, 200,000 with a 200k big blind ante. This will be level 32 of the main event. It's James Hartigan with Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And of course, Nick, we now reach the point where the prize money they're playing for and the jumps in the prize money with every elimination are ridiculously big. Everyone's now locked up 412k following the bust out of Henri Casper, but you can ladder up to 535,000 if you can make it one more spot. 780k for the runner-up, and up top 1,170,000 euros. And of course, whoever takes this down will be the first ever EPT Paris main event champion. And again, I know we've said it multiple times, no deals allowed under French gaming law. They're playing for these payouts.
Yep, they got to play it just like that, and that will obviously be weighing heavy on their minds. These decisions, very important, huge moments to merit chips and therefore higher equity in this big prize pool.
And they're not shying away from getting involved in big pots. We saw some decent action during the first 90 minutes of the day. No reason to expect that they will slow down. And I guess interesting to see how Razvan Belea elects to play with that huge chip lead.
Yeah, and with people playing back at him like that, I think probably it's not as easy for him just to run this table over like we sometimes see.
Looks like the players have returned from their first break of the day, and they are ready to resume. This will be a 90-minute blind level.
I'll tell you in a minute. After
Blind levels will be shortened after this. If we're still at 4 players, 60 minutes. If we're at 3 players, 45 minutes.
Yep.
I said all this already.
All right, guys, let's get back to it. Final 4, EPT Paris 2023. Let's get to it. Blinds 100K, 200K with a 200K ante. I know you mentioned about the much deeper average stack, the likes of which we haven't seen since 2014. But if the players keep playing like this, I think that there's probably going to be more eliminations, more action than perhaps we might have seen in 2014.
Yeah, I think you're right, Nick. It's that they have not been playing cautiously.
Right.
I have like 5 point something.
And there will come a point, inevitably, when the blinds will catch up with them, and that it will then force the action.
For now. Sorry? For now.
Short-handed poker is where it really happens. 10-4 off, trade deuce off. These are the hands we want to see them play, James. These are the hands where you can actually legit have leaks. These are the hands that you very rarely are forced to play, but here we are. 10-4 currently in front. Still in front on the flop. 8, ace, 9, rainbow.
And with 10 high, which is the best hand, Delaney bets and wins the pot.
John Delano in the chat reminding us of the dirty diaper, the tray deuce.
So interestingly, not everyone at this final table a professional poker player.
Oh, even with the white chips, you want a discount, huh?
Peter Jorgner, a retired entrepreneur, moved out to Marbella from Stockholm once he sold his fintech business and has been playing poker over the last year with the help of his coach, Peter Kvisthammer. And the journey began in Barcelona last summer and will continue through this year. And to make an EPT final table is obviously a huge accomplishment, and still in contention to win an EPT trophy. The other 3 players pretty accomplished in both the live and online world. I say that. Fabrice Bigot, Razvan Belea have some decent online and live results. Brian Delaney, until now, no live results purely an online player. BDel123 on Stars, specializes in PLO cash games, and is playing his first ever EPT event here in Paris. And here he is in the top 4. Delaney and Belea go to a King Jack 6 flop. Belea flopping best, top pair.
Check. Bet 350,000.
350K from Delaney with the spraggy A7 offsuit.
Close to 10.
350?
That is a check raise, James. I really like this too. When you have your really strong top pairs, you do want to check raise occasionally. And obviously, you're still flatting with some top pairs as well. But when you have like the queen kicker here, maybe obviously the 2-pair top 2 would be a check raise some of the time as well. You really want to be putting more chips in the pot. And in these shorter-handed situations, you know, that can really lead to some big results. But you don't always want to be flatting with your top pairs. Otherwise, it's a little bit more unbalanced. You want to have some check raises there. And king-queen seems like a very natural one.
As I like to call it, check and raise. Still surprises me that, I mean, okay, in the grand scheme of things, it was 20 years ago, but it still feels like it shouldn't have been a thing in 2003, 2004, that there were kind of signs in all the card rooms in Vegas, check and raise is allowed, making it clear that it was an okay move, because for many places it was considered to be poor etiquette. It wasn't considered to be a tactic, a tool you could use in the game.
Sure, and I think maybe that was a symptom of the fact that this was a limit game for the longest time, and convincing a lot of the old boys to play no limit hold'em. You know, we had to make some concessions. You know, we had to be like, all right, we're not going to do anything too wild. I'm not going to check raise you, John. Don't worry about that. That's a roll. All right, I think it folded around to Bigot here.
So Bigot is the shortest stack right now, but it's not short stack. 27 big blinds. We highlighted the difference in prize money at the start of this session. What is it? An additional 123,000 you'll get jumping from 4th to 3rd.
Yeah, very sizable pay jump there. This is where it really counts. Final 4, just absolutely massive pay jumps. And as James already said, need to play for the advertised payouts. No deals made as a result of French law. Belea is going to play his button. And Delaney, with a very defendable hand in the big blind, makes the call.
So Belea versus Delaney going to the flop. And that flop is 10-8-8. King high still ahead. Gut shot for Delaney.
Interesting one here for sure. I think Belea can mix in a little bit of checking and a little bit of betting. I think betting these dry textures wins you a lot of chips generally, so people tend to lean more towards the bet. If you're playing against really accomplished players, though, James, who might check raise you with combos like 6-7 here, maybe a combo like Queen-Jack, maybe a combo like 9-Jack, maybe even a combination like, you know, you've got sort of like 2 over cards and like a backdoor hard draw, backdoor diamond draw, something like that. Honestly, not completely unreasonable. So you got to be careful. You want to mix a little bit of both here when you've got showdown with the king high and a very dry texture. Fires C-bet, makes the call, of course, with the 2 overs in the gutter. And there is the gutter ball. 9 of diamonds gives Delaney the straight.
Boom. Belea slows down on the turn, checks it back. 3 of hearts on the river.
Yep, Got to make a bet here. I think if I'm Delaney, you want to go small because you still want to convince him to call with some high cards here. King high, ace high might find the hero once in a while. Not as often with the 9 of diamonds because, of course, there's plenty of straight draws that contain the 9 that will now give him the best hand. Might be thinking about putting in like a little sort of blocker bet size here, which not only merits wider calls from high cards, but also might convince him to put in a raise, might induce a raise as a bluff from Belea. So 1.85 in the middle. Looks like he went on the bigger size here.
Those are the 100K chips. So it's a bet of
Oh,
2.6.
wow.
It's an over bet.
That's the other way.
Delaney, and now it's up to Belea whether to make a king high hero call.
Honestly, I think this is absolutely beautiful as well, right? Like you can think about it from the perspective of if I look really weak, I might get some weaker calls, or if I go really, really, really big here, I can polarize and convince my opponents to make an even wider call for more chips. So definitely went the other way with that huge size.
So today is the final day of the EPT Paris Festival here in the French capital. It's also the final day of the mini EPT Paris online series. Just 3 more low buy and MTTs to come. The first starts in 9 minutes. It is a $3.30 deep stack. But I think the most enticing and most exciting of today's events, Nick, happens at 6:15 CET, because that is the mini EPT Paris main event. And that is going to award an EPT Monte Carlo package to the winner. And already 1,900 players have registered for a $5.50 tournament that's starting at 6:15 this evening. The series concludes tonight at 8:15 local time with a $1.10 hyper freeze out.
If you guys want to join us in Monte Carlo, that's a great way to get in and win a few bucks along the way too. And of course, we've already said it'd be so cool to get one of our qualifiers from one of those small tournaments on a featured table at some point.
If you win a satellite ticket in a mini EPT series, if you then go on to qualify, let us know. If you win that Monte Carlo package and you're coming to the Riviera at the end of April, beginning of May, to play an EPT main event, let us know.
Yeah, guys, absolutely let us know. I'm going to drop my details in the chat as well. If you guys ever are in a circumstance such as that, hit me up on any one of those platforms. Let us know what the situation is, and we will make a story of it. Or we can just hang out, have a beer. That's cool, too. So Bigot here on the button decides to raise, and is defended by Jorgna's suited queen.
Oh, he raised the 5. Oh, he raised the 5 pocket sixes.
Absolutely beautiful flop here for Bigot. Definitely wouldn't mind some action with top pair, top kicker, and clubs. I'm not sure if Jorgna has enough to continue for any size, though, really.
Obviously, I have to follow our conversation about mini EPT Paris with the caveat that it is not available in all territories. As Jorgna faces a bet of 500,000. Quince asks on Twitch, any reason why in Paris so many people played the main? Why such a big turnout? I'll give you 2 reasons. The first is people like it when we go somewhere new with the EPT. We've got some established destinations like Barcelona, Monte Carlo, what I like to call the tentpoles of the tour.
Sure.
And then every now and then we'll add a new city. And some of those places people want to come and check out, but Paris is a place where, like, oh, if I can combine playing an EPT with seeing one of the world's greatest cities, I mean, Paris has a lot of appeal to a lot of people. So number one is, I genuinely believe a lot of people made the trip from abroad to play this. The second point is we know that there is a huge appetite for live poker in France. We know because we see the geographical breakdown, French players make up the single biggest percentage of the field in the EPTs that we have in Barcelona, in Prague, in Monte Carlo. You bring an EPT to their home country, they are playing.
Yeah, would completely agree. I think it's safe to say as well, Paris is considered, you know, the city of love, James. You know, people consider it a romantic city. Might be a little bit easier to convince your partner that it's a holiday destination, and then you can play some cards on the side. That helps. Plus the French la vite. We got some dealer versus big blind action now, guys. Delaney raised to 425K pre. And a big blind defended the King 10, of course. Very, very dry A66 board, rainbow.
I really had to check myself there where you said dealer versus big blind. I specifically always call it the button because when you say dealer, I think of the actual human being who's dealing the cards.
So it's going check, check here, guys, on the flop. A little bit trappy from Delaney, which I really appreciate. Honestly, you're going to get mountains of folds on A6-6 in the first place, but also your opponents will have some 6X when they defend the big blind, so why put yourself in a bad spot on a final table? I think you can play your hand very cautiously, make it look like you might just have high cards. There's a chance, given the fact it's gone check, check, flop, check, check, turn, that King 10 could level themselves into a call when you put in a value bet now as well, because King High will be the best hand here a lot of the time.
Follow-up question from T. Bance. Any specific requirements to choose a new location? Yes, a hell of a lot of them. Too many to go into. Regulations, location, proximity to airports, hotels.
Proximity to cool bars, proximity to cool nightclubs.
I mean, you joke, those are genuine considerations.
They actually are, aren't they?
Crucially, can we legally run the festival that we want to run? And is there a venue that can accommodate it? Are probably the two single biggest questions.
Proximity to hot dog stands for Joe. Proximity to watch shops for James. You know, guys, the list goes on.
What a stupid comment from someone whose name is always expanding horizons. Bear in mind the French don't like Americans and Brits. Generalize much, dude?
Honestly, come on. It's 2023. Calm down.
I would say, from the experience I've had coming to the city in recent years, and I was here in the summer of 2017 and 2018, and have made this trip for this event, everyone has been incredibly friendly. Every bar, every restaurant I've been to, all of the tourist attractions I've been to, it's been a very welcoming city.
Yeah, no, that's been my experience as well. I think there is a bit of a stereotype that's actually perpetuated by Parisians, that the Parisians tend to have a certain way about them which others might consider rude. And other people from I have French friends who are both from Paris and from outside of Paris that say the same thing. But honestly, it's been very pleasant. And honestly, I've warmed to Paris a little bit. I wasn't the biggest fan before, but I've enjoyed my stay here at EPT Paris. I also have been living at the Canadian Embassy. The Canadian Embassy has a bar next door, by the way, guys.
Action has been folded to the blinds. Fabrice Bigot has the Spraggy A7 offsuit in the small.
Bigot, 31 bigs, blind v blind.
I was getting serious over on YouTube. Tom showed up with his spanner. Ban them all. Delaney, ace-jack suited in the big, so Bigot has just called here. Nick, and when Delaney raises, and I mean that, when he raises, what is Bigo's plan? 30 bigs.
Oh, it's really, really interesting here, James. I think A7 might be a good candidate to limp raise with as a bit of a bluff with a blocker. But I mean, honestly, Ace-8, Ace-9, you could even just limp jam ace, like those kinds of combinations against an aggressive opponent in the big blind. I am somewhat concerned Bigo is going to take this somewhere because, honestly, it's one of those spots where you can definitely pick up some chips at non-showdown pre-flop. He could also just limp call. That's completely reasonable, too. But Ace-7 off doesn't have great playability post-flop, James, and therefore many good players will choose to use it as a hand to bluff with. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Yep, as expected, there was a raise. I think probably there's no need for it to actually be a full check jam, though. I really appreciate the fact this is a raise, not all in, because I think it has just as much power as a shove at this point.
Yeah, Bigo does not rip it, makes it 1.8 million total. And how does Delaney respond? Call, play a flop in position?
You know what, honestly, this is not an easy spot. I think ace-jack suited should just be a push pre-flop now. If you think your opponent is capable of these moves and Bigo is so capable, then you're just going to have the best hand way too often, especially given the sort of limp raise nature of the hand. Now, we're on a final table. Ace-jack suited plays very well in position. A call is completely reasonable as well. He's not folding. That's what I'm saying, guys. I just think maybe he's supposed to be pushing as opposed, excuse me, to just flatting and allowing his opponent to catch up on the flop turn river.
It's 1.8 total, right?
Okay, looks like a call.
Yes.
Yep, seems good. You have absolute position. You have a very playable hand. This is totally fair. I think obviously also just pushing into kings or something like that at that point on the final table and giving up such a big portion of your tournament life would be super painful. So you can really see where his head is at here.
So 3.8 million in the pot as we go to the flop. Ace-7 versus Ace-Jack. Ace in the window, and it is Ace-King-10, all spades. So Delaney the favorite here. Bigo does have the 7 high flush draw.
Oh, this is such an ugly one, you guys. Bigo's got to be pretty happy with his hand at this point. He's not going to know if his spade is any good, but blind v blind, one spade will give you the best hand quite frequently if it does come a spade, turn, or river. Delaney, having played his hand a little bit more cautiously pre-flop, does hit a board that he's going to like some of the time, but could still be running into 10s, could still be running into kings, could still be running into ace-king. Bigo slows down. 3.8 in the middle, 4.5 is the effective stack behind Bigo. Two checks. Bigo looking for a spade or a 7 to improve. 8 of hearts, no change.
So Delaney now roughly a 2-to-1 favorite.
Such a weird dynamic here, James. Such a weird spot. Pot is already so inflated. SPR just slightly more than 1.
So Bigo checks for a second time. Delaney can't check this back again.
You know what? I think you might be right, James. He's going to be cautious on the flop because he could be, you know, getting trapped by ace-king, pocket kings, pocket aces, pocket 10s. But at this point, would your opponent really miss the opportunity to bet any of those combos? Would they really give another free card when there's 3 spades on board, for example? Very frequently not going to want to see another spade with some of those sets. I think the time is now. 3.8 in the middle. Don't have to bet big, but you do want to punish some of those draws that are still in there, absolutely.
$1.2 million, the delayed c-bet from Delaney.
So a little bit less than 1/3. Really appreciate this sizing. Given the action, still plenty of combinations you get value from here that really don't have a ton of equity. I don't think Bigo can get away at this point. His spade still might be alive, absolutely. Plus, he has a top pair. I mean, making top pair in this game is already very difficult.
Correction, not a delayed C-bet. Of course, Bigo was
Thank you. Sorry.
Player with the pre-flop betting lead.
Thank you,
My
James.
bad.
Sorry.
I mean, if Bigo calls here, this is set up perfectly for an all-in on the river. And Bigo does call.
Yeah, there's no chance he can fold, especially given how passively he's played flop and turn. Could just have the best hand. Still has significant equity if his opponent doesn't have the spade draw. So doesn't want to go too crazy.
Looking for a 7 or a spade. But it's the 10 of clubs, and it's going to be a chop.
That's if it makes it to showdown. It's hard for it not to go to showdown at this point, though,
it's going
right?
to go check, check.
It's going to
now.
go check, check, isn't it?
Oh, what a waste of 4 minutes.
Oh, wow. Honestly, what an interesting spot, too. Just such a weird chop on the river. It's not always a promise it's going to go down that way, but it seems very likely given the action thus far.
Oh, wow. Maybe it will not be a chop as Bigo decides to shove and Delaney has to decide whether to call.
Wow. This is such a weird situation. Put those cards out there, buddy. Have a think. I think we know who hates a chop pot. His name is Fabrice Bigo, who's all in on this river.
I don't understand. Can I get a count, please?
Delaney does not understand. Delaney wants a count.
Where's 9 big blinds? Where's the 10x? Pocket 8s is a limb jam. Pocket 10s don't back raise, right?
Yep.
And if they do, they check river because I can have bluffs.
Yep, absolutely. He's got it all.
Who bluffs like this ever?
Exactly.
Really checking twice.
He's trying to push off a chop.
I don't understand how I lose.
In that case, make the call.
Okay, aces don't shove because, you know. Okay, kings just bet flop.
Loving the logic.
He's got it all. He's got it figured out.
There's no way you limb for ace like some 10-7 suited. It's just unreasonable.
10.
This is the first time bet. Okay, thank you. I don't understand. Like, if you have value, like, you know I'm a blaster, why would you not check? Oh.
You know I'm a blaster. Master blaster.
Like, how can you have a 10? You don't do this with ace 10. You don't do this with king 10. You don't do this with 10-8. You don't do this with queen 10, jack 10, 10-9. 10-9 suited, then this would be ridiculous. Like, it's free. 3.3 total.
I went from loving this hand to hating this hand to loving this hand. He makes the call. And this is a chop pot. You know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
And that's what I figured it would end up being, but like, I mean.
Oh, Delaney, I love this guy.
Like once in a lifetime, Jim?
Yeah. But also, you are preventing me from bluffing.
Am I?
I mean, have you not seen any of the hands I've played? Have you not seen the hands I've been playing? That was a dramatic chop pot.
Yes, it was. And I'm here for it.
I mean, should we get Delaney in the booth? He did a great job of explaining everything that we did. That was fantastic stuff. Love the breakdown. I think he really aces a lot of that analysis.
Good thought process.
Sorry?
Good thought process.
Pappy Pope 123 says, stop talking OMG. Tell you what, Pappy, why don't you follow your own advice? You're banned.
I need 57 of them.
A good thought process. I agree, sir. Absolutely cool. Absolutely fantastic to see Brian Delaney going through it there, going through the the opportunities, the situations, the spots that he knows, the hands he knows he can't have.
He seems to be much better than me. Already.
We need something more.
No, I need you to show me how to wear this. Because for me, it doesn't stick.
Yeah, for me neither.
We're going to need stickier patches. Get the team on it for Monte Carlo. That will be the next stop on the European Poker Tour, by the way. I know a lot of people have been asking what's the next event. We have got the Sunday Million anniversary coming up in March. We'll stream the final day of that. There's a very good chance, it's not 100% confirmed, but I think we're 99% of the way there, that the team's going to be going to Dublin over the Easter weekend for the Irish Open, and we'll be streaming that on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. But as far as the European Poker Tour is concerned, next leg, Monte Carlo, at least 7 days of live coverage from the end of April through the first week of May.
We go back in the mix here. KT on the DB.
Imagine doing the entire final table and abbreviations.
Delani.
1.1 million.
Should we give BD has K3 and SB?
Yeah, B on the D, R 400K.
R 400K.
Three bet from Delaney.
Kurt TY in the chat says EPT should be every month. I mean, buddy, it pretty much is this year.
We just did the PCA PSPC and EPT Paris virtually back-to-back, and it's damn near killed me.
Yeah, absolutely.
So talking of PokerStars live events, they have just confirmed the schedule for the France Poker Series for 2023. So Monte Carlo, in addition to hosting the EPT, will host an FPS before the tour moves on to Namur, back to Paris, Aix-les-Bains and Aix-en-Provence. If you want dates and further details, do head to PokerStarsLive.com. France Poker Series has 5 more events coming your way in 2023. And of course, if you want details on any other PokerStars tour, including the LAPT, the Latin American Poker Tour, which also returns for this year, PokerStarsLive.com.
Namur is in Belgium, right?
Correct.
It's just a bordering situation, and it's a good spot to put a casino. And yeah, got it. Namur was actually where we had our first ever Lex Live. Fantastic event, actually. Really looking forward to seeing the return of Lex Live.
Guys, if we can take the EPT to the Bahamas, I think it's fair that the France Poker Series can go like 20 minutes across the border into Belgium.
Yeah, good fun.
Yeah, they do speak French there as well. I was just checking because, I mean, my geography skills are quite poor. I am perpetuating the accurate stereotype that Americans are pretty bad at geography in the first place, but just double checking. That's my bad, guys.
As long as you don't try and work out the size of Japan compared to states of the US or imply that Poland is a landlocked country, we'll be all right. So for Kurt's benefit, there are 4 more EPTs in 2023. We've already talked about Monte Carlo in the spring. Barcelona returns in the summer. A new stop on the tour, the second new stop of the year when we go to Cyprus in October. And we'll close out the year in Prague. And again, there's that URL that you need for more details, PokerStarsLive.com. And of course, PokerStars is the only place you can qualify for an EPT main event.
Those qualifiers, so sweet, guys. Honestly, just generally speaking, satellites and qualifiers, very, very nice spots on the old PokerStars clients. Can attest. Little blind v blind action. You guys know I'm here for it. Love the blind v blind dynamic. Some of the trickiest spots to play well. Belea comes in with a limp and B-go. B-got ace-jack off.
Thank you to Christopher pointing out that the Tour de France has started in Denmark before. We don't see borders.
Guys doing some analysis on the side here. Talking about the ace-7, ace-jack hand. think that that spot tilted Delaney harder than some of the previous cold decks he's encountered. I mean, it's such a weird one. I totally feel for him there.
Yeah.
Very unlucky to find that river and call it for the chop, but I really think Delaney played his hand ridiculously well. Really, really good thought process on the river there.
Okay, well, a jack-high flop and bottom pair for Belea. Also has backdoor spades working for him.
Yep, 4 deuces spades might shock some of you in the chat. Limp call here, pretty standard at the stack depth. You're gonna pretty much limp call all of your suited combinations, even the really weak ones. There are some limp raises, of course, as well, but this seems good. And on the flop, Bigot, very strong top pair. I think we probably see a small continuation and then a call from the 4 deuce with the backdoor spades.
I just did something really stupid. I've lost my YouTube. Hold on.
So 400K into 1.4. Loving the size here. Nice and small.
Raise 1,250,000.
Belea decides he wants to try and check raise here. Such an interesting situation now. Bottom pair, backdoor spades, obviously blocking, you know, deuces, for example, for a set.
1,250,000.
Bigot just confirming what the check raise was here. I mean, he's not folding. There's literally no opportunity for that.
10.
Call.
Yep. When you're playing good players, you got this situation. You're just going to call and just let them blast off here. Doesn't mean you're always winning, but obviously the better the player, the more bluffs he's going to have in these situations. For example, 4 deuce of spades is going to be in there. I don't think I could have found the check raise, but I do kind of see the beauty in it.
Okay, I got my YouTube back.
Uh-oh.
And Yasmir, I will get to your question after this hand, but yes, that noise from Nick denotes that Belea has picked up the spade draw on the turn.
That's right, and I think that was all kind of part of his reasoning behind having a check raise. He knows there's some good turns where he can carry on barreling and still improve in a meaningful way.
Check.
Decides to slow down, though. I mean, he has showdown to go with the draw as well, so maybe he wants to control the size of the pot right here, right now, in order to realize the equity of what is now probably going to be any deuce, any 4, any spade, giving him the best hand. Another check from Bigot. We're going to a river. Belea with the opportunity to improve. 10 of clubs, no change. And at this point, I think Belea is going to be desperately hoping he's up against some overcards or something like that with his showdown with deuces. So 3.9 in the middle. Looks like a blocker bet.
That's 250,000.
Yep, nice little blocker bet. Again, targeting some of those high card calls, controlling the action. The big question now is, James, does Bigot, given the check raise flop, find a value raise on the river?
I don't know.
Honestly, would Belea do this with like a set of deuces? He probably continues turn. Would he do it with the sevens? No. So it feels like he just has a weaker pair. I would love to see a raise from Bigot here. Honestly, I just don't see Belea playing a hand that you're beating in this manner. It's not completely impossible for him to check raise with a set, then slow down, then bet river. But if he did it that way, he'd probably go for a bigger size, right? Bigot, my man.
Bigot big or Bigot home.
That is my guy right there. No fear. He knows exactly what's going on. He's like, yeah, this doesn't make any sense. Now pay me my money.
And Belea will have to let this go. I mean, he's not seriously considering calling with a deuce, is he?
It's one of those things, like, because you use that small size as a blocker bet, you could interpret the raise as a response to that because he's sensing weakness and therefore my deuce is still good.
Don't ever think it, just fold.
Well, you know, you got to know how to level yourself, James. That's very important in this game.
He's trying to do a Delaney.
Do it in English, please. Makes the call.
Wow.
Bigot gets additional value from his top pair, top kicker.
I did not think he'd hero with just a deuce, but he just did. And gifts Bigot another million chips.
Dangerous man to be giving gifts right now, James.
Well,
very dangerous man.
Belea still has the chip lead, still has close to 21 million. Fabrice Bigot has just chipped up to 9 million, has 45 big blinds now.
Whew.
Meaning, Peter
Good thing that you
Jorgner.
didn't bet, I wanted to check jam.
Jorgner's at the bottom of the leaderboard with 30
really good
bigs.
Yeah?
Did you guys hear that as well? He said, it's a pity you didn't bet the turn. I wanted to check jam.
Wow.
That would have made more sense with the check. Like I said, I was expecting the barrel, but that's also a cool line. As James just said, there's a look at the chip counts. Belea still our chip leader with 104 big blinds, 20.98 million. Bigot now third in chips, 9.15.
Jorgner bringing up the rear. So Yasmir asked a question during that hand. Question for the commentators. That's us. What is the worst televised bad beat you've had the pleasure of commentating? Pleasure is a strange word because I don't enjoy bad beats. I think it would probably have to be, and it was a hand I think that played during one of the breaks yesterday. It was from EPT Monte Carlo 2015, and it was aces versus kings versus queens. Adrian Mateos with the queens, had the other two players covered, spiked a queen on the turn, and it was a double bust out. So a bad beat for the aces, a bad beat for the kings. And I think it's fair to say that was the hand that really catapulted Adrian Mateos and his journey towards victory in that particular tournament.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, sure.
The best part of the hand, by the way, is the fact that Hadi El Asmar, who was also at the table, folded jacks pre. So it was almost a four-way all-in. And you've got these two guys whose lives have been destroyed, who've just been eliminated. And all Hadi El Asmar wants to talk about is the fact that I folded jacks, like he's a hero, which then elicited one of my favorite lines of Joe Stapleton commentary. Not now, Hadi.
Not now, Hadi. Yeah. That's funny, actually. I don't really remember too many bad beats. I remember some really wonky hands that just turned out weird that I loved, but maybe it's all those years of trying to block out the bad beats of my past.
Of course.
I've got some sort of neural block to that sort of stuff. I suppose you have to be if you want to play a lot of poker.
Raise 425,000. 3 pass.
So Belea has opened from the cutoff, aka UTG. Belea probably going to cut out a 3-bet here from the small blind. Excuse me, Delaney, excuse me, cutting out a 3-bet. So the initial open was 425, Delaney making it 1.6. About 4x 3-bet, love to see it. Quick fold from Belea, not messing around, especially against the second in chips, even though he hasn't covered by 2x. I imagine we'd probably see a Jack-10 suited defend there some of the time. Jack-10 off just not flopping quite as hard.
So action going to start here on Fabrice Bigot. Ace Queen. Still have most of the 100, 200 blind level to run, so this will be a raise to 400,000. Ace Jack for Peter Jorgner, who we referenced a couple of hands ago, is now the shortest stack at the table. Not short stacked, but number 4 in chips with 30 bigs. And Jorgner is going to re-raise here.
Re-raise, 1,400,000. 8 pass.
He's 3-bet to 1.4 million. It's back on Bigot.
So Bigot is 3rd in chips. Jorgner is 4th.
Any chance they end up getting it in?
We're on a final table. Bigot has position with a very nice hand. I think there's a chance we just see a call. I think that's probably what you're going to want to do here, given the ICM implications and the pressure. I mean, playing ace-queen in position against combinations that you have dominated very frequently that like to 3-bet bluff is obviously a beneficial thing, but you need to bear in mind that even if you don't connect on certain boards, you will need to continue. And no change. Ace-queen still the best of it on tray 5-4 rainbow.
Well, a short while ago, we saw, to quote Brian Delaney, a very dramatic chop pot. There is the prospect of a chop here with both players flopping a wheel draw. Jorgner with the betting lead is going to continue with the worst of it right now. Ace Jack high.
Bet 1,100,000.
Goes for about 1/3. I think that's a nice size here in these situations. Still want action from your big pairs. A little bit cheaper to be bluffing or semi-bluffing in the for example, like ace-6, for example, ace-6 suited maybe. Still enough in the middle to get folds from combinations with equity, with overcards, etc.
Bigot calls the 1.1.
Yep, easy call. Like I said, if you're winning pre, a lot of the time you need to be calling on this flop, especially when you have a gut shot and the 2 overs.
3 of spades pairs the board. Bigot, 70% favorite. Jorgner down to 7%, but roughly a quarter of the time this will result in a chop, assuming we get to showdown on the river. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Jorgner shoves the turn?
Wow.
I mean, he's got 3.2. There's 5.4 in the middle.
I mean, pretty awesome spot. Jorgner is really putting ace-queen in a tough situation here.
Yeah, I would salute Fabrice Bigot if he can make this call, but I don't see how he can.
Yeah, it seems like a really, really hard spot to make a hero call, and there's still one more card to come. In many cases, James, you know, what if he was shoving the turn here with 2 overcards and a flush draw or something like that? Or like, what if he has ace-6 of spades or something like that? You're still not even loving your equity in that spot. So a lot of the best case scenarios still not beautiful.
Team Jorgner are loving it. And he's now moved ahead of Fabrice Bigot in the standings. Peter Jorgner playing 43 big blinds. Fabrice Bigot has dropped down to 30. So a bit of a switcheroo there. And we've reached the halfway point of level 32. So dealer change.
Thank you.
Just shy of 45 minutes left on the clock of this blind level.
Hey.
And welcoming Griffin Benja back into the booth.
You know, I thought you were setting it up there when you said, you know, switcheroo. I thought you were going to say, speaking of switcheroos.
You know, sometimes I like to hammer the cliche, sometimes I don't.
Yeah, I'm not folding anything.
Peter Jorgner, originally from Stockholm, now lives in Marbella after retiring. Obviously not a professional poker player, just $16,000 in live earnings, but that number is going to be a lot higher after today, guaranteed at least 400,000 euros.
Fun fact, living the dream.
When Salvador Zombie says on Twitch, holy shit, the commentary, is that the commentary's amazing or the commentary's really bad?
We'll never know unless he clarifies.
So Belea still holding on to the chip lead, doesn't quite have the huge advantage that he once had after that big hand against Bigot.
Yeah, an incredible, you know, first level and a half for Belea, getting up to 25 million, but losing a little momentum here, like in that pot against Bigot with that big call with the bottom pair.
Belea betting 200,000. This, of course, blind v blind, unraised pre.
Bigot going to have the best hand a decent amount of time here with the queen high, but it doesn't get much easier on future streets, especially without a heart as backup, but is going to continue here. And that card is actually kind of funny. The reason I say it's a funny card is because I think it's gonna I think it's gonna radicalize Belea to bet quite large, maybe even something like an overbet, to really target those 5 and 4x pair type hands. Now that he's turned an open-ended straight draw, he's grabbing at least half, creeping up to a full pot. Yep, it's getting big, so that looks like nearly pot. And even though Bigot's relative hand strength improved by turning this gut shot, now you're facing a bet that represents, you know, 1/6 of your stack, and you just got queen high. And this is why, even though it's correct to call on the flop, it can get really dicey with a strong, aggressive chip leader opponent on a final table. And the problem with this spot, I think, for Bigot is that you kind of find yourself not very high up in your range as far as hands that call the flop. You know, we talked about those 4s and those 5s that you're going to have. Maybe you're going to have something like 8, 9 of hearts sometimes that has a ton of equity that can make really nutty hands. Queen 8 off is really tough to find a river, and that's why we see the fold, even though it is the best hand with queen high.
Belea back up over 21 million, still playing more than 100 big blinds. Bigot still the low man at the table with just shy of 30 big blinds.
Nothing has been given on this final table. Just every pot, 2 or more players fighting for it. We've seen some incredible action. Been really impressed with how Jorgna's battled against these players. You know, we don't have a great deal of of background on him as actually an actual sort of accomplished player. You know,
No,
might
not at
play a
all.
great deal online, but only 16,000 in earnings live, and really going, I mean, jab for jab against these incredibly accomplished, talented players.
I can't remember if you were here, Griffin, when we heard from Peter in his pre-game interview, and he said that he owes everything to his poker coach, Peter Kvisthammer. He says if he hadn't had that coaching, if he was trying to play an EPT main event with the kind of mindset he had a year ago, he'd never get this far.
I mean, it really shows. Like, it's just, you know, there might be a spot or a street here and there where maybe his inexperience will show a little bit, but in general, like, been pretty strong and made a lot of really great decisions. Very capable. I mean, you see the kind of hands that players like Delaney and Belea have played, and it's just like these guys are coming after every pot, and Jorgen is just getting after it.
Yeah. As the wise philosopher once wrote, you love to see it.
And has the best of it here, getting value from that mid pair.
Two pair now for Jorgen. He's going to quickly answer this question to avoid disappointment later. Those of you asking about the high roller, no, we're not going to be streaming the high roller once the main event is done. And I have no expectation it's going to be over soon. We are going to wrap on EPT Paris and prepare for the next one.
Delaney's not really going to be able to continue unless he somehow turns this King 5 into a bluff, but it's not really a good candidate.
And golf applause for Peter Jorgen. Back up around 50 big blinds. He is the last remaining non-pro at the final table, following the elimination of Henry Casper earlier today.
What do you think Delaney's listening to in his head?
I have no idea. So we know Delaney's online handle, right? Brian Delaney is Bdel123 on PokerStars. Fabrice Bigot is Sir Falcon. Razvan Belea. Razvi QQ on Stars. $1.25 million in online cashes for the current chip leader. 112K in live earnings prior to coming to EPT Paris. Belea says he plays poker 5 days a week, but studies even more, and is also a poker coach, qualified via a $530 satellite. He's raised here with ace-deuce under the gun, and it's going to be raise and take it.
Yeah, that's such a an exciting thing about poker, and especially tournament circuit poker, is that, you know, there's some guys that you may never really heard of, and then you kind of see them here and there on day 2 or 3 of this on a feature table, and then they can just explode in this one tournament. It's so unique. I mean, this is someone that plays 5 days a week, studies even more, coaches. I mean, been putting in hours, and is not someone that, you know, a lot of people on the Twitch stream would have recognized until this performance, and could become a household name with a victory here. Great question on Twitch from Ribs. How many days in Belea's week?
I know, because if you're playing 5 days a week and you claim you're studying, I guess hours. Maybe he's only playing like for a couple of hours a day, whereas at the weekends...
No, but he's playing tournaments.
He's putting in 10 hours of study a day.
I mean, I think at the end of his playing day, he's studying.
Right, I see.
Waking up in the morning with his coffee, studying. I mean, that is a very supportive partner that he has on the rail, because that's not a lot of free time.
How much you got?
Me? Yeah. 11,325.
A new 27 billion.
Joe, on YouTube, you made your point. Move on. Keep saying the same thing over and over and over again is, in a word, boring. As Belea looks down at threes in the small blind.
Ooh, and as innocuous as this hand has started, I'm telling you, there could potentially be some fireworks with Bigot only having 27 big blinds. I think Belea's intention here is to play this as a limp shove for this stack size a lot of the time, and that's part of why Bigot elects to just check back. Not a hand you necessarily want to just raise, call off for this amount of chips. We saw how Bigot had to just raise, fold the king-queen on the button earlier. So, you know, if Bigot had ace-queen, ace-jack, would probably raise, call for 27 big blinds. But king-queen instead checks back, stays under-repped, keeps those dominated queen-x and king-x hands that Belea might have, and so far has won this flip very convincingly. I love this min bet here from Bigot because I think will it convince a hand like Belea's that is drawing so slim to continue. You know, even if Belea had 8-5 with the 8 of spades, just 8 high, would probably call for just 200K. So you keep in those hands that are drawing dead or near dead.
Ace of hearts on the turn.
This ace is not going to scare Bigot based on the action pre-flop and on the flop. A lot of aces would have been raised pre-flop from Belea from the small.
One.
Gotta be careful with that one talk, don't you think, James?
You know, what would the minimum one be?
Oh, fair enough, yes.
It has
So
to
you
be
can-
a million, right?
Okay, okay. But if 100K was a bet, it would have been a little touch and go.
That would be the ruling, by the way, if some player were to verbally declare one.
And 100K was the big blind or
Yeah,
anything less?
absolutely. It'll be the lowest denomination that one could possibly mean. But with a 200K big blind, the lowest bet one could be is a million. So Fabrice Bigot is originally from Paris, now lives in London where he plays on Stars. More than 700K in live earnings. Did military service after studying law at university. Has had a couple of big results recently. 11th in EPT Prague in December and won the WPT Prime event here in Paris just 3 weeks ago.
Likes home turf. Yeah, taking a second there.
Opening with King 10. And Brian Delaney. Clearly has something to think about here. Oh, hold on a second.
doesn't look
Hang
like
on.
calling.
Has Bigot acted in the small blind yet? Are we actually waiting for Bigot?
Yeah.
So it's a 3-bet from Bigot to 1.3 million with ace-4 of hearts.
Yeah, and I think Jorgen is going to know what he needs to do with this part of his range, and that's just begrudgingly toss it in the muck. A very strong four-handed hand, but not one that you can really be calling 3-bets with, and correctly lets it go with a little sigh. Not a big sigh, but a little sigh.
So the penultimate.
What? 7? 7 million?
I'm counting now. Just give me a second.
The penultimate mini EPT Paris tournament is the mini main event. It's going to kick off
750
in 2 hours and 15 minutes. 2,000 players registered already. It has a 50K guarantee for a $5.50 buy-in. And that mini EPT Paris main event is going to award an EPT Monte Carlo package to the winner. And there are satellite tickets added to the prize pool as well. In fact, there are satellite tickets added to the prize pool of every single tournament. Late reg still open in the 3:30 deep stack. The main event kicking off at 6:15, and the last event at 8:15 this evening is a $1.10 hyper freeze out.
A couple options here, I think, with the king-queen, but I imagine Bigot is going to lean call. It feels too strong four-handed to mix in as like a 3-bet fold. But, yeah, and there is just a call. And it is too many chips to just shove over the open. So I think Bigot is doing the right thing here. You know, you're going to have all those weaker queen and king X hands that Belea is going to be opening in this spot.
Okay, top pair for Belea. Bigot shouldn't get into too much trouble here. Do you know what? I'm not going to read on. Not VO posts on Twitch. Might be a stupid take, but I'm not going to read on, and I'm going to hazard a guess that if you start your comment with those words, you've probably sealed your fate. Griffin's going to read it.
Yeah, don't read it. Don't read it. Don't read it. I'll tell you. I'll tell you if it's worth reading.
If you post an idea and you suspect it may be a stupid take, it probably is not worth sharing.
It's just asking for chip count, constant chip counts, that's all.
Razvan Belea from Romania, looking to become the first ever Romanian EPT champion.
Yeah, and so far has the Razvantage on this table. Okay.
Has more than $1 million in online earnings to go with the 112K in live earnings. And yes, that bankroll he built was from playing free rolls on Stars.
I know, but I know my hand. Yeah, I own it. So
Perfect.
Наши players have become no limit holding single and number 36 revenue plan levels more than 1,000, 3,000, 2,000, 3,000, 2,000, 150 runs a month. Please.
We have reached hand 51 of the final table. The last hand, rather anticlimactic, a walk for the chip leader in the big blind. Ace 10 for Brian Delaney under the gun. One of the things I do find amusing, Griffin, and I guarantee you that neither side knows about it, is how condescending towards Twitch the YouTube viewers are, and how upset the Twitch viewers are with the YouTube viewers. We need to have a kind of Anchorman style meeting.
Right.
Twitch viewers, YouTube viewers, at lunchtime, in the playground, fight. To me, this is one big happy audience who need to be kept in line. 7-6-3 on the flop. That's a pair of threes for Bigot.
Polish it well.
$350.
Ooh, the obnoxious big blind lead when the board favors your range. I bet Delaney has something fun in store for this. Let me tell you, he is not the kind of player that's gonna, you know, just fold by the turn in a spot like this. And has snap called. Now, if you're wondering what is that kind of range that does a lead out, it's not just the, it's the 10 of clubs on the turn.
Oh, wow. So Delaney improves. Top pair, top kicker on the turn. But Bigot does have the club draw to go with his pair of threes. Delaney, better than a 2-1 favorite.
I mean, Bigot is pretty justified in playing this turn card with some aggression, maybe in the form of a check raise. But maybe now that the equity has increased and you figure you've kept in some hands. You know, if you were keeping in ace-10, you were keeping in ace-jack, ace-9, ace-queen. So hands that you're still ahead of. And I think Delaney's going to come out firing, expecting Bigot to be on base in some way. And look, that looks like near pot. That. Wow. I mean, does that ever get a check shove from Bigot? Remember, take yourself out of what you see on the screen sometimes as far as what the players have. Think about the kind of range that they could have, right? If Delaney has the ace-10, you could have ace-8 here and might make this bet. And there is the all-in, and I don't think Delaney's going anywhere.
Delaney has asked for a count, and it's about half of his chips, 4.2 million to call. He's got 8.6 behind. If he does call, Bigot will be at risk and behind.
I mean, when this is queen-3 of clubs, it's also 6-5 of clubs, 6-8 of clubs. I mean, you got to call with ace-10 here, and I think Delaney's going to come to that answer quite quickly.
That was Dinesh Alt, who is on Fabrice Bigot's rail. They were talking about hands at breakfast this morning. Delaney has called, and Bigot sees he needs to hit on the river. He's got a lot of outs, though. Queens, threes, and clubs.
Oh, yeah, outs galore.
Yeah. Well, I covered him, so I can't go. I can't bust now. We just need to fade a club.
A clubs, a queen, or a 3?
No queen for your club. Nothing. No queen for your club.
It's a lot of cards. Look up there, 14 outs. Someone is going to be elated, and someone is going to be devastated.
Alas, that's how this game works.
Such a huge swing. Could vault Delaney up to 17, 18 million. Could double Bigot.
The river card is a club!
Yes! Yeah! That's the problem.
Let's go!
Huge double up for Fabrice Bigot, who is now second in chips with 13 million. Brian Delaney takes a huge hit and is now playing a 22 big blind stack.
Yeah, crashed down to 4 million. Nothing wrong with how either of them played that hand. Just pretty big cooler as played.
I don't know. I think like 3.5, 4 million. Stocks to lose about 13 million pop, huh? 8 million and big stocks.
7, écoute, il y a genre dame, pas les 8, pas les 9, 3, 8, 3, 9, pas 6, 9, 9, sur capitaine.
Regroup, reset.
The song's back in his head.
I'm not a fan of that river.
Yes! Yeah! Let's go!
Slow-mo reaction for the win.
Yes, let's go!
So still have just over 15 minutes left to play on this level. Blinds still 100,000, 200,000. Will go up after the next break.
Oh. Let's talk some more on the big blind.
And how fortunes can change. 13 million chips for that man right there.
Well done, John Delano, picking up the understatement from Brian Delaney when he said, I'm not a fan of that river.
Ooh.
Just kings.
Tell you what, Delaney's not going to be a fan of this hand if he wakes up with anything decent in the big blind.
Raised to 425,000. Jack deuce for Bigot. He folds the small blind. What does Delaney have in the big?
Just fade it. No pair, Delaney. Don't have a pair. There you go. Get out of there.
He had king 4 off.
That was a nice all-in to win, huh? Said that was a nice all-in to win, huh?
Obviously.
Ethan says, is there any way this goes on for more than a day? No. We will adjust the levels if necessary to ensure that we reach a conclusion tonight. In fact, we can already say with certainty that the next blind level will be shorter than this one. It'll either be 60 minutes or 45 minutes, depending on how many players we end this level with. Belea, ace-5 suited under the gun.
Seems like there are people on Twitch and YouTube leaning into your idea of the Anchorman fight between the two crowds.
Yeah, and then the Twitch audience saw how many people are currently watching on YouTube and realized they were hopelessly outnumbered.
Bigot probably going to play this quite cautiously, but actually electing to go for a 3-bet. Maybe anticipating a little respect from the chip leader that he would decide to go with an aggressive route.
At the beginning of the pot, 9.2.
No, there's no way. This is 13. This is 10 already.
Oh yeah, no, sorry.
Oh, you have like...
Yeah, miscount.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
you have
sorry,
13 million.
12,
13 plus.
13,
13, 4.
What's a nice surprise? Just found 2 million chips down the back of the sofa.
13.8 something.
I mean, if there's one thing I've learned from Sam Grafton, you don't fold the sourdough suited.
Oh, artisanal sourdough. Don't even need to count
Boom.
the 4-bet. A fold from Bigot, and on to the next hand we go.
Yeah, sorry about the miscount.
No problem.
Should have been sorry, but the 3-bet, you could have flatted.
Yeah, you just double 6. So
Yeah.
And I know it's like not that big of a deal of a pot, but it does like kind of establish the early sort of the changing of the guard with the chips. It's just like, this is still my table, but you can't just start 3-betting me with the ace-9. Like, you're gonna have to play a little more cautiously because I will click it back.
Just quickly, Griffin, we talked about Belea losing a little bit of momentum. He's managed to hold on, though. 24.5 million right now, 120 big blinds. Still a sizable, significant advantage, better than a 2-to-1 advantage over the player in second place.
Year of Romania.
Absolutely. Ace-king for Delaney on the button.
Okay, now I don't want you to look this up, James, but what do you think? How many Romanians do we get at your average EPT event? Because you said there hasn't been a winner yet. There was a second place finisher in 2015. Do we get, I don't know, ballpark it for me. I don't know. Do we get 30? Do we get 150?
I'd say it's pretty close to 30 than 150. There is a decent kind of contingent. There is a...
But it's not, it's a pretty small country, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. But concentrated assassins like this man right here, who has 9 days of the week to study and play.
So Delaney starts the hand with around 20 big blinds. Belea just checking what he's got left.
Oh
17
yeah, this might be all in here.
Oh.
And Belea is going to be in trouble. I mean, you're getting so many folds from Delaney here. You're finding yourself into some flips where you can knock him out. So unlikely that he just wakes up with the ace-king.
Triangle time gets called, and a great spot for Brian Delaney. A domination situation. Set to get the double up here to 8.1 million.
Thank you.
Okay. King queen from big line.
That is Paulina, Brian's girlfriend, standing behind him.
Nice to fade the queen.
Does deserve a little justice after that river.
And that is Andrea, who is Razvan's wife. The flop is queen high, plus diamonds. Delaney now with 5 outs. An ace or a jack that is not a diamond.
Very confident this rebink.
Confident for the rebink.
Ace from space.
Right here, look. Oh, never mind.
Same outs required. An ace or a jack cannot be a diamond, or we're down to 3.
Yeah, against over that goes yeah, it's for sure overfloating.
The river card is another 8, and Brian Delaney departs in 4th place. His first ever EPT main event. He makes the final table and cashes out in 4th place for 412,200 euros. And this guy has all the chips, almost literally. 142 big blinds.
Yeah, near 30 million now for Razvan Belea. But this man right here, Brian Delaney, honestly, pound for pound over the course of these last few days, I think has impressed me more than anyone else. Just incredible awareness of his aggressive style, of how people are perceiving him. Great bluffs, great calls, really fun to watch, and I think deserved a little bit better than the 4th place, but he'll be happy to take over 400,000 euros home for sure.
And that means the final 3 are all guaranteed more than €500,000. 535 for the next player out.
Jorgen with a smile, like it's just like, it feels like a goal's been reached here for the 50-year-old.
My screen name online was QQ.
QQ. Queen.
Oh, and the queen came for Mr. QQ, just telling.
This one is horrible. Everyone hopes you win because of ladder. It's like.
I mean, that's the thing. On the one hand, you kind of want to see a player knocked out. On the other hand, you've just seen Belea move up, as you just highlighted, Griffin, nearly 30 million chips. Near enough a 3-to-1 advantage over Fabrice Bigot, who's got 11 million, and Peter Jorgner now the shortest stack with 7.7 million, just shy of 40
and you
bigs.
can imagine, you know, Romanians right now, poker fans in Romania,
100%.
just surrounding the laptop or the TV and just so excited for Belea as a representative of the country, never having an EPT champion, and this could be it today, tonight, here in Paris.
And look at this. First hand of three-handed play. Belea picks up kings in the small blind, raises to 750,000. We go with king 3 suited in the big.
Yeah, the very playable king 3 suited, which will get a call from the Frenchman.
And now that we are down to 3 players, all further levels will be 45 minutes long.
Quite a long pause from Bigot. Maybe is considering. Yeah.
Oh, no.
You know, I don't like this simply. It's hard not to say why I don't like this because it's so much easier when you see what Belea has.
Of course.
But, you know, this is a hand that has decent playability post-flop with the suited. I think people like to maybe mix in 3-bets with the offsuit variety more often. But it is a... It's a bout of bad luck here that Belea happens to have the 2 kings. I think Bigot maybe just wants to win back a little pre-flop. Just change the dynamic a little bit because the last time he 3-bet, you know, got 4-bet by Belea. Certainly can't have it this time, right? He's going to give me 1. Nope. And the great thing about establishing a sort of small-sized out-of-position 3-bet is now Belea can actually do it when he has a massive hand.
Raise wars continues. Belea initially opened to 750. Bigot 3-betting to 2.2, and now the 4-bet from the chip leader.
And it's just like, it's also, you know, respect the lead that you have on Jorgna, right? Like putting in 2.2 million pre-flop here in this spot when you could have just called, like it's really important you keep that lead over Jorgna and kind of stay out of Belea's way and let him do his thing and blind down Jorgna. We're talking about a 250,000 euro pay jump between 3rd and 2nd place.
Yes. Well pointed out, Griffin.
And you can't see it right now, but there is a cookie jar under the table that Bigot's hand is stuck in.
That old chestnut.
Both hands stuck. He's trying to pull them out so he can alert the dealer that he's folding. You can
know
just say it. You can just say fold.
I love 2002 era poker commentary. Got his hand caught in the cookie jar.
I mean, the problem is, too, he just doesn't believe him. Like, he kind of just wants to gangster shove, I think, maybe. But
no, don't rip it with king 3
he
here.
He won't. But
let it be go.
He's pissed. Look at him. He's pissed.
So that will see Razvan Belea move over the 30 million mark.
Yeah.
31 million chips. The other 2 players, 9 and 7 million respectively. So such a dominating advantage now for the Romanian.
Domination. Romaniation.
Bluff?
No? There's something there. I'll workshop it.
Yeah, I won't see it.
Casual Fitzy asks, maybe lost the minimum there? Well,
If you bluff.
it's not always going to come king high with your king 3 and the pocket kings, so probably just going to lose 750 a lot of the time. But you can flop a flush draw, maybe comes 5, 6, 9, 2 clubs, make a flush.
Belea taking a hand off, so this is going to be Bigot versus Jorgna.
You can see Bigot's eyes lighting up because he's not going to get many opportunities to just play against Jorgna. Razvan Belea's button range, opening range is going to be so wide.
Să ne bage și mai să facă ceva să ca i-am tot făcut, știi? Nu vitamina apă.
Ace, ace, 10, so jack high, way ahead.
That's what Robbie Lou said.
The irony is, I know we've said on multiple occasions that they can't talk deal because of French gaming regulations.
Yeah.
With this discrepancy, why would Belea even entertain the conversation? Check, check on the flop. 4 of spades on the turn. So in addition to having the best hand with jack high, Bigot now has the spade draw as well.
And Bigot actually decides to size up here just in case Jorgna, you know, turns a 4.
Yeah.
Just want to make it really difficult and then bet really big on the river if he finds a call with something like the 3rd pair, but it's a bit difficult. And overbet, of course. Why are we even talking about this? He's got the 7 deuce. One more hand. One more hand.
T-Raths says one of the all-time great poker moments was when Jorgna zoned out completely and forgot it was his turn. I asked him about that this morning. He actually thinks he fell asleep at the table for like 2 minutes.
Oh, this one.
Nice.
Hadn't had his coffee, had slept so badly that night, and was just like completely out of it. But he did see the funny side. And it only cost him 1 time bank card.
There you go.
How much you got now, sir?
Details of the 2023 France Poker Series on screen right now. There'll be an FPS at Monte Carlo, part of the EPT Festival. The Belgian Poker Challenge in Namur, which has a 1 million guarantee across the series. FPS returns to Paris in July with a €1 million guaranteed main event. 2 further stops this year. Aix-les-Bains in September/October. And Aix-en-Provence in November. A round of applause for the 3 players who've made it to the end of this level. They're going to take a 20-minute break, and when we come back, we play on 3-handed with 45-minute blind levels as we play down to a champion today at the final table of this historic EPT, the first ever main event held in Paris. A huge field, the biggest main event played outside of Barcelona, but from the 1606 total entries, we're down to the final 3. And right now, Razvan Belea has a massive advantage. Next blind level, 125-250, which means things are getting shallower for Bigot and Jorgna. And more action on the other side of this 15-minute break.
And big shock, look who's got a hand.
Well, Torsten Brinkmann should get some action here. He's going to 3-bet. This must be music to Brinkmann's ears.
Freitas just 3-bet an under-the-gun razor. That's going to look pretty strong, but I'm not sure I can automatically give credence to a 3-bet from the chip leader, especially remember his propensity to get it in with ace-4. Pretty rare to see someone lay down ace-king at this stage of the tournament to only 1 bet.
Brinkmann's got the perfect size stack for it.
Whoa.
What happened there?
Tight fold.
He just laid down ace-king?
I mean, why even raise if you're going to fold to a re-raise? He had position and chips behind as well. Even when Freitas gets unlucky, he gets lucky.
I was about to say, Brinkmann was in a perfect position to ship it, and then he folded? Did that really just happen?
That was terrible. It was a terrible fold.
And action is on the chip leader. Ivan Freitas. He's got 9s, and he raises under the gun to 245,000. A decision for Torsten Brinkmann.
Freitas really hasn't gotten out of line too much today.
The decision is to fold. 5s for Eugene Unite.
Eugene's got about 25 big blinds behind. Not a lot of players are going to call and try to set mine with a stack like this, so this might be fold or all-in territory.
I'm all in.
It's the latter. All his chips go across the line.
Freitas will have a decision to make, but he's got a couple of players to act before him.
Landvai gives up the button. And both blinds quickly muck.
Back to Freitas.
Counting out the chips for the call.
Freitas hasn't folded too often in these spots.
There's his wife. They're celebrating their wedding anniversary today.
I call.
He puts Unite at risk.
No. Pack 5, pack 9.
Unite looking to spike a 2-outer. Freitas is the 4-1 favorite to bust Eugene and become an even bigger chip leader.
There's PCA final tableist Bolivar Palacios.
And behind him, Umberto Brenes.
A lot of support for Ivan Freitas. A flop of 10 Queen 6. Unite still drawing to a 5.
Umberto somehow found his way up to the wives section.
Ace on the turn.
Unite still dead to a 5. Meanwhile, every poker fan in Latin America is somehow here and on their feet. Unite is down to 1 card, 2 outs, or it's checkmate for the chess master.
The river is a 6. Freitas consolidates his chip lead. A disappointing result for Eugene Unite. 6th place will earn him 250,000 euros. Can anyone stop the freight train?
Everybody's really upset at him. They just everybody else is like, oh, this guy's unbelievable.
It's a really specific situation. I don't know what to say about it, but I didn't like it actually.
I called a bet on the flop. When the turn came 5, it went check, check.
River card, 6 of spades.
On the river, I put out a kind of small to medium bet, and my opponent postured for a while.
Hey, raise.
And then he said, okay, I raise. And he put out a call.
I'm sorry, I call.
What? You said raise. Thomas Krems has been called to the table.
I call.
Sorry, you announced raise.
No, speak English.
Everybody on the table saw what happened and everybody understood what happened.
Wow, you see that?
That was not a mistake.
The floor man came up and said, you know, this guy did this earlier in the tournament.
I think this is exactly the same situation as
Wow, Freitas has got previous for this.
It's exactly the same move you had the nuts. I just share this information with you, okay?
He wasn't against the rules, but he did some mistake to make some kind of confusion on his opponent.
I believe we're looking at an angle shoot here.
Made a mistake by calling because I had a pretty strong hand with king queen, but I can pretty easily fold because I know he has a full house from his tell.
He makes the call. Freitas shows the full house.
Yeah. No, I know. I heard about this before the tournament started.
So ugly.
Ugly. Move was so dirty. Feel like I need a shower.
Nobody liked it for sure. Yeah, but it's poker.
Apparently, Ivan Freitas has shot the same angle multiple times in multiple tournaments. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, still shame on you. It's just messed up, man.
He's got Jack 9 off suit. It's been folded to him on the button. He's raised it up to 250,000. The green and black chips are in play. They're worth 100,000 each.
Brinkmann knows Freitas could be raising a pretty wide range from the button.
A raise.
He's going to 3-bet.
680.
Makes it a total of 680,000. Hamas Lenvai, a 6-9 off suit.
Dominated in both spots.
So it's back on Freitas.
6.
That's 6 million. I really think there's no shame in Freitas just letting this one go.
Instead, he calls in position, and we go to the flop. 5-3-10, all clubs. Both players with a club draw. Brinkman's got the nut club draw.
Brinkman was the last aggressor, and he's first to act.
680.
680,000 again, the same size as his 3-bet pre-flop.
Freitas has only got jack high, but he's also got a flush draw. Here come those new big chips.
It's a raise to 1.5 million.
Honestly, I think this is an ideal spot for Brinkman to get it in. Without the ace of clubs in his hand, it's pretty unlikely Freitas can call. Brinkman might have the best hand, which he does, and he's got flush and backdoor straight draws. Perfect spot to get it all in.
Call.
Instead, he decides to call. What happens if he misses on the turn?
Exactly right, James. I think that may have been a misstep.
It's a 9 on the turn. Freitas takes a commanding lead.
Check.
And he shoves.
At this point, Brinkman has to fold.
Now he's thinking, why didn't I get it all in on the flop?
Trust me, pass.
Another victory for Ivan Freitas, who smashes the 10 million chip mark.
And then Freitas shows the, well, I'm not sure if he thought he was showing a bluff or a value bet.
Freitas with a stack of 11.5 million. Andrei Danilyak has picked up 3s on the button.
And he's only got 15 big blinds.
All in.
He shoves.
Whoop.
1,785,1785.
Decision on Ivan Freitas in the small blind. He's got ace-9.
Should be an easy call for Freitas. Danilyak could certainly be shoving worse than ace-9, and Freitas has got thrice the chips of the next closest player.
You are sleeping?
Yeah.
Would you like to go home?
And you?
Yeah.
Ah, the universal language of poker.
I'm all in too.
That I understand.
Brinkman in the big blind. Will fold, so Ivan Freitas puts Andrei Danilyak at risk.
Danilyak is the slight favorite, but I gotta tell you, no one's a favorite against Ivan the Terrible.
We're off to the races one more time. Okay, we've established who's got what. Let's steal the flop. Jack 7-10.
7-10 jack.
Safe flop, but Freitas picks up 4 more outs to a gut shot, so even though Danilyak dodged the flop, he's still a coin flip through the last 2 cards.
The Freitas fans are calling for an 8. It's a king.
Freitas is double gutted now, so he picks up 3 more outs. Danilyak's not nearly as big a favorite as he should be after dodging 4 cards, but he's got just 1 more left to dodge.
He needs to fade aces, queens, 9s, and 8s. It's an ace! Unbelievable! Freitas wins again. He eliminates Andrei Danilyak in 4th place. The Russian will collect 400,000 euros.
And Ivan Freitas is an unstoppable rebel force.
Nine set of diamonds on the button for Freitas.
Definitely a raise.
$350,000. Ace king.
Seems fairly obvious.
Surely Brinkman goes with this. Surely he shoves.
I'm all in.
I call.
And Freitas snaps like he's got aces.
Torsten Brinkmann taking his time, pushing his chips in before Ivan Freitas inevitably runs him down.
Freitas does have 40% equity with his 9-10, but Brinkmann is the favorite to get a double up.
And the better halves are anxiously awaiting this board to be run out.
Of course, if Freitas hits that board, as he has been known to do from time to time, it's over. And we have a champion here in Madrid. There's a 9 on the flop.
Torsten's now got to make a pair or he'll be runner-up, and Ivan Freitas will be our champion.
Torsten Brinkmann needs an ace or a king. He needs it on the river, or Ivan Freitas will get the 1.5 million euros and the championship trophy. 6 outs for Brinkmann.
And here is the river from.
The river. It's a blank. Freitas has done it. The Venezuelan is the winner of the grand final in season 7 of the European Poker Tour. Brinkmann gets 900,000 euros as the runner-up. But it's 1.5 million for Ivan Freitas, plus the trophy, the prestigious title, and that seat in the Champion of Champions tournament.
I started playing more online, consuming a lot more poker content, and then eventually had the crazy idea of starting up a stream and a YouTube channel myself.
We need to know the David K story. What is your origin story, David? Where did you come from? How did you get into poker? What is your background?
Yeah, so I've grown up and lived in the United States my whole life, specifically the state of Michigan. Started playing poker in 2010 with a bunch of my high school friends, just a simple like $5 home game. Somebody had watched the World Series of Poker on TV, and we all got hooked to play for the whole summer. Eventually went off to college, started playing like small and micro stake tournaments online on PokerStars back when the US was in the player pool with everybody. Right before that had to go away, unfortunately. And from there, just kind of played mostly small stakes tournaments, and then eventually kind of transitioned into live cash games, which I got more into. That was about through 2020. And then obviously COVID changed the world and shut the world down, which is kind of where a lot of this like kind of started. So at that point, I started playing more online, consuming a lot more poker content, and then eventually had the crazy idea of starting up a stream and a YouTube channel myself. And then, just played mostly cash games, some tournaments from there. I still had a full-time job at the point and no plans of ever playing poker, doing content full-time. It was just like purely like a COVID lockdown project to do like the streaming stuff. And then it just picked up quite a bit. The regulation in the US was picking up, specifically in Michigan where I was at. And then probably like 13, 14 months later, I decided to go full-time with poker and content. And then a little over a year later, here we are officially signing with PokerStars, which is truly a dream come true. It's really exciting.
I mean, that's obviously an incredible synopsis of many years. So let's just go back and pick out some of the key story points.
Good call.
When you say you transitioned into live cash games, forgive me for not really knowing about the live poker scene in most parts of America. Is that still in Michigan, or do you have to go kind of further afield to play live poker?
It's still in Michigan. We don't have necessarily like the high stakes cash games for live. So there's a lot of like 1-2 or 2-5. So like the biggest cash game you could play is usually about $1,000 buy-in. For the most part, if you want to play like bigger stakes than that, there's a few places across the country for live poker, but Michigan's not really one of them for that. But it worked well for what I was doing at the time. Again, I was just playing for fun as a hobby. I took it serious, but obviously not like at a professional level. So it's not like I should be playing like high stakes at that point. But it was enough to, have me have like a really good hobby, make some side income on the side, and, just a overall great thing to do in my free time.
What was it that you left behind when you decided to go to full-time streaming?
Yeah, so for the 5 years previously, I'd worked in data. So basically job titles would be like data specialist, data administrator. So tasks could range anywhere from stuff as simple as like data entry to data integrity up to more like complex stuff. They'd be like data analysis, data governance. So for 4 of the years, I worked with a manufacturing company. And then for 1 year, I worked with a medical board.
I mean, this is a perfect background for being an online poker player. You're just a huge numbers nerd.
Exactly. The data comes through quite a bit, especially when you're just doing like a lot of studying and like understanding and kind of like pattern recognition, I think, is the biggest thing. So like when you see the numbers starting to tell a story, you jump to it right away. So there's definitely some crossover between the two for sure.
Sounds like Severance when you say pattern recognition, where you're just like, oh yeah, the numbers will look scary to you, and you have to remove them. Okay, so studying, you're a bit of a student as well. You're not just out there clowning around. Would you say that your streams are more strategy based or personality based or both?
I would definitely say more towards the strategy based. I would say I'm like, when I'm playing poker, I would say I'm pretty serious. We still have fun in the Twitch chat, but I'm definitely like a very competitive person. And although I'm definitely not a perfect poker player, I try my best to do as good as I can. And, I do take the game very seriously and try to do the best. So I would say it's very strategy based, but, we like to have a laugh. A big thing on our stream is everybody loves to slow roll me. So that's a huge thing we like to do. And then, I get to slow roll some friends to stream back if they give me the green light. So, most of it's pretty serious strategy stuff, but we do like to have some fun as well.
A couple of key questions to kind of get a sense of the state of things right now. We'll talk about poker in America in just a moment. Let's talk about the state of Twitch poker. And a lot of people are drawing attention to the broadcast that Lex did recently, where he talked very openly about how his relationship with Twitch has changed, his attitude toward Twitch has changed. Do you think, based on what he was saying there, that poker on Twitch has a future?
Yeah, I think anything with content creation and Twitch and YouTube, it's still such a new genre. Like the idea that, Twitch has been around for, I'm not exactly sure, but it's within the last 10 years, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
That's still really new. There's not a lot of data to go back on. So in the new market like this, there's a lot of unpredictability. Like we don't know. Obviously, there's the scare for the moment with poker on Twitch, but, I think that part was, obviously you don't want that situation to come up to begin with, but I think in a odd way, kind of a win in the sense of that they recognize poker is different from other gambling games.
Yeah. Correct.
Which, so I mean, even though you didn't want that situation to happen with, the fact that they differentiated the two, I think is a massive win for poker. What it means on the platform going in the future, my guess is as good as anybody's, but I feel pretty confident that, like if something were to happen with Twitch, there's other places to pivot live streaming content. It's a huge reason why I've been really active on YouTube, is in case something happens on the Twitch side, as long as YouTube content is making sure to kind of, not putting all my eggs in one basket in a sense, and just kind of diversifying within that sense, because there's so much unpredictability, really.
Hello, my babies, and welcome back to the European Poker Tour Paris 2003. The first time ever from the capital city of France in partnership with Le Club Barrier. Record-breaking field, 1,606 entrants down to the final three. Joe Stapleton coming at you, Uncle Daddy, and
Griffin Bender.
my youngest stepson,
Yes.
Griffin
Yes.
Bender.
Here we are, 3 left. Razvan Belea, big chip lead. Year of Romania. Let's see if you can finish him off.
Boy, am I glad I stuck with the year of Romania. Peter Jorgna, third in chips, 29 big blinds. And Fabrice Bigot, looking to be a French winner on French soil. Great stories all around, no matter what happens. There's what they're playing for. No deals allowed in France. So what you see is what you get. Someone's gonna win $500,000, someone's gonna win $750,000, someone is going to win 1.1 million euros. You know what's cool about euros, Griffin? They got big bills.
Yeah.
There's 200s, there's 500s.
I remember when I won EPT Berlin High Roller, I got a bunch of one of those 500s. It's great.
They're cool.
They're very cool.
Blinds 125, 250, 250. Right there is your chip leader, Razvan Belea. Bom Belea has been Dom Belea. Completely dominating. His first hand after the break goes to Bigot with a walk in the big blind. Belea with some strong Giovanni Ribisi vibes today. The climax of season 1 of Sneaky Pete is a poker game.
I just watched Ted, where Giovanni Ribisi is the villain.
Ah, there you go.
Trying to steal Ted.
Oh, 7. 7? Thank you.
Belea lets this one go. Big go with 9 deuce. Montana banana.
Before the hand. Thank you.
Well, if you're playing this, you're playing everything. Bigot clearly has a blind versus blind strategy versus Jorgna, and it includes playing every hand.
And Jorgna is going to take a free flop with Jack 6. A prepaid flop, which does in fact contain a jack. Got to be feeling pretty good about that with no raise pre-flop from Bigot.
Yeah, and should get a bet from Bigot as soon as the flop, and probably as late as the turn. And that's going to be free money for Jorgna.
Oh, does the slow touch of the table. The hot potato check.
Give him the rope, Jorgna. Check it back, baby. Oh, now you've waited too long. It looks strong.
Is that a thing?
Well, it just means he was thinking about betting or not, right?
Bet gets a quick fold from Bigot. Jorgna, the short stack now. 30 big blinds. Short est, not necessarily short. It's like, you know, I'm the shortest of you and James and me, but I'm not short. I'm average.
Yeah, you're not short.
I'm average, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Wait, why did you say it like that?
No, no, it's no reason. Nothing.
5'7" is average. I'm 5'10". (5'6" for Bigot.
Yeah,
Suited.
5'6" is would be short for your average guy.
Raise 500,000.
And here we go, a couple of paint cards for Jorgna. Probably not that mad about it. Not that mad about this raise to 500,000 either.
1-5.
Yes, Jorgna. Yes.
Re-raise.
Raise 1.5.
And Belea with ace-9, technically the best hand. Does release it after the bet and the 3-bet.
1-5 it is.
Suited, you take a little poke here, bud?
I don't think so, but it's not that big of a deviation. You know, 30 big blinds, it should probably fold most of the time, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a call from Bigot.
Almost.
Bigot likes to tangle. Bigot big or Bigot home, you know?
And we gonna go to the flop. 6 in the window, 9, 6, 4, 2 hearts. Pair of 6s for Bigot.
And I know this shouldn't matter, Joe, but surely Bigot knows about the ace-jack, ace-queen hand now. and maybe he wants to come after him a little bit.
I'm all for that being a storyline, even if it doesn't matter, even if we're completely fabricating it.
You know, he one-upped him on that in that hand. It was a pretty crucial spot. So far, advantage Bigot.
But Jorgna's the one who's firing. Continuing the pre-flop aggression with a continuation bet.
Yeah, and 5 million behind and 4.5 out there. This could play as a call or even a shove from Bigot, protecting that mid pair, you know, not really allowing Jorgna's hands with equity to realize it. But you also don't want to just shove into 2 queens here and then be staring down the barrel of a second place finish. About SPR 1 now for Jorgna is going to need to hit something, and does!
Oh, man.
See, you should have just done what the commentator said, who was looking at the cards. Said you should shove, protect against the, you know? They never listen.
This could still work out well for Jorgna. A couple of people out there, by the way, mentioning that they don't use 500 euro notes here anymore. If they don't use 500 euro notes here anymore, then why did the guy outside the hotel give me a great rate on changing my dollars to them? Jorgna moves all in.
Count, please.
And Bigot is asking for a count. Thinks the 6 could be good.
So you're probably wondering, what is Bigot even thinking about? Well, the thing about this turn card is that it now creates straight draws for the kind of hands that would 3-bet pre-flop and shove this turn like your king queens and your king 10s. If this turn was a 10 or a queen, king jack probably would have done the same thing, right? So
like king, queen, ace, king.
it looks kind of drawy to Bigot. You know, if you did have those aces, kings, queens, wouldn't you have bet something kind of small here? So it looks like a draw, and Bigot maybe wants to make some sort of heroic call. I mean, you can see how he is just motivated. He wants a reason to make this.
Is that hand you mentioned going to play into this at all? Into the rationale?
Maybe, yeah, maybe. He wants to do it.
He really looks like he wants to do it.
The energy is all like, I don't believe you, I don't believe you, I want to do this, I want to take you out.
Bigot does make the call and is drawing very, very thin. Can only hit a 6 or a 5.
I call 5, 6 and 20. Il a 3-bet, j'ai call.
Ja. Han behöver 6 eller 5.
Troisième paire. J'ai hésité à jam flop, mais ouais.
We're gonna hit. You're good in hit.
I don't
Take the
think so.
river. You're good.
That's all you can do now. Tell your boy to hit.
You know, I made that Bigot big, Bigot home thing. I didn't think he'd actually do this.
Well, he does have Jorgna covered. So he'll be neither going big nor going home. He's probably going to be going small. River card. No help for Bigot. Big double up for Jorgna.
Oh, there's just a beautiful bearded men.
3 generation of Jorgna boys.
Ooh, a nice little dance too.
This is how good Swedish people look. That's his great-grandfather.
Thank you.
I really like that joke. That was good.
Peter Jorgna up to 15.5 million. 62 big blinds. And Fabrice Bigot down to 6. 1.6 million. Down 7.5 million from the start of the day. I'm feeling that recovery, and just looking at that uphill battle of having to come back from 6 big blinds, and I am dejected on behalf of Fabrice Bigot.
Yeah, that's gonna probably be losing some sleep over that one. But I mean,
that
credit to Bigot to have that gear, to have that the cojones to just stick with your read there. You know, kind of split his range between mostly semi-bluffs and then those values that you're prepared to be all in against. And there's Belea just chilling, the Romanian.
Just
and limps in.
Yeah.
Wow, for the 6 big blinds effective.
You got to give yourself room to fold here if Bigot shoves, right, Griff?
No, I just think this is like my hand has so much equity and it's so fun that I don't want to just shove and get 8-7 type hands to fold. Let's see a flop.
Let's let him catch a piece. Top pair for Belea. Also a club. 8-7 with not even a gut shot. 7, 8, 9. Yep, not even a gut shot.
Bet 250,000.
And a bet and a fold. So the good news is that Bigot's out of the big blind for 2 hands. A whole round before having to commit more of those 6 big blinds.
You'll never see a more dejected €500,000 than that man in seat. I guess we call it seat 2 or 3.
Speaking of which, you said he's going to lose some sleep over it. The good news is that pillow is going to be stuffed with €500 notes. I got to unload some of these now. I should have known the guy gave me such a great rate. I thought I was ripping him off. Belea with Jack 10 off. Big go is a fold. Jorgna, Queen 8. Now, do you still just... Oh, interesting. I was going to say, do you play just super snug
like,
until Bigot goes out?
Yeah, it's just...
Okay. It's exactly what I was
mean, you
gonna
should
ask.
probably just call that.
Right.
And for the extra chip and play, but...
Well, you definitely don't raise it, though.
I mean, it was raised to you.
Right, I'm saying you wouldn't re-raise it. You wouldn't give...
No. You can't do that. No.
It seems like calling is fine there.
Yeah, calling is okay, but...
Folding also seems...
Yeah, it's just like, let's get this guy back. Like, it's not...
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know the exact ICM calculations, but I just know it's okay to be much tighter pre-flop in a situation as absurd as this, where Fabrice has, 6 big blinds.
Well, this is the one for Bigot. This one, he will be...
What is the minimum I can keep behind?
Going big or going home. So just in case there's an aces versus king confrontation between the other 2 players.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, I'd be too lazy to do that.
Me too.
Okay.
And it would cost us 45,000
Probably.
euros.
Jorgna with a hand. A dominated hand. Folds. Belea live.
1.425. 1,425,000.
Is he gonna?
Well, you're getting a good enough price, and you have enough
finish
chips.
him off?
It's
Yeah.
just more about
attempt to, at least.
I don't think you should call here, because you want Bigot to stay in the tournament as long as you can to just keep getting the, like, I mean, look, if Belea was playing Jorgna heads up and raised the button with Jack 10 off, I'm pretty sure Jorgna is going to play the Queen 8.
Yeah.
Right now he's not.
Right.
Right? You are just going to run over this three-handed until Bigot busts. So you don't need to take a marginal one with 7-5 suited, but is going to do it anyway because the price is right.
We are going to take it with the 7-5 suited.
Yeah, my money's on the spades here. Or as James calls it,
the spikes.
Oh, come on.
The picks.
No, the Belea hand. Come on, one more time.
The bond.
The bond. Hey.
I still think the 5-6 is good.
We'll talk about it later. I still think the 5-6 is good.
I can call for him.
Ace Queen suited for Bigot. Plenty of hope right now for a double up.
Are we covering the suit? No. He has 7-5 of spades.
Plenty of France willing Ace Queen to hold.
And that is the smile of a confident Romanian, and that is the dejected look of a struggling Frenchman who's going to at least make another €500,000 to his name. Well, there's a smile.
Here we go. Flop is King, King 6. And Bigot is through the worst of it. Just needs to fade 2 more cards. Turn card.
Badunk.
Is an 8 now. It's an up and down draw for Belea. Bigot has to fade 14 outs to stay alive in this event.
It looks like it's him.
That is a lot of outs. 1 card to come. It's a 9. That's a straight for 7-5. Bigot Busto. Fabrice Bigot going deep as a Frenchman in the first ever EPT Paris. Finally buckles in 3rd.
Honestly, was a great representative for the French players here in Paris. Played
Good luck,
really
guys.
strong poker. Was really, really tough all of the last few days, and just went with his gut. And unfortunately, Jorgna had the better hand.
Takes home 535,000 euros for his efforts. And when I say takes home, he's from here, so he doesn't really have to take it anywhere.
Il engueule shoot exprès?
En fait, ça préfère faire all-in quand t'as dit all-in question en mode. À mon avis, il a fait OK, bah il va sûrement call du coup.
Je suis pas sûr que ce soit ça. Il m'a même pas regardé.
De loin, j'ai eu l'impression après. Ça aurait l'air même, tu vois, mais. En tout cas, until next time.
Si bet, je fold. Si
Ouais,
jam,
bah
je
oui, mais
call.
c'est pour ça.
Yeah, I think the 5-6 is still good. Like
Yeah,
his
yeah, yeah.
floor is jamming ace jack, like ace 10 off.
I saw yesterday.
You can tell him the truth tomorrow.
Double barrel, even 3.
And some reaction shots from Belea and his rail when that 9 spikes on the river. And Belea dispatches yet another one of his opponents. And Jorgna knows that he just made another 200,000 euros. And if the graphics are out now, I think it's because Jorgna smacked the table.
Oh, the Viking slap.
Yeah. Not only did the graphics go out, but they lost power on the floor under us. It was like a Thor thunderclap.
Yeah. Another.
Straight through the table. So we're getting prepared right now for the Belea Jorgna heads up, and Just momentum-wise, the year of Romania versus a guy whose life is seemingly going absolutely dreamily. And one of those dreamy things for Jorgna seems to be that he seems to be in a lovely relationship with a person who appears to be a huge fan of his. His partner, Shori Marjai, has been on the rail sweating him for the last 3 days. Let's see what she's got to say.
Peter's got two friends, okay? Peter and Michael. And they went on a tournament together where Peter played cards. He was not playing poker. And they decided that they were going to do a year's experiment, and they would make sure that Peter was going to get to the final table. Now, this is 10 months ago, okay? 10 months. None of them believed, except for me, that Peter would be where he's sitting today. But the proof is that if you want something enough, you will get there, basically, if you want something. And Peter has studied very, very hard to get where he is. Truth be told, he would not be there without Michael and Peter. Very grateful. And I am very grateful that take me with them. And I've experienced a lot. Railing, playing. I do a mix of everything. Next time, maybe you'll see me sitting on the final table.
I mean, that's a pretty great story.
What an absolute joy she is. Supportive partner, so important at these long hours out here as a poker player.
Pretty cool. He decided he was to become a poker pro in under a year. 10 months later, he's heads up for an EPT championship. First time ever in Paris, France. Razvan Belea, the favorite at the moment, seems to have put in just as much work and wants it just as bad. And this day has been all about him. This year has been all about Romania. 129 big blinds for Razvan Belea. And we just heard from his partner, Shore, Peter Jorgna. The slight underdog here, but by no means a short stack. 62 big blinds for Peter, 15.7 million in chips. And this really feels like a unstoppable force versus immovable object type of situation. If it weren't for the chip discrepancy, both of these guys have all of the momentum. I don't know how that's possible. That's what they're playing for. A difference of about 400,000 euros at this point. 780,000 for the runner-up, 1.1 million for the winner. I don't know about you, Griff. I know you've been heads up before in tournaments knowing you're guaranteed either a huge score or a massive score. How do you just not sit there with a grin on your face, just like totally beaming and acting like a goof because you know you're going to be rich no matter what?
Well, it's funny you should ask that because I'm actually not the best person to ask because the only time I've been heads up for $1 million, second place was 0.
That's true. That was on Shark Cage. Sometimes I confuse it with Shark Tank. Shark Cage. How much was the Irish Open for?
200.
200, okay. And it looks like we're about ready.
But Berlin was for over $500,000, so that one was, yeah.
Forget about the Berlin high roller.
It's difficult. I think, in my experience, you kind of go through stages a lot of the time with your experience to tournament poker and live poker. The first time you get there, first time you get in the money, you're so just grateful to be there. And I think that's what makes someone like Peter Jorgna's experience here with just the 16,000 in cash is the fact that he has seemed so focused, except that one hand where he didn't realize the action was on him and he said he fell asleep. You know, and the fact that this is really only his first experience at this stage, getting deep in something like this, I don't know where he gets the confidence from, really. gets
some
up and
people
shakes
could
the
just,
room.
Yeah, some people can just manufacture it out of nowhere, Griff.
Yeah, they just...
Despite having nothing going for them. Pure manufactured confidence.
I'm the Mixer 10 wants a shout out for his girlfriend who just started watching poker. And I think it lines up with the theme of Jorgna's partner there.
Are you going to shout her out or what?
shout out. We don't have a name.
Yes, we
but
do.
It's I'm the Mixer's. Do we? Her name is Ajibo.
I had a girlfriend named Ajibo once.
Yeah?
Yeah, she lived in Canada.
Really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I never got to see her because she was always modeling.
Really? Yeah. I can't tell if... What background is that name?
Canadian.
Canadian?
Yeah.
Okay. Jorgna with the 5-4. We saw the Queen 8 fold when it was three-handed. Let's see if he's prepared to open up his range of hands. I think 5-4 is kind of a hand you need to be defending with, but yeah, I think we will see a little more of the inexperience seep in here once we get to stone heads up. And I think it's going to be a bit difficult for Jorgna to get some momentum going if he's not prepared to see flops with different hands. You know, you got to defend the Queen 8s. And, you know, 5-4 is right there on the line. You wouldn't defend 3-4. But it's not a good sign for how protective he's going to be of those blinds. And you know, Razvan Belea will be all over that and be playing very aggressively from the button if that's the case.
Yeah, you got to wonder... You know, of all the
disciplines, this heads up probably not.
How much did they focus on heads up? Of all, you know, he's been studying hard for 10 months. Really, it would make sense if it was the least.
Yeah. And that's why it's hard, knowing his background, not to give him a bit of a pass. You know, and the thing that's also tough is, you know, when you do have a disadvantage heads up against a very experienced, strong player like Belea, you're going to want to find a way to up the variance a little bit and play a little more higher variance, a little more pre-flop stuff, but they're playing so deep. So you're not going to really get a lot of opportunities to do that.
So that's what I was going to say is it feels like with one player, again, we really don't know Jorgna's experience level studying heads up. Obviously, he hasn't played a ton of heads up. But you would expect that this could take quite a while.
Yeah.
Given if people are playing.
Yeah, because he's not just going to, even if he is overfolding the big blind, he's not just going to blind out when he's starting this heads-up battle with 62 bigs.
Right. Yeah, we have not seen any evidence of overfolding yet because we're only 2 hands into this.
Indication, maybe. 5-4 maybe is a call. That's what I was saying.
Oh, so far, okay. So we do have a slight indication, sure.
But there's also the possibility that, you know, he knew in that three-handed situation he should fold Queen 8 but call Queen 9, and in this situation maybe should call 6-5 and 5-4. We're not really sure about his ranges so much, but it's usually a tendency you see from people that are inexperienced heads up that they're overfolding the big blind. So we'll see if that's a theme in this matchup. And in for another raise, which we're going to have to get used to from Belea.
Four 4-2 seems okay.
4-2's okay.
Okay.
4-2 is more than okay.
I think you've heard me talk about this before. I'm not that big of a fan of heads up. I think part of it is because it's so exhausting, because there's so much to think about. There's never really a break. But it is fitting that the biggest pay jump you'll be playing for is the one you have to work the hardest for. Generally speaking.
just over a 2-to-1 chip edge here between Razvan Belea and Peter Jorgna.
Raise 625,000.
Jorgna coming in for a raise with ace-9.
Yeah, it seems to be going with a 2.5x raise style, which I think is okay at the stack depth. You're playing deeper. Why not?
Of course, also playing for that beautiful piece of hardware. EPT trophy is up for a popularity contest coming up in Vegas next week. All the voting's completed on that, but the EPT trophy did make it for 2022 into the finals.
The EPT trophy for what?
From 2022.
What about it?
Is up for a Global Poker Award for Best Trophy.
Oh, really? I didn't know that was an award.
Yeah.
That's great.
There's a lot of competition in that department, too, because there are quite a few really cool trophies out there. So for the EPT trophy to have made it to the nomination phase is pretty cool. Belea opens this pot with Queen 5. Jorgna is going to 3-bet.
Raise 1.550. 1,500,000.
Nice. Go, Jorgna. Go.
You know, we could have a back and forth like this happen for a few hours. Quite honestly.
Oh, really?
That's a really good point. You know, you don't have to wear your trophy presenting shirt. You can wear something more comfortable in the meantime.
But it could also be over in one hand.
I know.
So Jorgna, turns out, is a human being.
Stop.
And yeah, I know. Doesn't look like it. Never heard of Thor having to go to the bathroom. But taking a quick little break here for Jorgna to do what needs to be done. So why not talk about the Latin American Poker Tour? It's back. Rio de Janeiro. Man, that's got to be so much fun. LAPT, Rio de Janeiro. What is that, Brazil?
That's Brazil, yes.
Okay, Brazil, yeah, March 2nd through 6th. More events to come. Yeah, they love bathroom breaks in Brazil. People there use them, apparently, too. So, just trying to smash these two thoughts together.
Yeah.
It's not really working. Also, the Irish Poker Open, which it's very likely that me, James Hardigan, and semi-defending champion Griffin Benger are going to be there in just a couple of weeks. April 5th through 10th at the old RDS in Dublin, because PokerStars is now an official sponsor. That's right. They're officially sponsoring me to have some Guinness.
And we will be out there to finally answer the question, what is the crack?
We will get to the bottom of what the crack is, for sure. And just a few hours ago, we had our first mini EPT event of the day kick off. There's still time to enter the mini main event. That's at 18:15 local time, about 50 minutes from now. And an EPT Monte Carlo package will be awarded to the winner. It's a $5.50 entry, 1/1000th of the price of the 5,500 euro event you're watching right now. Which event will finish first? Looking like this one, probably the live main event.
No problem.
Peter Jorgna is back. We're going to start the clock back up.
Honestly, if I found out that Razvan Belea didn't even get up, like, that is some Terminator stuff. Didn't get up to say say hi to his girlfriend, and, you know, didn't make a call, didn't check TikTok, just sat there.
That's true. Didn't even. Well, he doesn't have his phone, but you're right. Like,
come on,
who could
didn't
just
get up?
Who could just
okay?
sit there that whole time? You're right.
That doesn't sit right with me. No pun intended.
That's focus.
Yeah.
Right there. Action back underway. Raise and take it for, excuse me, just a fold from Belea on the button.
What did Belea fold?
Sorry, fold from Jorgna.
Yeah. What did Jorgna fold?
I didn't see it.
Can we rewind? Can we rewind? Sorry. Can we rewind? Can we rewind?
As a group can rewind.
Okay.
You cannot. And I feel like it's not really a good use of the resources just to find out what was
It would be
folded
pretty
there.
funny, though. We've never done it before. Do you think they would do it? No, let's not do it.
If they were going to do it, they would have done it already.
You think so?
Yeah. Belea on the button this time, first act.
Yeah, any suited cards. Like I said, I expect to see Belea playing nearly 100% of buttons. But now I'm going to mix in some limps. Didn't like the cut of that 3-bet jib. And I would have liked to have seen if Jorgna would have defended the Jack-6 facing a raise. I don't think so. I don't mind folding the Jack-6 were it raised either, but it's just going to check, and we're going to C3.
Jack-6 has been kind of a lucky hand for Jorgna, if I'm not mistaken. 10-7-7. The 7-10 split. It's the hardest spare in all of bowling.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't get that one. Min bet from Belea. And not a lot of defense with the Jack-6. You're thinking sometimes you're good here, but it's not particularly high up in your range of the kind of hands you'd want to continue here, right? Better high cards, you want to continue some straight draws. Even something like Queen-9 you'd probably call, but Jack-6. Nah.
Nirvana says, spare us the bowling jokes. Nirvana sounds like a real turkey.
Who do you think you are? I am.
That's right. That's a great
It's the
clip.
only bowling
All
reference I
time.
know.
All-time great clip.
Did you know that Tim Robinson did a whole sketch where he basically played that character? Have you seen that before?
No.
Oh, we
see
gotta
that
watch it after.
Fabrice Bigot is in French commentary right now. That's cool.
Oh, wow, that is exciting. Must be.
Skip says you're here for poker commentary, not Koes. Stay in your lane. What is KOES? Is that something that kids say that I wouldn't know? Anyway, you banned.
Yeah. Yeah, tough to be banned over something we didn't even get. But
Yeah.
you gotta be more careful with what you say.
It felt like a menacing tone.
It did, yeah.
I didn't
sensed
care
it.
for the tone.
Yeah. Watch your tone. Okay, Belea. Test my theory. Are we going 100% from the button? My friend. My bespeckled buddy. We are. If you're raising the 7-3, you're playing just about everything else. And Jorgna has been getting some yucky hands from the big. And those quick folds, I think, are going to really motivate Belea to continue that course of action, playing a lot of those buttons, all of them.
You know, stay in your lane, now that I think about it, was probably a bowling joke.
Oh, so he was... Oh.
Boy.
Oh, gosh. We don't have the power to undo
No,
it.
I can't undo it. It would make me look weak.
Yes.
But
Oh.
that one's on me.
Yeah, that's a good joke.
Oof.
Yeah, where did we ban him? On YouTube or
Oh,
whoever you
everywhere.
are?
No, everywhere. I closed the Stars account.
No, you can't. Oh,
Yeah.
gosh.
Gone.
That's rough. Yeah. And it's, I mean, you'd have to email
There's
support.
nothing I could do
It's like
about
a whole,
it. Yeah, no. I mean, I don't make the rules. I just
Yeah.
make the rules. Jack-7 for Jorgna.
Maybe we should, next time we'll just leave the banning to the mods and stuff.
Oh,
Maybe
no,
we
no,
should
no.
stay in our lane.
No, I'll learn nothing from this.
No.
I strike first. I'm not gonna walk around on pins and needles. Okay. Get your mind out of the gutter. So not a ton of movement since this heads up started. Jorgna has lost maybe 3 big blinds, 3 to 5 big blinds.
In fairness, there is irony because we're the funny guys. That's our lane. So he should have stayed in his lane and not made a funny joke.
That's true.
You know. And Belea, until you prove to me otherwise, Jorgna, I'm raising 100% of buttons. And Jorgna finally has a hand I think he's prepared to play. Let's see a flop. Yeah, finally.
And away we go. 2 monster hands. Queen, 8-5. That's a pair of 8s for Jorgna. And checks over to Belea, and Belea doesn't bite. Checks it back. 4 on the turn. Belea can't win this hand because it's 2 pair for Jorgna. Wonder Woman, 1984.
The Oscar snub.
Runner, full house for Jorgna.
Only way he's going to get money is one more trappy check, but at this stage, wow, good for you. Belea will never check this down. You can't just check down 10 high here. And Belea is going to fall right in the trap. We'll probably want to bet a little bit on the bigger side to not get called by your king highs and the like. Look at that. He's scrubbing. It's like, 600,000.
Scrambling to not show down this 10 high.
And it's hard not to be tempted to bet by this river because Belea is representing, you know, some showdown value on the flop and turn, like an ace high and something like that. So nice check from Jorgna. A couple tricks up his sleeve, up his beautiful tatted up sleeve on his right arm. Sorry, I blanked out. What happened? What is it?
I just like how even an entire stack of chips look tiny in those gigantic man hands. If he wins this thing, he's going to lift the trophy with 2 fingers.
I want to know what Belea is thinking after that hand. Like, did he just somehow have, like, a flush, or is he just making moves?
Well, in 29.5 minutes, he's going to know for sure. Jorgna managed to get back to where he started here in this heads up, slightly more profitable.
You know, I kind of like the narrative for Romania, though, you know? Being Romanian, watching this at home, and, like, just the final boss is this.
Yeah, true.
You know? Just God.
The chiseled,
chiseled, sleeved God.
Quite a sympathetic villain.
Yeah, if you want.
King 10 suited for Jorgna, pocket 7s for Belea, and Belea just calls. Ace, Queen 6, King 10 whiffs, does have a draw to the nuts. 2 overs for the 7s.
Yeah, you'd like to see a heart out there if you're Jorgna, but every reason to bet this board with the range advantage. Gonna have some opportunities to keep on betting, try to fold out those hands like 6x or queen x, or I don't know, maybe your opponent has something like pocket sevens and folds the turn. But I think Belea will consider calling, but no, facing those half pot bets, realizing, you know what, I don't want to get sticky in spots like this. I'm going to make so many more chips, just chipping away, but some good momentum being gained here from Jorgna. I think if it was more traditional, sort of 25, 30% sizing, you call with those under rep sevens on the flop, but tougher to play against when you're seeing bigger bets.
48 million minus yours.
Indeed.
Belea
16.
It's going to fold the 6 deuce outright, so not 100%.
Not 100%. And Jorgna had the queen jack.
Great read.
They're both sort of finding their node.
Is that like... That's like a game theory thing, no?
Yeah, I don't know what it means. I hear Sam say it a lot.
Got it.
You know, I'll be having a drink with Spraggy, and he'll say it with Lex.
Are you sure they're not saying they're finding their chode?
I'm like 63% sure that it's node.
That's enough. It feels like enough.
Okay, the more I'm thinking about it, I think it might have been chode.
At least for Spraggy. Someone in chat asks how late the registration goes on the mini main, the mini EPT Paris kicks off.
You just let us know when you want to play it. Well,
it's 2.5 hours late registration, it appears. I have to rely on others to dig up that info for me because I can't. I don't have a PokerStars thing. I can't be on stars. And this is another 2-pair for Jorgna. 1 hour and 15 minutes. Excuse me, I misspoke. The main event is 1 hour and 15 minutes. You have until 7:30 p.m. local time to play the mini main. And that's the one that has the EPT Monte Carlo package attached to the win.
Alternatively, if you wait 26.5 minutes, James Hardigan will be back and we'll know the exact details for you and not lead you down the wrong path.
There's a longer late entry for the event that started at
Okay, I know we got a little distracted.
3:15. Yes, go ahead.
With this mini main stuff.
Go ahead and pick it up there, Griff.
But this is a very unconventional check back from Jorgna on the King 9-5. You want to find yourself betting this because of all the spade combos and 7/8s and Jack 10s and stuff like that. But Jorgna found a check, which is pretty badass because it just induced a bluff from Belea
if you
on the turn that would have otherwise folded. So, and then got the fold. It's interesting to see when you see unconventional lines from someone that's maybe a bit inexperienced in certain scenarios, and it kind of works out because it's not so wrong necessarily, you know, and it can work really well in that particular hand, and that was a great example of that. You know, often when it comes to King 9-5 and you have King 5, they just have nothing in fold, and he gave Belea an opportunity to find some equity in a barrel and made some more chips.
Regardless of how studied Jorgna is in pre-flop and post-flop ranges and charts heads up, it seems like he's done a good job of studying Belea and knows that Belea is pretty likely to fire when checked to on multiple streets.
Yeah.
And you picked up on it. You said there's no way Belea is going to let this show down, and we knew that he had 10 high, and I think that Jorgna had a pretty good idea he was going to fire regardless.
Yeah.
Of knowing his hold cards.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's playing great. I mean, we're at 117 to 70 big blinds now, and if Jorgna does have, you know, a game plan heads up. It's being executed extremely well so far.
To the tune of having chipped up.
Yeah, almost 18 million.
Hasn't chipped up 18 million, but is at almost 18 million, yes. He's added more than 10% to his stack since the start of this heads up. Suicide IG on YouTube says, nah, he could have gotten more value. You know what I say to that? Nah. Nah, you're nah.
Nahception. You're banned. Two pretty nice heads-up hands. Ace-Jack off and the Queen-Deuce suited. Advantage. Queen-Deuce. I had a nice pun on Razvan's name earlier, actually using advantage. I did you might not have heard. I said Razvantage. It was good. It was good at the time. Because they listed the name. It was like we saw little graphics, so people saw. Yeah.
I would actually really like most of your jokes if they were done in context instead of telling me, "Hey, here's a really good joke I thought of." Yeah.
7 on the turn, 2.5 million out there. So the continuation bet from Jorgna, of course, not getting through. And this is the kind of card I think you need to just wave the white flag a little bit. You know, there are a lot better turn cards for your ace-jack, something like a king that you could barrel, or a heart, or a 10 if you wanted. But the 7, it's kind of just like...
diamond? Anyone needed a diamond? No. Anyone need an 8? 5, 7, 8, 9? Anyone have a 6? Anyone have an ace high? Anyone have a pair of queens? Belea finally gets to make a legit river bet.
Well, legit in the context that it is a bet, but it's very small. It's a similar blocker bet we saw from Belea earlier with that 4-deuce where he actually called the raise. Of course, Jorgna cannot do anything there and folds.
I had a good question. We're approaching the other level here. I had a good question. From Chi Estpanda, who says, so these two guys get here by playing on PokerStars, or was it a regular tournament hosted somewhere? Okay, so this is EPT Paris, first time we've ever been here. Anyone could rock up and buy in for 5,500 euros, I think, maybe 5,300, I'm not sure the exact amount there. However, these players do each have an interesting backstory. This fella, Razvan Belea, is from Romania, and according to what we've spoken to him about his poker history, used to play free rolls mostly. I don't really see anywhere that he said that he's deposited. Now maybe he has, but it sounds like kind of worked his way up from playing free rolls and has put in a ton of work in studying the game. 34 years old. Plays poker 5 days a week, says he studies even more. And if that is not an advertisement for studying, I don't know what is. Now flip-flop over to Jorgna, who's got a pair of 5s here. Different background, very successful businessman, retired already, but also decided he wanted to, quote, put in the work. 2-pair again for Jorgna, and has also done a bunch of studying over the last 10 months, has 2 poker coaches, 2 friends that have been coaching him through things. So both interesting stories of people who have made it, you know, this isn't like just a flyer for these guys, just decided to enter a poker tournament. Both of them have been taking the game quite seriously, and look where they ended up. One of them's going to win this, and the other one's going to win
Thank you.
€750,000. And they both thank the dealer. because the blinds are going up. That's classy move to thank the dealer.
You had something. Now you had something. You had something now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a good fold. You'll see it.
Peter Jorgna right around where he started this heads-up match again. Indian asks, does a player have to be from Europe to play in the EPT, or can anyone play? Anyone can play it. Anyone of legal age. As long as they can legally enter the country of France, could come here and play EPT Paris.
$1.2.
Jorgna's limped in with 7-3 suited. And Belea makes it 1.2, gets a quick fold. Vanilla Puddings asks, do I have to have a sick tattoo sleeve to reach the final table? Sadly, yes. Thank you for your question. If you need a recommendation, I got a guy. Soren says, I understood that in France is forbidden deals. That's right. No deals allowed to be made here. I mean, it doesn't really seem to be an issue. Belea with a 2-1 chip lead. Don't think he'd be volunteering to do any deals anyway. And now would be a good time to welcome back our other friend and colleague, Nicholas Walsh. What's up, buddy?
Hello, hello. How you guys doing? Pleasure to be back. Heads up. Played a little bit of heads up in my time, Joe.
Yeah, I bet you have. This is probably a little deeper than what you're used to, but I'm sure many of the principles remain the same.
Yeah, considerably deeper. 55 big blinds effective here, heads up. Really, really sick to see our friend Peter Jorgna making it so far. He's like, I think this year I'll try poker.
Yeah.
We decided we were going to try poker, and I was going to try and win. And here I am. I won.
Some people are just born winners, and this dude seems like one of them.
Yeah, seems like a really nice guy, too. And he is on the button with the pocket fours. 1, 2, 3, 4. Bouquet 4s.
10-6 for Belea. Flop is 8-6-5, 2 clubs. Belea does outflop the 4s. And Belea decides to lead out at this.
Jorgna does have a gut shot in what could still be the best hand, so does call.
I think it's almost never going to be the best hand when someone leads at it, but I agree that you can't fold right away.
I mean, the biggest issue I have with the 4s calling here is that even if it's not the best hand now, it's still going to be like 2 of our cards in a flush draw, or 2 of our cards in a gut shot, 2 of our cards in a, a pair in a straight draw where that's already losing 2. So, yeah, Woopef in the chat says, I hate people who wear glasses to hide their emotions. Woopef, you know what I hate? People who hate people who wear glasses to hide their emotions, you banned.
And Belea is going to bet this 6 again.
Why not? Let's just keep going. Let's just keep leading.
And Jorgna decides to save the chips.
Now, the one thing I kind of do expect here, Joe, is that Jorgna, by his own admission, you know, has kind of been really leaning into the study, getting into it this year.
Yeah.
I imagine that probably one of the least studied situations
Griff
from the
and I were
total
talking
game
about
is
this, yeah.
probably heads up, and that's not a shot at him. It's just that really,
why would you?
You want to, yeah, exactly. You really want to be focusing on getting to final tables, and then you can start to focus on the situations that occur a lot less frequently. But so far, we have seen some very solid poker from Jorgna, and I feel like a lot of that will cascade into the heads up, assuming he's playing the correct ranges pre-flop, etc. I think a lot of the sort of general theory of how you're going to proceed flop, turn, river does sort of apply, although there are some interesting quirks, of course.
You're right, Root Fay. Heads up is where the money is worth the most, though.
Yeah, that's where the money's made, especially with no deals.
The final hurdle, but it's probably a better use of your time to practice every other part of the tournament a little bit more than this one, if you're just starting out. I don't know. It seems reasonable. It seems logical to me.
Yeah, exactly. So a couple hands there. Peter Jorgna down to 50 bigs. I say down 50 bigs, still very playable. Only a 2-to-1 chip advantage for Razvan.
Okay, so let me run this one by you.
Yeah.
Let's say that, and I know this is a crazy hypothetical, but let's say Belea has a 3-to-1 chip lead, but Jorgna has 70 big blinds.
Yeah.
Is that as big of a
sure.
disadvantage as it sounds like?
I think WPT.
No, not really, because I think the...
When is it?
And
having somebody... Sorry, let's listen to this first.
I teed you up, my fault.
That's okay.
They're going to stop now, right?
What are your plans? And you?
Sorry?
What are your plans?
Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo.
Good talk.
So,
Is that in May?
Actually,
Yeah.
okay.
In the end of the April.
End of April.
Yeah. 25-6, if I'm not mistaken.
If you let me win this, I might go with you.
Looks like we're going to see more of these guys on the circuit. Love to hear it. Obviously, a little boost to the bankroll always helps, Joe.
Let me win. Doesn't seem like
This
the
is why
type.
we play poker, right?
Yeah.
Bueno torneos. Online, it's, you know,
I don't pay online.
you have a badge or something, but to have it in your home, this trophy, something else.
That's great. And what a time to pick up ace-queen. You give the speech over how much you want the trophy. Pick up. This would be great if this was the last hand. All right, Nick, go ahead. I think we're safe now.
No, it's all good. I was just going to say, I think I kind of know what you're getting at. I think when you've got enough of a stack to wield like 70 big blinds, it's going to do such a significant amount of damage, and it sets you up for playing such deep stack poker at a later stage that losing it all into a 70 big blind stack or losing a huge pot to a 70 big blind stack is going to be more devastating than if you have the same chip, ratio.
Yeah, it seems like a 2-to-1 chip lead
Yeah.
isn't that big a deal right now when you still have 50 big blinds. I guess that's the point I'm getting at.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. McLovin as well saying, don't you think these guys spend a big amount of time to study their blind versus blind spots? Yes, but blind v blind is very different from heads up. I mean, obviously, both situations are heads up hands. However, blind v blind means that the small blind is out of position at all times. So first act is out of position, and heads up means that you're always in position, which is a monumental difference.
There's got to be a slight difference, too, in just the how wide your ranges are, right? Like, you wouldn't be playing exactly the same
Oh, not even close. No,
width of ranges when it's folded to you in the small blind as you would then when you are playing heads up.
Correct. And one of the main reasons for that is because in the small blind, you're out of position against the big blind, whereas you're always in position when you're playing heads up, despite it being the same position theoretically. Button, small blind, same thing.
So we said the same thing, but you said it much smarter than I did for the real reasons, and I just kind of
fumble my way through it as usual. Perfect.
Okay. So a couple exchanges there. Nothing of note yet. Still kind of the same setup. Razvan with about 2-1 chip lead.
Logan says, why would the commentary call out someone in
alright?
chat? Relax, dude. You're supposed to cultivate the viewership for the attraction to the game. Here, how about I cultivate a ban for you? Thank you for your comment.
You got the ban hammer over on YouTube now?
It's not as fun because I can't bop them.
Yeah.
But, you know.
I'm not sure if I'm set up like that yet. Let me see. No. That coin. You guys are lucky. Cultivate my ban hammer.
I mean, they're really loving that on Twitch right now.
You know when, like, we thought Groot died and then they planted him and he became
Baby Groot?
Like Baby Groot, which
Yeah.
and then it became like part of the weapon that Thor would wield
Sure,
later.
yeah, the hammer.
Yeah, it's like you plant
the axe.
You plant a little hammer and it becomes a ban hammer, you know. 6 months
right.
later.
What we're actually trying to cultivate is a community of positive supporters and people who, if you do want to have a criticism, to do it in a respectful way. That's what we're trying to cultivate.
Yeah, we're just weeding them out. Belea playing the tray deuce off from position. Jugna with the king 10 suiting. I'd like to see a raise here from the big blind. We are quite deep, so I wouldn't mind it being on the larger side, something like 3.5, maybe a 4x ISO. I'm honestly not super well versed on these stack depths specifically, but I imagine that you do want to have a larger than 3x or at least 3x situation. So there was a raise to 900K, so that was a 3x. Love to see it, and a defend from the, sorry, fold, excuse me, from the tray deuce. My graphics glitched there for a moment. Seems good. I was going to say the limp with the tray deuce heads up seems fine. The limp fold seems very standard. I was going to say a defend there. Seems pretty wild.
All right, Virtue and Ideals, first act. Peter Jordna. Ace-4 off. Might as well be aces heads up. Snap raise. And what say you, Razvan Belea with the 8-7 of diamonds? All right, here we go.
This could be a 3-bet, Joe. I like 3-betting these kinds of combinations. Oh, yes. Welcome to my house, senor.
Re-raise. In the year of Romania.
Yeah, you really don't want to, you don't always just want to be 3-betting with good hands. You want to have some other hands that play well. 8-7 suited is one of those very special hands in the game of Texas Hold'em, Joe. Whenever you see weird stuff going on, it just always seems to be in the mix.
Okay.
If you ever look at a chart and you're like, yeah, it's probably going to be like ace, king, ace, queen, and it's going to be always 8-7 suited. It's always 8-7 suited. It's always in there. Like 20 big blinds heads up limp. Yeah, I'm going to be raising ace, king nearly all in, and I'm going to be raising 8-7 suited. They're like 8-7 suited. Are you crazy? One of the reasons for that, though, of course, guys, is it's well disguised, has great playability post-flop, but also is one of the best combinations to hold to crack aces. So even if you do get mixed up in a bit of a trickery spot, still very good opportunities to crack massive hands and have a little bit more board coverage as well.
Quick recap of the chip counts. Peter Jorgna has lost a little bit from the start of this heads-up match. Started with around 57 big blinds. It's down to 48 now. McLovin asks, is ace-4 not a good 4-bet candidate?
Yeah, quite possibly. I'm sure it probably happens at some frequency. If you're looking strictly at a solver, Joe, they really like the ace-5. They like the ace-5 combos. That's just kind of how they do it. And I imagine it's probably because it's the strongest offsuit ace combination that can still make the wheel. That's usually why they're going to lead more towards that.
Got it.
However, you know, ace-4 really, in the grand scheme of things, would have the same kind of properties as ace-5. So if you wanted to sneak it in there, absolutely fine. I think a lot of people also prefer to have the suited variety as well. So if they do get looked up, they have a little bit more playability post-flop.
Suicide IG says, I like that this other announcer explains things behind poker, lol. That's a compliment for you, Nick.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
You explain things behind poker.
Lol.
Lol.
No, I appreciate that, guys. Thank you for the kind words.
Voided writes, I like house stapes.
Lol.
Queen 9 suited for Jorgna. Belea taking a little peek. Folds.
Ooh, okay, okay. A little bit of moves. Like that a lot. Queen 9 suited seems fantastic. To ISO there.
Some pretty cool support on the rail. Both Jorgna and Belea's partners, side by side. Andrea Belea and Shorey.
What would be their name if they joined forces?
Oh.
Like you know,
Shoreya.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like when they do when they mash up celebrity names who are couples or whatever.
I think Shoreya.
Shoreya, that's a good name. Michael CJ says, Nick and Joe, best advice to grind a roll in micro MTTs online. Win. Thank you for your question. No, I'm just kidding. Bankroll management, super important. The more players in the field, the higher the variance it will be. Make sure you have enough buy-ins to bankroll the games you're playing, and study, study, study. So Belea this time raising with the 5-3 off. You know, having made that comment about Jorgna probably having played less heads up than some of his competition, he's been playing very solid thus far. Very pleased to see that. And what a flop that is right there.
Hachi Machi, top pair and a straight draw for Jorgna. A bad end of the straight draw for Belea. A gut shot. Belea's bet called. 2.4 million in the middle now. Turn card is the Jack of Clubs.
So the turn is the Jack of Hearts. Over card does complete some straights. Obviously, most notably, the 10 is now a straight, one card straight in the hand. I think, yeah, I was going to say, there are situations where you barrel over cards. I'm not sure if this is the one. And a straight on the board.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Except the 6 doesn't count. 7, 8, 9, 10. Jack.
I would love to see Jorgna try and get him off a chop pot here. What if he just bombs 2.4 river? Okay, he's going to give him the opportunity to do exactly that, Joe.
I would like to sincerely thank everyone out there who noticed the huge error I made in calling the Jack of Hearts the Jack of Clubs. And if it weren't for the fact that my father owned the company, most of you would probably replace me for noticing
Yes.
that error.
Yes, he's doing it, Joe. He's doing it. Also, yeah, Joe, I'm sorry, you're banned. All right, so he calls. Oh, he folds. I was going to say, you just calling for a chop out there is a really, really bad scene. And once you check, Joe, when you check to an aggressive player in position,
You're giving him the keys to the Lambo.
You're just giving him the keys to the Lambo. That's the thing. But no, great spot there to represent the higher straight, apart from the one on board. Used a nice chunky size, slight over pot. I love it.
So we got a producer out in the field right now who, for some reason, is talking to these people's families about their dogs. And we can play a little game. One of the players has a dog with a poker-themed name. A poker-themed name for their pooch. What do you think it is, chat? Fire in your guesses.
I actually don't know the answer. Can I guess once chat has guessed?
Yeah, let's read some off of chat. And then you put yours in mind.
I've already got mine. I've already picked
Okay.
mine. I'm not going to change it.
I'm seeing ace, Zeus, bluffer, ace, jack, nuts, blind for sure, river, chip the dog, rounders, button, nut flush, chippy,
Barry.
Barry.
Kojak.
Kojak's a good name
That's
for
a
a dog.
great one.
That's a great name for a dog. Dead Man's Hand. Mr. Flush Pants.
Shut up, Joe. No, that doesn't work. That's not a poker-related one.
Well, it's kind of poker-related. It's more poker-related than some of the stuff I talk about. All right, here we go to the flop.
Robbie J. Lou.
Unraised pot. That's funny. 8, 5, 2s, 2 clubs. Jorgna with a pair. Belea with the straight draw. Cowboy, Nickelback, YouTube finally catching up. Dunk. Royal. Dad come home. Russian bot. Doyle. Jiggity. Belea betting the up and down draw, 400,000. And Jorgna calls. Does not connect with the turn, which is the 9 of diamonds. Wouldn't want to get that wrong.
Definitely don't get that one wrong. I think I like his second barrel here from Belea. Seems like a pretty beautiful turn to barrel. Slows down, though.
4, is it the straight? No, it's just a pair. It's good, though.
It's enough. I mean, Jorgna's in one of those weird spots where he can turn his hand into a bluff, but he does have a lot of showdown, so doesn't necessarily even need to when he's got a pair. Probably shouldn't technically. Is blocking the flush. Is blocking hands like, 10-8, 10-9, although, in this situation, that's not really particularly relevant given the pre-flop action.
I have a 4.
Yeah. I have a 2.
Belea is going to take down this pot as Bao on YouTube says, sorry, but this time is Romanian year. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. Are you nuts? Anyway.
Saying it for years.
Did you have your guess, Nick? What is your guess?
My first thing off the top of my head was ace.
Ace?
Yeah.
Guess what?
Yeah.
That's a great guess.
Yeah?
One of these two players has a dog named Ace. Now, okay, now I got another one for you. This one's a flip. So one of these two players has a dog named Ace. And the other player has 2 dogs named Harry and Karma.
I 100% know who it is.
You know which dogs belong to which person?
1,000%.
Oh, he says 1,000%. Okay. Due to French gaming laws, I can't wager with you. but I will, we can have a gentleman's baguette. And you go ahead. I'll take the other side. Who do you think belongs to Harry and Karma?
Okay, listen. Jorgna and his lovely partner, right? Successful couple,
Yeah.
good-looking couple.
Yeah.
He has 2 watches called Yacht Master, therefore must own yachts.
Right. And his shirt says virtue and
Yeah, sure. I mean, look,
value or something. Ace, 8-5, pair of 8s for Jorgna, pair of 5s for Belea. Okay, so you're saying he's Harry and Karma.
there's definitely Harry and Karma, and they're definitely like micro poodles or something like that.
Oh, wow. We're even guessing on the breed.
You know, well, you know what I mean. I don't know dogs, but you know, they're like the cute little fluffy ones for show.
Okay.
And also, I mean, what
Wait,
poker
for show as in best in show or for show as in for sure?
They also might be best in show, I imagine.
Okay.
They're probably straight out of Crufts. But also, you think any poker player's got time for 2 dogs? Any serious grinder?
I mean, I mean, the guy who plays online might have time for dogs. Belea is mostly an online player.
That's what I mean. Even less so, though, if you're an
You
online
think Jordan
grinder.
brings 2 dogs on the yacht?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And Belea is raising bottom pair. $1.2 million.
Belea's really a big fan of the old check raise bottom pair scenario, and I'm here for it. I really, really like it. Jorgna should get sticky in these situations, though. I think given the pre-flop action, I think probably going to have the best hand with second pair here a ton when you're playing heads-up poker. Yeah, seems good. Looks him up on the turn.
Certainly
spades
is good. So Jorgna is ahead already, but is going to pick up a bunch more perceived outs just in case that pair of 8s isn't good.
So given the fact that Jorgna actually opened from the button here and then he called the check raise, I think he's going to have, yeah, I like the slowdown here from Belea. I don't really completely love the ace-high check raise in a single raise pot when you're out of position because your opponent will be raising with more ace combos and that kind of thing. But it's fine. It's going to be profitable, I imagine, especially when you're blocking some sets and the like. And you have showdown, check on the turn, and on the river, I think probably going to try and take that 5 to showdown as well. Although, if Jorgna doesn't want to bet in position, does Belea suddenly kind of put 2 and 2 together and think he might have the ocho? Nope, just slows down, seems good.
Belea checks river. Jorgna checks back.
5.
Yeah.
5's no good.
Nice play from Jorgna there. Very good.
And Jorgna's going to get a bunch back that hand. It's time for the great reveal, by the way. I know you're all waiting with bated breath to find out who owns which dogs. Peter Jorgna has 2 dogs named Harry and Karma. So he has 4 dogs?
What kind of dogs? Did I get it right?
We're going to have to send out a producer again.
Susan. Where's Susan when you need him?
So that means it's Belea, by process of elimination, who has a dog named Ace.
And I bet it's like a black lab or something.
This is great content. There he is.
Or maybe.
There's Susan.
That's Cracker Jack producer
What kind
Susan.
of dogs? What kind of dogs were they?
Do we know what kind of dogs? Get back out there. Oh, it's pronounced ass. Okay. Yeah, sure. We know that one.
Yeah, you're of Romania, obviously. Come on. I mean, now, is it also too far to guess that the dog Harry was named after Prince Harry?
Well, I mean, go get him now, because I'm not sending him back there a 3rd time. If you really need to know, get the full dog story. Get all of it. Ask every question you can think of.
I want pictures. We want pictures for the Twitter now.
I want to know about worms.
Hashtag PokerStars TV.
The whole deal. What kind of surfaces they'll go on. 15 minutes left on this level. All right, well, we got a picture of the dogs. And not exactly. It looks like one normal, one designer.
Yeah, something like that.
Kind of like me and my brother.
That was close.
Looks like some kind of normalish lab and a Frenchie. Oh, wait a second. Now we're getting conflicting reports. Oh, geez. How do you explain this if you're showing me these? This is exactly what Nick predicted. But then this is what Summer just sent us. Those are his. Okay, and this one is Ace. That's As. So As is the designer.
Okay.
Bichon.
Yeah, all right. Fair play. Love to be wrong in these situations.
And it's Jorgna. So you're 2 for 3.
Yeah.
On the dog trivia.
Sure.
Jorgna's got, looks like a pretty normal-ish looking lab and a little Frenchie. Sorry, are they still playing Heads Up? I was looking at all this dog stuff. Is it over? I didn't miss it, did I?
You didn't miss anything interesting, no. That's fine.
Okay. 13 minutes left on this level. Now we're going to get people constantly telling us their dog facts. Excuse me, I just, come here, can you come here for a second? I know I'm not at the final table yet, but my dog's name is Ham Sandwich. He's a peekadoodle.
If you guys have any good names for dogs and the associated breeds, at me on Twitter, at Nick Walsh TV, and if you come up with a really clever one, you might just get a prize. Go.
This feels like a hand shaping up. Belea, ace-8 off suit. In position post-flop. Jorgna with the Nieners. Cacao. That is a re-raise.
This seems reasonable.
1.6.
Belea now. Belea. This is honestly a bit of an interesting one. Ace-8's not the worst hand to 4-bet bluff with here, Joe. If you think your opponent is capable of 3-betting light,
Call.
I think the call is fine too.
All right, we're playing a big pot. Biggest pot in a while. Five for Trey. So Belea with ace high. Not quite good enough to run down these nines, but also as a gut shot, a wheel draw.
Interesting setup though here, Joe. Because of the 3-bet, Jorgna probably wants to have a continuation here. That's not super massive. But if he thinks his opponent has an ace, he should probably size up very slightly here because obviously lots of ace combos will continue for the larger amount, therefore getting more value. So 3.5 in the middle. Is it 1.2? 1.3?
A 3.
Yep.
And Belea
never folding.
Immediately.
Never.
Cutting out chips.
The cool thing about this spot too, Joe, is in a 3-bet pot, if it comes like a 6 on the turn, Belea can represent that 7 like super hard. Like, it doesn't have to improve to win this pot. There's lots of scare cards that come out that he can really represent.
Yeah, if you just check on the scare card, you're giving your opponent the keys to the Lambo.
You can't be, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Wise words from chat, as always.
Bit of a scare card as predicted. Yes, ace, king, jack. That is the reference I was making. You're well spotted. A 3.
Yeah, I think Jordan's doing the right thing. Continue barreling. And a quick fold seems good. What was the size? 2 mil? 2 mil into 6, another 1/3 pot size. I think probably you want to go bigger on that turn. You probably want to go a little bit over half at least. But in any case, puts in a value bet, gets the fold, wins the pot. Very nice.
Seems like Romania is just waking up right now at 6 o'clock in the evening. Taking a little issue with how we are saying Belea. And from what I understand, it is not the exact pronunciation of his name, but he likes it.
Yeah. He actually said so in an interview this morning.
Bombalea.
Bombalea.
We made him a thing, so y'all can calm down. And if he wins this, I'll say it the right way. All right, but just chill out. Everyone writing in chat, it's Belea, not Belea. It's pronounced Belea, not Belea. It's Belea. It doesn't work like that in print, you know?
So still kind of in that same zone, guys. Razvan Bombalea, 102 bigs. Peter Jorgna with 54. So kind of just bobbing along at 50 big blinds effective or thereabouts.
Ashil Spadar on YouTube asks, payouts? You better believe it. Thank you for your question. Ace, ace, deuce, 2 clubs, trips for Jorgna.
Bongo says it's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Jorgna checks back the trips. No help for Belea, which would actually be bad.
I'm not loving this check back from Jorgna. I think it's very, very tempting to check back when you flop super hard heads up because you think, how am I ever going to make any money here? But if you don't start betting at 50 big blinds effective on the flop, you're never going to get any action from anything, and you're never going to build the pot. Sorry, you're never going to build the pot early enough in order to get enough action to win a big pot is what I'm trying to say. So I think also it's super unbalanced. Ace, deuce, ace is a board that Jorgna would bet 1,000% as a bluff every single time, right? There's very, very few checkbacks that he's going to have there, especially in the event that he opened pre-flop. So you need to be balanced. That's one that heads-up players will pick up on immediately. When he's checking in that spot, he's got significant showdown, if not, you know, basically always like an ace or something like that. Even your king highs probably want to continue there because you're still going to deny equity from some of the pairs that are still floating around that can improve turn and river.
I do not disagree with any of that in a overall sense. In a vacuum, especially the start of this heads up when Griffin was in here, Jorgna was checking most of his pretty strong hands and it had been working out in the short term.
Sure.
That Belea was taking those opportunities to bet and was betting into some very strong hands.
Hey, fair play.
However, in general, I think you're absolutely right that you have to start trying to build pots sooner. And who knows, you know, it's a card distribution thing.
Yeah.
That we just happen to be seeing hands where Belea probably would insta-fold to trying to build a pot. But in general, we see people sticking around with bottom pair or with 2 overs or with like, I don't even know what you call it, but like, let's say there's a queen on board and someone's got, it's like queen 4-3. Someone might stick around with a 9-10 there even. It just hasn't been the way it's been going this particular.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, you know, like, guys, when we're in the booth here and we're talking about things that you should do, that doesn't mean that you can't create alternate strategies where you balance it yourself, right? Like, there are people who are like, you know, I always check my top pairs in these situations, but I'm also never going to bet with second pair and all this other kind of stuff, right? If it works for you, that's fine. I think the strategies we're making reference to are usually based in GTO, and for the most part, they are still going to be the best sort of thing to aspire to, because if you are going to be hyper-aggressive in that spot, you're going to win a lot of money when you don't have made hands, but you're also going to get tons of action when you do. And yeah, all of the above, like we've just discussed, we're not going to go over it again, but I think that these are definitely situations where in the short run can work out great. And sure, Joe, also, you want to mix it in sometimes where you just do the thing that most people aren't doing in that spot too. Yeah, that's really important, not to always be doing the same thing, because that in itself is kind of unbalanced as well. Mondo says GTO, great dog name. I actually named a plant.
Yeah. If I back to my bear?
Yeah,
oh, 1 second.
And you, Bucharest?
Yeah. My dog is waiting for me.
Yeah. I have my daughters flying down tomorrow, on Tuesday.
It's nice, a little chit chat.
Well, get to know you.
Mando says GTO would be a good name for a dog. Those of you that have been watching my streams for many years now know that I bought a money plant, Joe, and I've never been able to keep a plant alive ever in my whole life.
What's a money plant?
So it's also known as a jade plant. It's like a little potted plant. I bought it as a baby, and I named it GTOP, Game Theory Optimal Plant. And now it is growing into a bit of a tree. I've actually managed to keep it alive for many years now, so I'm quite proud of that.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Another Groot.
Yep. And hopefully one that keeps its namesake.
Ooh, flush draw on the turn for Jorgna. Pair of tens for Belea Miracles. Charlotte writes in to say, sorry, but you're not spot on with Jorgna either. I promised you that I would have an issue with the way you say my name, but I wouldn't say anything about it. Joe? No, sorry, it's Joe. Joe? No, it's Joe. See, we can all do that.
Everyone's hating on me because money plants are actually notoriously easy to take care of now as well.
That's funny.
Yeah, guys, I get it. I travel a lot for work, so things tend to just die when I'm gone, basically. Flush draw for Jorgna.
And the river card is not a flush card. It's two pair for Belea.
It's a nice river for 10 deuce. You're never really too happy with the old 10 here, Joe. It's one way to improve that's quite well hidden and makes you more confident about putting in a value bet now at this stage. 2.1 in the middle. Why not make it like, I don't know, 1.5? Little 1.5 situation. I like a 1.5 here. One. 2 million goes even bigger. Just shy of full pot. Quick fold from the 6 high.
Just under 2 minutes left on this level. And there will be a break. There will be a break after this level. Of course, you know, I guess it could end here.
Hand 103.
Jorgna, King 8, raise it up. 9 deuce for Belea, that's a fold. It's not Jorgna, it's Jorgna. Thank you, everyone. Much appreciated.
Last hand before the break. Gonna get one more in.
Let's go all in.
No?
Shall we?
Like pre-flop?
Yeah.
I won't gamble. For this trophy, I won't gamble.
I respect both sides of that.
I mean, I gamble. But
I totally respect both sides of that. He's like, you want to just flip it?
The way
and the other guy's like, you know what? This kind of means something to me. No deal.
The way Razvan said it, though, he goes, I would never gamble for the trophy. And then he realized that it sounded like he was going to play too tight. And he was like, but I mean, I'll be crazy too. Don't worry about that. I will play a wide range of hands.
I mean, I'll still gamble. It's not going to gamble.
Okay, so
Belea's limping in with ace deuce.
Yeah, mixing it up here. I feel like at 53 big blinds effective, you're going to raise pretty much the majority of your range from position. But the limp is fine too, I suppose. Going to a flop, 7-4 of clubs, the one that needs to improve. Does on the flop now. Pair of sevens for Jorgna. maybe Belea wants to mix in like a limp raise with ace deuce off once in a while. I don't know. Be really interesting to see behind the scenes there.
Betting that 7 right away.
Yeah, I've seen quite a few leads here. I think if I have ace deuce, I wouldn't mind a float just because your opponent will lead with some flush draws and straight draws and stuff like that, but it's difficult to win those hands anyway. Looks like we're going to a break.
Ding, 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 ding. Break time. Still heads up. But the levels a little shorter than they have been for the rest of the tournament. 45-minute levels now. So they're going to be going up twice as fast. And when they do go up, it's going to be 200, 400 when we get back. That leaves Peter Jorgna with 42 big blinds. Not much worse off than where he started, but not better. Razvan Belea, the year of Romania, still leading. We're going to take a 15-minute break. When we get back, more from the heads up of the first ever EPT Paris.
$105,000 in the pot, and there's an all-in 8-7 of diamonds. What a beautiful hand to shove. You'd prefer him not have the diamonds here, but he's got one of them, King Jack off with a decision on the button. Currently the 60% favorite.
It's a third of turn X stack. I don't know, it seems maybe like a fold with players act behind.
Mike announces call. It's over to Alan in the small blind. This is good.
Smurf it in the small.
You know, we kind of goof on Smurfit for some of his tight plays, but man, that guy has shown up a lot in these shows.
Absolutely.
TIR, man, TIR.
All right.
I gotcha.
This guy's smile is so infectious. He's got me every time.
He's really having fun.
Yeah.
Living the dream. All your friends on the rail, they're all wasted.
That don't do nothing.
Oh boy.
I mean, there's no way he doesn't win this though. You got a rail like that. There's no chance you're not hitting it every time. This is like, it's like not home field advantage, but you got everybody there cheering for you.
Good vibes.
Surest diamond of all time. Do the magic trick. Do the magic trick.
The river card is a diamond.
Hey.
And Philip Duthie doubles up and survives.
I mean, look, everybody was there sweating it. I knew it was coming from the start. Never a doubt in my mind.
It's hard enough to not get tilted by a rail like that, let alone when you just, your chips are the chips fueling all that chicanery.
Hey, it's Diamond Joe Hashem.
Diamond Joe. Waiting to hand off that trophy.
30,000, 60,000 the blinds, 5K ante.
Phil's first to go. He's going to fold. So will Mike. Over to Alan. Alan's going to raise all in. Martin will fold. Mike announces all in from the small blind.
Smurfit shoves, Martin reshoves.
Eric's going to pass the big blinds.
Give me an ace.
Alan has ace-4 off suit, and Michael has jacks.
Let's see if the dealer obliges. Smurfit does need an ace to survive.
Alan is the all-in player. He's got ace of spades, 4 of hearts. Michael has the jack of hearts.
You better smurf it. Smurf it real good.
Blob is 3 of diamonds. Jack of hearts.
Oh.
Oh boy. It's pretty much GG unless we see a wheel card, eh?
Let's see the turn card.
Running cards needed for Alan Smurfett. Okay, picks up and out.
Alan's going to need a deuce, or he's going to be eliminated in 6th place.
Show him who's got the bracelet.
No deuce, and Alan Smurfett exits in 6th place. Laddered up, cashes for £153,351.
Ah, Smurf it all to Smurf. So 5 players left. Everybody now guaranteed almost £200,000.
And Philip Duthie's all in with 8s.
5,000 is the total bet. Mike's going to fold. Martin announces.
Martin Oretsky reshoves with kings.
Oh man, the sun run continues. My lord. How does it feel to get to the EPT and end up at a final table like this after the run you've had? Gotta feel unstoppable. Nothing can stop me.
Except for an 8.
Except for an 8.
At least I got 2 flush draws.
Fills are all in play.
You ruined my punchline, Joe, right on the flop when it came to you.
Sorry.
He's behind the kings though with his 8s at the moment. Let's see the flop. Flop is ace of clubs, 7 of spades.
No 8 on the flop.
7-7.
Phil's still behind. Phil's still behind with his 8s. Let's see the turn card, please.
Come on, baby.
Turn is the 4 of hearts. Come on! The remaining 8s. So he's going to be eliminated in 5th place. Let's see the river card.
No 8 on the river, and Philippe Duthie exits in 5th place.
Andrew Ryan, 2,000, thank you.
Blinds 80K, 40K.
The mic on the button.
I think everyone at the table is looking for that Busto 100K to try and get that ladder. Mr. Tereniak, shorthanded, decides to call with ace-7. No doubt to try and bust the 100K stack here. I think everybody wants a piece of this. They all want that sweet, sweet ladder as we head to $1 million for first.
Michael's going to raise all in, another 15,000.
So Martin pretty much forced all in from the big blind. Hasn't looked at his cards yet.
We're going to have a side pot between Martin and Mike. Michael is our all-in player. Just going to keep that pot in front of him. All right, let's see the flop on the side.
All right, well.
6 of diamonds, king of diamonds, deuce of spades.
This is everyone,
Check behind him.
which is good news for Martin.
Turn card, please.
Yeah.
King of spades. It's now king 6, king.
Such a clean turn.
Diamonds and 2 spades on board. Martin is checked. Mike is checked behind.
That's right. You don't mind the king hitting again. You just don't want any new overcards to hit.
Yeah.
They all quickly check.
So it's the 4.
Hands. Michael's turning over 8s.
8s are good, right?
Mike has ace-7, and Martin has queen.
Triple up?
Triple up for Michael Martin. He's still in this thing.
240. Mike brings us in for a raise of 240,000. Martin has folded, and Michael says all in. An all-in bet of 300,000 off the 240,000 chip raise. It's over to Eric.
How much is it to me?
300,000, 220. It's 220,000 for Eric to call. He's going to pass.
So Martin all in again. We saw him get that triple up. He's sitting on 300K now. All in with 9s. Tereniak calls with king 7.
Michael has
So
2
not
black
quite a
nines.
flip. Martin
Mike has king 7 offsuit, king of spades.
very likely to double up again.
Let's see the flop, please.
Never underestimate the power of a complete
7
free roll.
diamonds, Jack of clubs, king of hearts. Mike has flopped top and bottom pair against Michael's 9s.
Martin's saying it's unbelievable. You do have 3 big blinds, my friend.
That's the 7 of spades.
Mike on Mike.
Michael's looking for one of the 2 remaining 9s, or he's going to finish in 4th place. Let's see the river.
GG, USA. Oh!
It looked like his miracle comeback was over, but no. Michael Martin rivers the 9 to survive again. Gets the double up through Tereniak.
What a joke.
You gotta love having that hand on an EPT feature table. That's gotta feel fantastic.
chip and a chair, my babies.
By the way, Raksha, if you could grab that name for me, please, and just confirm with them that they have a real money account. We're coming up pretty quick, guys. The spamming will end very shortly, but I feel like it's only fair. Make it a little bit of a ritual.
He's gonna pass
with the claps. Aces.
How much do I have?
Wait, Mike Martin has aces now.
Yeah.
How much do I have, he says.
Annie's in that Eric's blind was.
This is legendary. This is when the aces get cracked, though, right? You like triple up, then double up. Now you're like, got him, and it's like, nah, king queen just runs you down.
It really feels like the poker gods play with you like that, right? You're like, wow, I made this amazing comeback, and then I still busted in fifth.
695.
So all in the 695. Tereniex's Queen Jack is one of his favorite hands, and so he's going to call.
And he says he's going to call with it. Michael,
Okay, I know I just said the bad beat's coming, but this is an absolute gift. This is a courtesy double up.
has Queen of Spades, Jack of Hearts.
We'll see.
Come on, one time.
Michael has Ace of Diamonds, Ace of Clubs, Deuce of Spade, 5 of Spade, 3 of Clubs.
Spade.
The aces are still in the lead here. Let's see the turn card, please. It's a 4. That's going to give Michael a wheel.
All right.
One more.
Let's see the river card. A 6. It's a 9.
Wow, what a life.
Double through again.
How do you feel?
So triple up,
Same 9 of hearts on the river.
double up, double up. And Michael Martin is now a contender again.
Yeah. I will not have invented all it takes is a chip and a chair
I almost limped.
for another 6 years, more or less, after this. Had I watched this final table, had I been there live, maybe I would have coined it then. Because this guy is chipping and chairing it with the best of them.
Small blind.
It's over $1 million, Eric.
It's like 1.2.
It's just got all the hands.
Absolutely ridiculous.
About 1.15, 1.16.
Wow.
Eric's all in for a little over 1.1 million.
I mean, you know what needs to be done, right? You know what needs to be done, sir. You can take your time.
Michael announces call.
He makes a call. Can he find another double up? That would be pretty bananas.
Eric shows 10 Jack. Eric has the Jack of Spades and the 10 of Hearts. Michael has the Ace of Clubs and the 9 of Spades. Ace of Hearts.
Oh.
King of Spades. 5 of Clubs.
It's a pretty clean flop. He's just got to fade that queen.
Yeah, the all-important gut shot for Eric Liu.
Let's see the turn card, please. It's the Ace of Spades. Michael's got 3 aces now. Eric's going to need one of the 4 queens, or he's going to be eliminated in 4th place.
Queen on the river. No. And Eric Liu exits in 4th place, cashes for just shy of £250,000, £234,920.
That's ridiculous, man. Give me a fuck it up. That's so sick. Take it down.
Hakim Kadari and Adrian.
Martin's going to move all in on the button.
Hakim Kadira and Adrian Beckerman to open. Thank you. Attention please. Gamaledin, Thomas Reed.
I'm on.
Michael announces
again.
It's not Germany, it's Deutschland. Very good.
670,000. Mike
please.
folds from the big blind. Martin has
Is this 4 or 5 hands in a row that Martin has said the words all in?
As you stepped away there for a sec, Joe, he also doubled through with ace-9 again.
Queen of Spade, 3 of Clubs, 6 of Spade.
And he also exited Lou.
Does anyone else think it's weird that there's 2 Mikes and 2 Martins and one of them is Mike Martin?
Oh, damn. Oh, I forgot. Sorry, I didn't see who he was all in with.
Dodge a Jack, and he's going to double through. Let's see the river card, please. It's a jack.
What a sick run. Oh man,
how have I never seen this before?
This is the sickest run I've ever seen in an EPT before, for sure.
Michael first.
Well, we've got 61-20 blinds now. King 10 for Michael Martin on the button.
250,000 is the raise. Mike's going to make
Queen
the
4
call.
seems like a reasonable defend hand heads up.
250,000. All right, let's take a look at the flop, please. It's Jack of hearts, 10 of spades, and 6 of hearts. Mike's going to be first. He's going to check over to Michael.
Check.
Michael's going to go ahead and check behind him. So these guys
Mike Martin flops best with a pair of 10s. It goes check, check.
Turns to 3 of spades.
Michael Tereniak, what are you doing?
Assuming that Mike Martin isn't going to make a pair every single hand.
A naive assumption to reach.
Yeah.
Michael's going to make the call of 380,000. Let's see that river, please. River's a jack of diamonds. Jack 10, 6, 3, jack on board.
And Tereniak is loading up. Mike Mars is licking his chops. Please give me those chips.
680,000, the river bet from Tereniak, creating a pot of nearly 2 million.
I mean, maybe you're not super confident in the 10, but you have to call.
And let's remind ourselves that this is a £500,000 heads-up battle. There's £500,000 in difference between second and first place prize money. And Martin does make the call.
Mike shows Queen 4, Queen.
Tereniak tables a bluff. Martin shows the winning hand.
Stands for the king. Michael's going to take the call. Michael's going to be first.
I can't figure it out tonight.
Michael Martin has not had a chance to restack his chips, and he's now shoving on Tereniak, who's got King 9.
Yeah, King 9's probably just a call here every time.
Call.
Call. Mike says call.
Tereniak calls, and it is a flip, and if Michael Martin wins this flip, he will have won EPT London and the first prize of £1 million.
Let's see the flop, please. Flop is deuce of diamonds, 3 of spade.
It is a low board. A great board for fours.
Let's see the turn card, please.
Yeah, just not even any sweaty turns. It's either a king or a 9 or it's nothing, and that's it.
Gonna give Mike,
No, there is a 5 for a chop.
Mike's going to need a 5 to split this pot. Otherwise, he's going to finish in second place here in London. Let's see the river card.
Tereniak looking for a split pot, but it's a deuce on the river. It's the full house for Michael Martin, and what a comeback.
Good job, man.
Left with
Absolutely unreal.
Bowl of rice, triple up, double up, takes the chip lead, gets heads up. Congratulated by his friend, another EPT champ, Brandon Schaefer, and Michael Martin defeats Michael Tereniak heads up. Tereniak cashes for 525k, but Michael Martin gets the first prize of £1 million. Welcome back to Paris and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Here we are, in partnership with the Club Barrier, bringing you live coverage of the main event final table. And we are heads up. Started today with 5 players, just 2 remain. Razvan Belea from Romania versus Peter Jorgner from Sweden. 31 million plays, near enough 17 million. Still pretty deep, playing 41 bigs effective at the new blind level. We're going to play 2 more 45-minute levels. If we are still going, there'll be a dinner break at the end of this session. It's James Hartigan and Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Blinds are now 200,000, 400,000 with a 400k big blind ante. Action starts on Jorgner, who's got ace-4 on the button in the small blind.
So 41 big blinds effective, or thereabouts to start the hand. I think this is a hand you can raise from the button, no problem at all. Does raise to 800k. As we get shallower, James, as we get under sort of like, 30-ish big blinds effective, we see a lot more limping as part of the sort of GTO strategy, but we're still deep enough. Going to go raise a lot of aces from the button. Seems just fine to me. And a fold.
The fold from Belea in the big blind. So we do have an amateur player, Jorgner, who's only really been taking poker seriously for the last year and played his first big live event in Barcelona at the tail end, or in the middle rather, of 2022. Versus an online qualifier, Razvan Belea, who's actually been playing online poker for near enough a decade and takes the game very seriously, plays a lot, studies a lot, is a poker coach, has 1.25 million in online earnings, plays as Razvi QQ on Stars. And action is going to start on Belea.
So we are starting this hand about 42 big blinds effective. Peter Jorgner is the shorter of the 2 stacks.
Belea raising with 7-6 offsuit, seems pretty standard.
Yep, lots of raising from position heads up. You're going to be very aggressive. Jorgner with a hand he can defend quite easily. 10-6 of hearts.
And he does defend, calling for an extra 400k, and we will see the first flop of this level. And that flop is 10 high, 10-5-3, so it's top pair for Jorgner. Belea does have a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, absolutely. These are boards you want to c-bet very aggressively. You have gut shots heads up, you're in position, you have absolute position against your opponent. So even though Jorgner does have a top pair, a c-bet here will take it down a lot of the time when he hasn't connected. Also sets you up for bets on later streets as well, James, if you want to try and convince a 5 or a 3 to fold. So I do expect a continuation from Belea pretty much every time. 2 million in the middle.
Belea does make a c-bet of 600,000. And with top pair, just a call from Jorgner?
Yep, I think with a hand like 10-6, you just want to play it slow here.
Oh.
But wait.
That is not a call. Jorgner check raises with a pair of 10s.
I mean, check raising top pair is never going to be a bad thing to do, James. It's just that it's probably more conventional when you check raise when you have a stronger kicker than a 6, especially as the 6 gives you opportunities to turn and backdoor some straights in this particular situation.
Okay, so the raise is to 1.5 million, 900,000 to call, and seems that Belea is planning to make that call.
I really like this float, James. With the 6 of spades in your hand in particular, you can actually represent much stronger hands on later streets if the spades start to fall. If your opponent slows down, they might just have pure bluffs that you can get to fold as well.
Makes the call, and we go to the turn. I'm calling it, Nick. Action card, 4 of diamonds.
That would be quite the action card.
Oh, come on! I got the right color. I didn't get the right suit, but I got the right color.
The commentator's curse strikes again. James Hartigan is to blame. It is a turn straight for Belea. And as I said, Jorgner now has the straight draw to go with his 10, so he's going to be even more sticky in these situations.
Of course, so 0%. He cannot win the pot outright, but of course, a rivered 7 would chop it. I mean, a deuce would be disastrous for him. In fact, a 10 or a 6 would also be disastrous on the river.
Yeah, I think the 10 more disastrous than the 6 because, of course, he might give Belea some straights if a 6 falls, but the trips are really hard to get away from without losing some more.
So having check-raised flop, Jorgner barrels turn for 2.6.
Yeah, full 50% pot on the turn, and there's so much in the middle now. I mean, heads up, EPT main event, you just turn the nuts and you're getting led into. It feels pretty fantastic, James.
And remember, this heads-up battle is worth a huge amount of money. They both locked up 780K, but the winner gets 1.17 million. And before you ask, no deal, because deals aren't allowed under French gaming law.
Belea not interested in a deal when he's got the nuts on the turn. I'll take all of it, thank you very much.
So you know what?
Yep.
I'm feeling another prediction.
Okay.
I think it's always coming 7.
Oh, man.
I think we're going to see a river 7. I think we're going to see another dramatic chop.
That would be pretty wild. I mean, this is just this card is such a strangely actiony card. Actually, it's so weird how the 4, seemingly innocuous, just creates so much more additional action. If he just flats, SPR is still above 1, James, so it might be tricky to get the rest in on the river. But if we see Jorgner lead river after having called the turn from Belea, it's going to easily go in. SPR way less than 1. Looks like he's going to try and raise right here, right now, though. That's one way to do it.
So Jorgner leading for 2.6. Belea raising. And just going to verify the size of this raise. 5.6.
Yeah, very small raise.
4.6, sorry.
I think he was thinking along the lines that I was thinking on the turn here, James. He's going, how do I get the whole stack on the river? And if he doesn't raise right now, there's not always going to be SPR less than 1, which is one of the easiest ways to guarantee an all-in less than pot. And he's made it a size that Jorgner just can't fold. I mean, you have top pair and you have the straight draw.
Yeah, and of course, he can't see that one of his straight draws is no good and the other would just chop the pot, so...
It's just too small for him to fold because he's thinking his opponent might have a strong hand here, but he's thinking his straight's going to be live a lot of the time if he can get there on the river.
Time bank cards being played by both players. Remember, the shot clock continues, 30 seconds per decision. You need more thinking time. Play those time bank cards. Buy yourself an additional 30. Well, that is a call. This hand is going to the river. We have got 16.2 in the middle. Jorgner's got 9.3 behind. And I'm telling you, it's always coming 7. We are going to be singing. This is going to be a chop pot.
That would be another very dramatic chop pot, the second of today, in fact, if we see that card fall.
River card is the 4 of clubs, pairing the board. Okay, so my prediction of the turn was substantially better than my prediction of the river. But what is interesting here is action is on Jorgner. Can he make some kind of blocker bet here?
This is so weird. SPR is so low now, guys. He's got 9.3 million behind. There's already 16 in the middle. I mean, I think Jorgner just wants to try to get to showdown as often as possible. I mean, so many spade draws have bricked. Some of the hands Belea might semi-bluff raise the turn if bricked as well. You know, what if he had like ace-6 of spades or something like that? I don't know. Maybe that's a card he might just... I'm not even sure if he'd play it like that, but in any case, Jorgner obviously has a hand that can win at showdown quite easily. I'm assuming he's going to just check here.
He moves all in.
What?
And Belea cannot fold this, surely. This is an HTC situation. This has to call. I know the board's paired, but his hand's too strong.
That was so unexpected from Jorgner. He has so much showdown. Is he kind of turning his hand into a bluff, James?
Belea asked for a count. I don't see how he can possibly fold. And if he calls, it is all over, baby.
I don't think I can fold this one.
He doesn't think he can fold. I don't think he can fold. HTC plays here. And If/when Belea makes this call, we will have our winner. Makes the call, and it's over.
Congratulations.
Year of Romania. We have our first ever Romanian winner on the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Razvan Belea takes down the first ever EPT Paris main event. Peter Jorgner is the runner-up for 780 grand. Razvan Belea, who qualified for $530, will cash out for $1.17 million.
Wow, what a result. Year of Romania.
Congratulated by his wife Andrea and his friends, other members of the Romanian poker community on the rail.
Wow, what a final hand, James. What a final hand here in Paris.
This final table did not disappoint today.
Inget led.
Nej, men färgdraget vet det.
En 10 hade inte heller.
Maybe a bit of disappointment right now for Jorgner, but he played a phenomenal game.
He did. He played very well, especially considering, like you mentioned, he's only been really focusing on the game for about a year now. What a result, though. Absolutely massive score, and it sounds like many years to come. Probably see him in Monte Carlo.
Our first ever EPT Paris main event champion, our first ever European Poker Tour winner from Romania. The qualifier has done it.
Awesome. Just awesome. Played so well throughout this feature table, final table situation we have set up here in Paris, and absolutely deserved.
We started with 1,606 entries. We started today with 5 players. And that is Peter Jorgner's friends and family congratulating the last man standing, Razvan Belea.
What a layup. James Hardigan calling in the nuts on the turn.
780K for our runner-up. And more than $1 million for our winner, a 7-figure score for the EPT Paris champion.
10-6. A blocat quinta cu 10 cu 6 știi? Blocat 6-7 și avea zecarul și interesant și el acolo, dar nu am cum să foldez. Știu că mai are fulul, dar asta e.
He knows there are thousands of poker fans watching this, and he knows many of them are in his home country. He felt the responsibility to win this for Romania, and he did it.
They can hear me? I want to say thanks to all my supporters from Romania. I didn't have time to answer the phone, so I hope you understand me. I want special thanks for my wife Andrea, for my friend who came in this morning for me. He didn't sleep last night, and now he just came for me here. My friend from like 5 hours drive from Paris came from 5-hour drive, and to him, he was always near me, and to all Romanians, amazing community. I'm glad that I can do this for you guys.
Well, we are going to hear from him again in a moment when he speaks to Joe Stapleton. First, let's just recap the events of today and how we got from 5 to our champion. Emery Casper's family holiday started earlier than we would have hoped. He was spirited away in 5th. Brian Delaney was having a great time at the final table until a queen on the flop caused his domination, rotation, elimination. It was the river that saw Fabrice Bigot go out in 3rd. That got us heads up. And Peter Jorgner's rail had to be proud to see him make it to second place. There can be only one, and that one is Razvan Belea. And so we're going to go back down to the floor and hear from our EPT champion. He's at the feature table with Stapes.
Razvan, you qualified for this event online. From what I understand, you mostly were grinding free rolls in your poker infancy. What would the free roll version of you be thinking of you in this moment right now?
That this is unreal. That it couldn't happen like this. I mean, yeah, it's all I ever dreamed of since I started to play poker. I was watching all the time EPTs. I have played couple, and now I'm here. It's unbelievable feeling. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I'm a bit emotional, but anyway, I follow my dream from the beginning, and I studied a lot of hours behind the computer. So yeah, everything is possible.
I mean, it really seems like it all came together. Today really seemed like it was your day. And speaking of it being your day, I feel like this is your year. I've been saying for a long time now, it's the year of Romania. How do you feel to be the first ever EPT champion from Romania?
I feel amazing. It's the best day of my life. Maybe the second, because I got married last year. I want to special thanks to my wife that it's always supported me. She always said these days, you're gonna win it, you're gonna win it. I believe it. I know you're the best. I know. She's just so supportive, and I love her so much.
Well, she wasn't the only one being supportive. You had, I think, all of Romania at home watching you. They were very insistent on telling us that your last name means trouble in English. Do you think you're going to have a little bit less trouble in your life now?
Actually, we have two senses of Belea and Romania. Belea is something amazing, like that chair, it's Belea, or this hoodie is Belea. Like, it's very nice. And Belea also trouble. And another sense, but I can't say on TV.
Well, I think that you've been the perfect amount of trouble and amazing. You guys, first ever EPT Paris champion, first ever EPT champion from Romania. Let's get a big round of applause for Razvan.
And in just a moment, we will present that man with his trophy. So congratulations to all 5 finalists. Huge amounts of money paid out today. Henry Casper cashing for more than 300K. Brian Delaney earning more than 400K. Fabrice Bigot cashing out for more than $500,000. And Peter Jorgner cashing for 780. But that first prize, and remember, no deal in this event, €1,170,000. So back down to the floor for the winner's presentation.
Welcome to the trophy presentation for the first ever EPT Paris, a record-breaking trip to the French capital. Here with me on stage is Tournament Director Toby Stone, Tournament Director Group Barrier Lucille DeVos, Director General Club Barrier Paris Christophe P., and Head of Global Live Events for PokerStars Cedric Bilot. Before we hand off the trophy, Cedric would like to say a few words.
Just a few words, I promise. Thank you, Joe. I just want to say, once again, a big thank you. It's an immense pleasure to be in Paris for the first time, the EPT ever. Thank you to all the players who came in this journey, who participated in this massive event. We had thousands of players from all over the world. So thank you everyone who came to Paris. It was a very busy event. The next one will be in Monte Carlo at the end of April. I just want to address again a few thank you to all the staff who has been working in Paris. It was a challenging environment, hard working conditions, but well done to everyone. A big, big thank you. The staff, the media, and of course, our historic EPT partner, Barrier, represented by Christophe and Lucille. The EPT was in Deauville in France for many, many, many years, starting from season 1 up until 2015. So it's again a great pleasure to come back in Paris with Barrier as a partner. Great job, everyone. Thank you, and now it's time to celebrate our winner.
Thanks very much, Cedric. There is now just one thing left to do
Toby, give that man his trophy. Please put your hands together for the EPT Paris champion, Rezvan Belea.
A very deserving champion who has made history here in France. And so concludes the first ever EPT Paris. Check out updates and stories from this festival at the PokerStars blog. And thank you for watching over the course of the last 5 days. So much good stuff coming up. We'll have the Sunday Million anniversary in March. We will be at the Irish Open in early April, but the next event on the EPT is Monte Carlo. We'll kick it off at the end of April. We hope you can join us then. But for now, from Joe Stapleton, Nick Walsh, Maria Ho, Griffin Benja, and the entire EPT production team, I'm James Hartigan saying good night from Paris.
You don't wanna squab, you don't really wanna mob, you don't wanna know your odds when it comes to the best. You ain't never tried, you ain't never tried, you ain't never ride or survive over time with the best. I've been doing this your my whole life. I've been doing this your my whole life. I've been doing this your my whole life. Wanna know your odds when it comes to the best. Wanna know your odds when it comes to the best. Wanna know your odds when it comes to the best. Wanna know your odds when it comes to the best.